All right. We be broadcasting again. Let's see if we get any viewers this time. Yeah, probably won't. Stupid cunt YouTube. Now they're censoring my live broadcasts. Bastards.
I'm in.
Yeah, wow, I got here quick. Yeah, no viewers still. So, yeah, well, that's okay, though, right? Just people just have to watch it as a video. It seems like it's going to load the video. We'll see, but I think it's okay.
Yeah. Well, here's hoping.
Yeah, let me go back to my video page just to check videos and see if it loaded the first one.
Every time I join one of these rooms, it feels like I've entered the Matrix.
Yeah, it's not there yet, but it said it was saving it, so I just have to wait and see. I don't know, it's just so bullshit. What the hell can this why is it doing this? What the fuck, man?
Did it record or?
I don't know yet. You have to wait. It has to process before it shows up in my videos.
All right.
It said it did. You know what I mean? It gave me every indication. It said your broadcast is ending now, or it'll be live on your video manager.
Well,
so it said it was going to save it.
Well, at least I heard. I mean, I heard what you had to say, and that means that if you want to communicate this idea in the future, I'll, I guess, understand it more and perhaps be able to communicate it.
Yeah, that's nice, but I just mean, it would be kind of just piss me off that I didn't, I mean, it just pisses me off because I'm relying on Google to record these, and I guess I probably should be making my own recording of at least the audio. So it's probably my own fault for not doing that.
Yeah.
We have 3 viewers, so it's working this time. Yay! Hopefully the other one's saved. Hopefully. No, much better. So if somebody wouldn't mind posting the link in the comments section of the live video, or even the dead video for that matter, when it finally shows up. Still not there yet, damn it. Come on, YouTube. Anyway, now I'm obsessed with figuring out when the first video recorded. I'm just going to keep checking. All right, here's your status report on me checking. It's still not there. Next report in 30 seconds. Can anybody play the previous video? I'm just curious. I mean, the previous...
error. I get an error.
Okay, so we'll have to keep waiting to see. Fucking Google.
So I'm new. So what is I heard you have a backstory with Google. Why do you hate Google?
Well, I hate Google because they ruined the internet. But that's they're fucking crooks, and they're just an advertising company. What's not to hate? They sell advertising. That's all they do.
But they're good at it, right?
There's such a thing as good advertising? No, sorry.
Manipulating, I guess.
Well, I mean, just saying it's a huge waste of resources. You could feed Africa with the money wasted on advertising.
All right. I was told to ask you about the origin of life. What is your thoughts on that? What are your thoughts on that?
Abiogenesis.
Yeah.
It's chemistry. It's chemistry, not complicated. It's complex chemistry in the sense that it's perfect storm chemistry, and obviously only happened once in the whole history in 4 billion years. Only happened once. And even though planet Earth is littered with amino acids and all kinds of fun life chemistry, lots of dead parts all over the fucking place, that didn't happen a second time.
Pretty unlikely as well.
Well, they keep talking. It just really pisses me off as they say, "Oh, we found, methylcyanate, right? Methylcyanate, and they're calling that an organic molecule." And I'm just like, methylcyanate is not a fucking organic molecule. Fuck you. If it is, it's like in some sort of fucktarded. It's like anus organic or something. Who the fuck wants cyanide? It's fucking cyanide. What on planet Earth likes cyanide? Nothing like cyanide. Living things don't like cyanide. And I'm just like, oh, and so that means there's life in the universe because we found methyl cyanide. Wow. I just want to kill everybody. I'm just so sick of this nonsense. I mean, fuck, this plant is covered in amino acids, covered 2 feet fucking deep, covered in amino acids, and there's no life forming here.
Yeah. I don't know. I think they've done experiments in the 50s. John Earls and the Miller-Urey experiments, which show that lightning or electricity can affect proteins, which can, I don't know what it was.
The whole idea of creating the DNA molecule in the first place, which they can't do yet, and the second place, creating it inside a membrane that divides. I mean, you know, they're just breaking the rule here to say that amino acids mean something. They don't mean shit. Amino acids are not life. I'm so sick of people thinking an amino acid is a living thing. An amino acid is not life.
Yeah, it'd be really unlikely to arrange them in such a way to self-replicate and so on. Even like...
Well, it's kind of like just saying because trees are round, car is inevitable, right? Okay, yes. Because
yeah.
You got a car, okay? It's going to turn into a car any day.
Yeah, I mean, it's just so distant.
It's just such a... Well, anyway, people just fucking raping science. Bastards.
But I mean, that guy, what's his name? Michio Kaku is all about the future goggles. One of these, what's it called? Transhumanists or whatever. Yeah. He's always going on about.
He's out well, he's so full of shit. Stupid string theory crap. And, he's just he's just so I hate him for so many reasons.
He did say
like Einstein was religious, which really irritates the fuck out of me.
Oh, yeah.
Einstein made it goddamn clear. He said if I believed in a god, it would be the god of Spinoza. I mean, he already made it clear. So why do these assholes keep saying it like it's religious?
But can I just say, of all the mainstream science presenters, I really fucking hate Kaku the most because he's completely wrong about the whole Einstein and God thing. Einstein was an atheist. He used God metaphorically. Hawking does it as well. But the thing about what Kaku was talking about free will and how quantum indeterminacy equals free will, and I face palmed at that video so many times.
Everything I watch to this guy, every single subject he fucks up. I can't believe every single one. I just watched an hour of him yesterday, and
he's wrong.
Thing he was wrong. He's just fucking wrong.
Why don't you? Have you done any like humiliating response videos to him? Because I would like to.
I didn't realize how fucking evil this little turd is. Well, sorry, I'm getting.
I think.
No. But I mean, he's so fucking evil. He's anti-science.
You know how you get the TED Talks or the Think videos or whatever they're called? I was planning on doing a response video, just tearing the shit out of him. Just at every step of the way. Well, that's wrong. Here's why.
He keeps making shit up. I mean, antimatter, string theory. None of this stuff has a single iota of evidence supporting it. Antimatter? What the fuck are you talking? He's talking about dilithium crystals and what? You're just like, there's no dilithium crystals, fuckhead. That's the Star Trek plot, you idiot.
It is totally far-fetched.
I actually met him once, about 3 years ago. I was walking on 6th Avenue.
I saw your comment, and I laughed. I said, yeah, what a fucker. I bet, it sounds just like him. He's out with a hooker, and he don't want you taking pictures, yeah. I saw his wife, she looks so frumpy, so it's like, yeah, she's just, traditional Japanese, and he's just like, yeah, arranged marriage or something.
Oh, no, it was a white woman, and he was opening the door for her, and I was like, hey, Michio Kaku, is that you? Can I take a photo with you? He's like, no. and then he pushed her in, and then he got inside the cab, and then they drove away.
Yeah,
That's
pushed
all I
her
know.
in. That's a good sign. Pushed her in. Yeah. No, I
Got
just
caught.
mentioned
Somebody got caught.
his wife is Japanese. And they went to, there was some pictures of them at some crazy place, right? And all the women were wearing silly hats, and it's some
Church.
royal thing. And you're just like, it was so funny because you're just saying, this is so male chauvinism. You know what I'm saying? It's like these men go to this thing and they all bring their silly hatted wives with them, and they were all wearing preposterous hats. I mean, just she was wearing like some fucking turban on her head. And it was just, it was so but the pictures were just hilarious because it was a picture of her with a couple other ladies, and one lady had a hat had to be 5 feet in diameter. She had a fucking hat on that was 5 feet round.
Gary, I have a weekly challenge question for you, and I'm sure it's going to take you a while to answer it. Remember all the fucktards who've been arguing for the past 8 years? Who would you say was the most fucktarded retarded? Skeptical Heretic, Brett Keane, Jones are, Fake Sagan, Kantavad. There's been so many of them. Who would you say was the most irritably retarded out of them all?
Well, I guess
Me?
I would just. I mean, there's so many ways to answer that question, right? Like who had potential and squandered it the most grotesquely? Well, it would have to be the Amazing Atheist, right? So that would be the biggest
Seriously?
waste of brain cells. Well, seriously, in the sense that he had probably the quickest mind of the group,
Well, yeah.
and he pissed it away.
Yeah, that's...
Wait, are you putting Brett Keane and the Amazing Atheist in the same group? Is that what I just heard?
So,
Well, I don't know. I didn't put them in any group in the first place, but technically they are in the same group. I mean, Brett Keane was bigger than the Amazing Atheist 8 years ago.
Brett Keane has flip-flopped so much, I'm not sure what group
Well,
he's in.
I'm just saying, the Amazing Atheist doesn't flip-flop. The Amazing Atheist just shoved bananas up his ass and put his winky in a pot of hot oil. So, I mean, compared to Brett Keane, which one is more of a buffoon? Well, that's hard to tell, isn't it?
Sure he's done that, but it was leaked by his ex. But his
bullshit. Anyway, we know that's not true either.
I don't know, but that's what I've heard. But honestly,
let's not get sidetracked.
I mean, whatever. You have a thing for TJ. Okay, I'm just saying that TJ isn't any better than Brett Keane. Both of them have some mastery of the English language, and that's all they have. Otherwise, they have no integrity, no ethics, no decency, no capacity to add 2 + 2 when the answer isn't me. If the answer isn't me, they can't mess it up.
Christina Rad did a hangout or whatever it was, live Skype chat with you. I watched that. That was pretty good. She actually did say that the only reason she's not a full-blown antinatalist is because she doesn't think it would work.
I don't even remember that, but yeah, good.
She said that she agrees with everything about antinatalism except she doesn't think it would work. That's why she's not a full-blown antinatalist. But in principle, she did agree with a lot of the arguments.
Yeah, well, I don't. Like I remember we disagreed. That's all I remember. But I know it was just, she's too pragmatic for my taste.
What were her reasons for it never working?
Well, it's probably because of some sort of biological limitation thing or something. Somehow.
No. She
voluntarily,
She did agree. Thunderfoot was a fucking retard. He just didn't get it at all. But basically, Thunderfoot's response was, if antinatalists, they won't survive.
Our philosophy won't genetically survive. Our genetic philosophy won't survive.
That was his answer.
Boner. The guy's supposed to be a biologist too, right? I mean, the guy's degree is in biology, I think, and to get that answer wrong. What an idiot.
Yeah, but Christina said that she agreed with the antinatalist philosophy. The only reason that she was against it, or not necessarily against it, but wasn't advocating it, was that she doesn't think it would work in the real world. But in terms of value, she couldn't fault it. That was in, I can't remember, but wait till I find the video. Seen it recently, actually.
Which girl is this?
Somewhere.
Who is
Well,
this?
you think I would have been able to argue that? I mean, you think I would have just said to her, well, what? The majority of people are already acting like antinatalists. 80% of women have less than 2.2 children, so we already won. All we have to do is
You
put a
should
fork
see.
in the poor, and we're done. The problem is,
I, I also made a video on the lowest birth rate in the world. Japan has it's like
Yeah,
1.5 or some
aren't they seeing
shit.
classrooms in schools with like one kid or something like that?
See, the only reason I bring up Japan is that it's an interesting case because they actually sell more adult diapers than baby diapers.
yeah, I
They've
know, I know.
got
But Japan is a little bit of a special case just because it's an island, of course, which makes it even more obvious, for the Japanese, quite obviously. And, they have obviously really suffered under their population expansion of the 40s, so, you know what I'm saying? You don't want to take the subway in Japan. It's not fun. So there's lots of incentives for people in Japan to get it, but I'm just saying you can see it all throughout Europe, right? Most of the Scandinavian countries have, negative population, domestic negative population.
I've actually been reading in more and more articles over the last two years or so where sometimes an article pops up why I chose not to have kids and shit like that. Like I haven't seen that happen before, but mostly the reasons are economical or I want to travel, I want to enjoy life and stuff like that. Nothing about strict antinatalism, but I haven't seen a lot of those articles before, unlike today.
this is the video with Christina in it in the chat thing.
How do you guys feel about the modern feminists? That's a big thing.
Yeah.
Well, I
Well,
defend women whenever possible because, they obviously have it a lot worse than men. I mean, they have to have periods, they have to do the 9-month pregnancy thing. They end up doing this child rearing thing, which is really hard to hold a job when you got kids. So, yeah, I don't know. They don't like getting raped, so apparently they're going to be called feminazis because they don't like to get raped.
Well,
I would rather us.
How
Sorry,
horrible.
I would
What about
rather
the-
change the term to pharacist because a lot of people have butchered this feminist word now. So I think it's best if we just say pharacist because people will just attack, the
I don't know what
minority.
the fuck that means.
Well,
I don't know what the fuck fairness means. So I'm a feminist. Yeah, that's what I think is. I think there's a lot of men with very small dicks who get themselves in trouble. Okay, and they end up they marry people. Okay, if you marry somebody and you have kids with them, well, fucker, that's your fault, not her fault.
Well, what about those women who come out and lie about rape and
Yeah, how often does that happen, fuckhead?
the people, the
Show me, okay? Show me a link to a motherfucking man, an innocent, honest man who got accused of rape, dishonesty.
All right,
Go ahead, show me an honest man.
let me get it. Let me get it. Give me
Yeah,
a
an
few.
honest man. Honest.
Who's to judge the honesty?
Me.
Well,
That's
how are you going
who.
to judge it if you don't know this
I'm
guy?
going to look at his life, and I'm going to say, what kind of a son of a bitch is this, right? How many fucking people, how many women did he give drugs to, right? How many Bill Cosby maneuvers did he pull? How much bullshit has he pulled off in his fucking goddamn cunt life? All right, if some woman's going to lie about you raping them, guess what? I bet you're a son of a bitch.
The girl was a drug abuser.
You're a son of a fucking bitch. I bet you have no goddamn dick at all, Mr. Three-Man. So you can just go fuck off with your goddamn poor little me and the man with no dicks. We can't handle these women saying, don't rape me, motherfucker.
You love it.
Oh, I'm just so sick of this shit. These whiny bastards, man. It's so easy. You can steal pussy all over the place. It is so fucking easy to get laid, to screw women over all you want without having to drug them and without having to fucking rape them. It's really fucking easy. You don't have to marry them. You don't have to do any of that shit. You can go to goddamn countries and buy yourself a fucking slave, for fuck's sake, with a few $1,000s. And these fuckers are going to bitch about how they have a raw deal.
yeah.
You have a small fucking dick if you're worried about women's having rights.
No, I agree. I agree. Are you against traditional gender roles, or are you for them?
I'm personally for them in the sense that my penis likes going into vaginas, but yeah, I don't care. People get off in all kinds of funky ways. I don't care what the hell they want to do. I mean, frankly, if I thought some woman was hot and I got all the way to like whatever third base or something, and I found out, holy shit, she's got a junk, I wouldn't exactly faint or anything.
Yeah, neither would I. I mean, yeah, I wouldn't.
I wouldn't let him stick it in my ass, but I'm just saying it's not going to be the end of my life. I'm not going to be tragically and emotionally traumatized. Ah! No.
Yeah. I would probably say, well, you looked good enough. I don't care. I'll just pretend I didn't see it.
No, I just like people to be honest, but it doesn't. Like I said, I just really, like I said, I just don't. It just doesn't, yeah, gender smender. But I to tell you the truth though, I don't know about this like no gender thing, right? That's a little creepy, right?
Well,
I mean, the no gender humans are a little bit scary, right? Because that's just too brown bag or something. That's just too, I don't know. I just can't. I can't. It's that's almost like That's almost like becoming a robot, in too literal a way.
yeah, but this whole, this whole women's rights thing, let me just say, I'm completely for women's rights. I'm sort of a feminist in the sense that I'm for gender equality, and I think that traditional gender roles which submerge females, as it were, through patriarchy, harm both men and women, because it harms men in the sense that men might not always want to fall under the traditional masculine role, and not every woman wants to fall under the traditional feminine role.
I'm just saying that a lot of these roles are going to be dictated though by pragmatic practicality. So even if a woman's a dyke or something, she's still got a womb, and that's a way to have a baby and all that kind of shit. So I'm just saying it still gets complicated because the hardware's the hardware. At least the bun oven thing. So if you're doing that bun oven thing, if you're doing the kid thing, you're still going to have to do it with the fucking womb thing.
Well, yeah, I mean, I'm against what I'm against is the constant sexual objectification of women, because I think that it can distract you from actually viewing
I understand that. I
females as
just think you
human
can't
beings.
legislate that kind of shit, though. Okay, I'm going to objectify the fuck out of women. It's just a fact. I don't really want to.
It's okay.
I'm going to do it just because my biology is going to do it. So that's just a forgiven fact that I'm going to be objectifying women because my only real use for them. Look, I frankly don't have use for people at all, right? But women have a huge advantage because I do have a use for a vagina. So I'm just saying, it's just a fact. I like vaginas.
I'm not.
You got a vagina, I'm probably going to be more interested if you have a vagina.
It's okay. I'm not saying that you can't sexually objectify. I'm just saying that there has to be some. I think I go out of my way to try to discourage it because I think we have a bias towards sexuality in a way that's maybe. A lot of this is just subjective bullshit. But look, I'm just saying based on.
I don't disagree that you can, this is flexible, but I'm just saying let's not try to pretend seawater doesn't have salt in it. Okay, I mean, there's a natural tendency, okay, for a function. Okay, we have penis vagina for a reason, so let's not pretend that's just arbitrary. It's not just arbitrary, and it's not that easy to just program it any way you wish. You know what I'm saying? It is sort of, it does have a tendency code. Okay, the tendency is to move in this direction, and so I'm just saying that you can't change the fact that penises are different than vaginas. Women don't have a penis. They don't think about relationships the same way as men do. It's just kind of a fact.
Yeah, sure. It's biologically, you're never going to get rid of that innate tendency. These gender roles were not constructed by some fucking conspiracist. They arose naturally, and yeah, it's just a fact that it was
Yeah,
selected
I'm
for
just saying
males to be males.
we don't have to write any of them into the law. I'm just saying nobody
Right.
has to fit into a role. So I'm just saying I want women to have the power to be as man as they want. If they want to fart and burp and drink beer, go ahead. If you want to drive a truck or do whatever, yeah, you have the right to do all that shit. So I'm all for letting people, and I'm all for men being whatever, pansy picking poofter doofters, wayward. Go ahead, do whatever. No harm, no foul. So I'm all for everybody being free to do whatever. You want to be a mime or something, go ahead, be a mime, whatever.
Yeah.
Wait a minute, so are you
but
giving me my
I
express
want
approval to be a mime now, Gary?
I still think women need a heightened level of protection just because of the fact that it is a kind of a male parasitic environment for women. They are going to be prey animals, essentially, and they do have this huge liability. I mean, fuck. Periods and fucking goddamn pregnancy sucks, and somebody ought to just once in a while say, yeah, that's a huge disadvantage, and on top of that, they don't have penises. For fuck's sake, their penises cut off. I mean, damn. I mean, a little bit of a sympathy for men, maybe a little sympathy for the poor women. They got no penis, damn it. You can't even give them that.
Penis envy.
Well, I'm just saying. So,
Envy.
I'm just saying. I can, for that alone, women should get a little bit of a, help them out of the mud now and then.
Yeah, I think a lot of men don't realize how vulnerable women are, and they take that for granted.
Well, I just don't think, they don't, this whole idea that they're supposed to walk around with tape recorders and video cameras so they can prove they were raped. I mean, that's pretty unfair, isn't it? Yes, that they always have to be responsible and they can't show their tits because now they just said rape me. I mean, this is kind of just bullshit. I mean, it's a double standard, and we ought to just admit it's a huge, disgusting, grotesque double standard. We sit there and applaud when they do it, and then we sit there and use as an excuse to say, I couldn't help myself. My rapey gene got
coming right for us.
My rapey gene took over.
Yeah, rape is just such bullshit. I mean, fuck, self-control is not that hard. Maybe it is for some, but it's really not that hard to say, look, I don't want to rape. I choose not to rape. It's not like starvation. It's not that intense an instinct. You can...
Well, I'm just saying, if we paid the same price, if women had the right to shove broom handles up our ass every time we got drunk, I don't think men would be so unsympathetic and say, oh, you mean I have to take a video camera everywhere I go, and I got to record everything, and I got to make sure everything's up and up because some fucking asshole's going to stick a broom up my ass?
Well,
fucking attitude.
I mean, psychologically, that's why I like to. Well, that's why I like to rebel against traditional sort of standards and just to show that you don't have to. Like, I don't actually like to objectify women, right? Because I mean, I try not to, and I encourage that. But
well, I mean, do you objectify attractiveness? Do you objectify cuteness? I mean, I really don't know how far you can go with this nonsense. I mean, sorry. I mean, it just sounds a little stupid to say that we aren't allowed to be moved by aesthetics.
I didn't. Oh no. I didn't mean
Isn't that the same bigotry? I mean, isn't aesthetics the same bigotry? I mean, it's not much different than the bigotry of gender assignments and the what appeals to you sexually ends up just being another definition of an aesthetic.
Yeah,
you can't really say that, oh yeah, we're going to pretend it doesn't matter, that aesthetics don't matter. Well, of course they do. I mean, some of the people pay zillions of dollars for paintings because aesthetics matter.
Of course, but it all reduces to value, right? It's about, I mean...
Well, I'm just saying that aesthetics has no value. It has less merit than fucking goddamn Olympic medals, right? I mean, nobody earns their aesthetic. You know what I'm saying? Attractiveness isn't something you earn.
So, Gary, just before, the question from before, I wanted to know just what would be the threshold for, well, basically, let's say you've been arguing with Professor Anton, right? And it's just so mind-boggling how a person who's supposed to know shit is that idiotic. Or when you argued with, I can't think of someone. Like, what would be the threshold for somebody who's just incomprehensibly stupid, or somebody you can't
Well, I
even
think
have a
it's the
normal
wrong
conversation?
word to use. Okay, I think it's the wrong word to use. These guys are not stupid. Professor Anton is not stupid. Okay, what he is in need of a world he can live in. So he's kind of like thou art that guy, right? I mean,
Right.
he knows what he's saying is bullshit, but he's saying it because he wants a world he can have hugs in. He wants to, take some LSD and hug everyone and ride the pink unicorn, and he's just got a boner for that bullshit, and so he's just lying because it's convenient. I mean, that's the joke of it, right? He's screaming about the inconvenient truth of us soiling the environment, and he's the one who's forcing the truth to be convenient.
It's funny how he makes these fucking really dumb videos talking about on buttons. I mean, who the fuck cares? Like, how could you even draw that relationship? Like, somehow on buttons, something like on buttons
Well,
could be
I don't even
related.
know what that last video was. I don't even know what. I'm not counting the last two videos. Okay, so yeah, because those were two retarded videos. So yeah, Professor Anton's obviously been taking some drugs.
How the fuck could you even relate?
Midlife crisis or something, or whatever he's having. But yeah, those were a little bit wacky. I guess he's looking for a new book subject, and so he's just trying out some wacky shit to see if he can make a book out of it. Button magic or something. He's like, yeah, buttons. People like buttons. If I put buttons in the title, people will go, hey, button book. Wow, cool. I love buttons.
Well, what I was trying to get to, out of all the people who've been arguing over the last 7 and 8 years, the most obnoxious one to me is probably Hythloday, and then the second one, maybe Anaconda out of somebody else. So, but Hythloday definitely takes the first seat for some reason. Well, for many reasons. So,
Well,
but that's just me.
I mean, that's Hythloday is about communication skills, so I don't even count that one because he's not being fair to the argument, right? He's just being, oh, that's a technical foul. Technical. Your sneaker is too big. It's a half-inch too big. So yeah, that basket doesn't count because your sneaker's too big. So he's just doing this bullshit, and then he goes. Then we get back on the court and we're ready to play again. And he's going, "No, your shorts are too short. Yeah, you can't have shorts."
I think the stupidest one is Great-Tex.
Wasting time.
Great-Tex is fucking idiotic.
Well, Great-Tex.
Oh, right, I forgot him. Right.
Great-Tex. I mean, Great-Tex is a guy who drank the Kool-Aid, man. So that's all you can say about Great-Tex, right? I don't know.
You did watch that video that he said about me.
He drank some seagull piss, and it all went south for him.
You did watch. You did watch that video about me that Great-Tex made.
Yeah, well, you're very sensitive on some subjects, which I think is a little bit funny. That Great-Tex has always been somebody who will try to get to people with little digs, and you just seem to be like you just was like he totally owns you in the sense that wow, all he has to do is say, "You seem gay to me," and it did unravel you. It's exactly as he predicted. You got unearthed by it, and I was a little surprised by that, frankly.
What do you mean?
It's just Great-Tex playing. He's playing. Great-Tex plays psych games. That's all he does. He's a troll. Great-Tex is the classic troll. Okay. He posts 4-word sentences on videos. Go find a Great-Tex comment, and it won't be more than 4 or 5 words at the most, right?
Yeah.
Great-Tex does not do anything but troll people. You be gay. That's what he'll do. He'll do shit like that. He'll just say shit like that on the video.
It was because I used the word faggot, and then he's like, "Oh, logic rules today shouldn't."
Well, I'm just saying that you just that's Great-Tex. I'm just saying you just stepped right into his,
Reminds me of I once told a feminist, misogynistic asshole to get cancer and die, and he said, "Oh, you are hating on cancer patients." So he flipped the insult around.
Great-Tex is, like I said, he's just a troll. He admits he's just a troll. He has nothing better to do. He's a spectator. He already announced that 5 years ago. He doesn't have any passion about anything. He's just watching the spectacle. And so what he's doing is the spectacle gets boring sometimes, so he throws some dog poo into the arena so somebody can slip on it.
It was during that response you done to Greatex, you said that I was emotionally loose cannoning because I've never worked at the retard daycare centre before, um, which was quite funny. It was with Anna Cantavad and Greatex.
Yeah, well, I mean, you know, well, Anaconda's kind of a troll too, so.
He is, but in a much less directly hostile way. He does it in this sort of passive-aggressive smiley face, you know, whatever.
Yeah, I call him just as malicious, though. I mean, he's just as insidious as a Greatex. I mean, it's just for the they're both in it. They're both nihilists, just in it for their own entertainment. I mean, none of this is meaningful to them because they have decided meaningful is just me going bowling. You know, I mean, they just don't have any concept of a bigger mission in life except for, you know, I'm going to bowl the 200 game today.
They've all got their own personal missions.
Yeah, I'm just saying they don't do the vision thing. So, you know, like I said, life, it's all just spectator sport. That's all it is for these assholes. It's all some sort of academic.
Oh yeah, Ludite.
And we're just sitting and foiling. It's all just foiling little foily things. You know, it's not a real game. We're just playing with little plastic swords.
Ludite's kind of annoying.
Yeah, he takes the cake too.
Yeah, all he does.
He's a psychotic lunatic. So there's no. I mean, you can't compare him to anything because he's actually psychotic.
But why do so many people give him so much credit? Like, I was always so surprised that, you know, like, Fred would comment on his videos and Anton would comment on his videos. Like,
he
actually is some master of something. I just never understood why he was given that kind of height.
Yeah.
In his presence.
Like, fucking cunt tube didn't save my damn video.
Ludite has a way with words.
Motherfucker.
So? But I know what you mean, but I mean, it's just...
Yeah, no, his words are, you know, what he says is... What he says is...
with Photoshop. I mean, if you're going to make your arguments mainly with Photoshop, I don't, you know, it's just, your sentence structure doesn't necessarily...
Yeah.
You know, isn't going to win me over at that, after that point.
Yeah, he doesn't actually, like, I've never actually seen him rationally argue against me in any way. He just says, your videos suck, and that's it.
Well, I'm just saying, he's psychotic. He's look at his life. His life is shit. He's got 7 kids.
Seriously?
You know? Yeah, seriously. 6, anyway, something like that. 6.
He's put them in videos before.
Yeah, he's fucked. His life is over. So he's just sitting here trying to figure out how, you know, how soon he'll die of a heart attack.
In terms of maliciousness, Jones R probably is the top 10, top 5.
Well, Jones R, in hindsight, was just the silliest of little trolls. I mean, I really shouldn't have taken him very seriously.
One of the guys, I watched this response video by you to, what's his name, Skeptical Heretic, and you're like, he says he looks like a guy from 1954 with his haircut or something.
Well, he always wears a white T-shirt, yeah, so he's always in his white T-shirt. Yeah, he was just, the guy was just so fucking Leave It to Beaver or something. So I'm really pissed off, though. Damn fucking Google didn't save the video.
Can we go with tiny chat from now on, please?
Well, no. I mean, the you know, tiny chat does suck. I mean, you do just get sick of this fucking, you know.
Guys, come on, why
can't control a conversation at all. You know, you start talking about something and somebody just interrupts with all this bullshit, and it's such a hassle.
Yeah.
I mean, I hate wasting time. It's just such a fucking tiny chat can end up wasting hours of my life.
Yeah. Well. So
it'll be every other week. I think we'll just alternate.
So anyone wanna talk about shit?
Yeah, we can do the physics thing all over again. Yeah, let's do it.
No way.
Start all over again. Oh, I did all that marbling, all those marbles. Oh, I lifted all those marbles, wasted all of those calories lifting all of those marbles for nothing.
Well, at least I heard it. I mean, you know.
I've heard it too.
Oh, well, that means something to you, but it doesn't mean much to me because you're
The point is that I'll be able to help you if you need to re-explain it or whatever.
Yes. Well, like I have you still, firmly located in the. Well, who knows how this bomb will blow up. So I haven't put you in the real thing, the real category yet. You're still just a theoretical possibility.
What do you mean?
Well, I mean you're like 15 years old and you are a little erratic. That's what I mean.
Well, I haven't U-turned my
Well,
philosophy.
lately, yeah, like 2 weeks. 2 weeks. I haven't U-turned in like 2 weeks. Yeah, sorry. I'm just gonna have to wait a little while before I can say okay. Because I thought you had the game. You know what I mean? I was sitting there saying how you got the game, you got the game, you got the game. And, I was all proud of myself. Like, wow, look at this kid. This kid's really got his shit together. And then you totally turned fucktard on me.
Over the Azot gap? Is that what it was?
Well, I don't. Yeah, it was that, and yeah, you were turned totally fucktard, didn't you? I mean, you were making all kinds of wacky, shitty videos implying I don't know what the fuck they were even. I don't even know what you were doing there. School shootings and shit and all kinds of crap, and I don't know. It was all wacky.
Yeah, well, that's psychology.
You left the building. Well, I'm just saying, whatever it is, I'm just saying. Oh, jeez. You have a whatever. Like I said, I like you, but I'm just not going to trust you for a little while. That's all. I've been down this road before, you know what I mean?
No, I can relate. I mean, I've been made cynical through a lot of backstabbings, so it's only natural to not trust a lot of people. Like, I have trust issues with fucking everybody, so
yeah, see, I'm exactly the opposite. I presume people are going to give me as fair a deal as I'll give them, and I always want to act that way. And it's like I said, I've just been burned. I'm just saying it's not your fault. It's just that there's been like 4 characters in a row that just fucked me hard in my little butticus, and it hurt.
Yeah, well, I'm just saying that there's nothing that what. I just want to reassure you that there's nothing damaging that I could do. To, I don't know why.
I mean, I know, but you basically did do damage, though. You sit there and you basically were calling me a cult figure and shit. So I mean, I don't want to go. I don't want to relive it. But yeah, you made some. You did some shit talking, fella.
I tried not to get. I wasn't getting personal.
And Wyndham's a control freak and blah blah blah. And, I
only said the only reason I said that was because I think I responded to Hythloday and you jumped in and I don't know, something like that, something along those lines.
I'm just saying that I don't want to relive it, so I'm not. It's not like I have hard feelings about it. I'm just explaining to you why you're still in the. I'm gonna wait till it's made out of cement thing.
Yeah.
Trial by fire. We need our own rite of passage for future potential anti-natalists.
See, a morbid atheist I can trust because he has turtles. See, so a guy who has turtles, yeah, I can trust that guy.
I've been around since 08, well, 07 actually. So,
yeah, I mean, I'm just saying you can trust people who have turtles.
But yeah, I like that standard. I vote for that.
Yeah, that's really that's the one that counts. Turtle standard. And such well-behaved turtles too.
Justin actually just climbed out, asking me for food, so I picked her up. I actually picked her up, so because she was right near my feet.
Yay, turtle! Yay, I'm a turtle. Yep, pretty turtley, right? Yeah, look,
I'm out.
I'm turtley. Shell. I think that's my shell.
He's so cute.
Yes. Terribly charming turtles are. I mean, except for the diseases and shit. Yeah.
Well, the big ones don't have it, as far as I know. The little ones do.
Yeah, you just gotta be careful with their water and shit. Just, don't accidentally drink turtle water. All right. So, moving on.
I think we've exhausted physics.
I'm just pissed off. Like I said, I really hate that I wasted that one. That was a good one.
Yeah. But I mean, I'm still like rather offended that you don't think that I've cemented.
Well, the fact
I don't know why.
The fact that you're offended is just more evidence of your emotional immaturity. I'm just saying you're emotionally immature to sit there and say, "Oh, Gary, you're supposed to see me, as like no harm, no foul." And,
well, I mean, I trust you, so I don't know why it's not mutual.
Well, I'm just saying. There's nothing. How the fuck did I didn't do any betrayal thing. You know what I mean? I didn't talk shit about you. You talk shit about me, buddy.
Well, I mean, I'm sorry if.
I'm just saying, if I would have said the kind of shit you said about me, if I would have said that about you, okay, without any provocation that I could possibly see, I didn't do anything, and all of a sudden decided to, stick some sticks up my ass for no good reason.
Yeah, well, maybe it was uncalled for. I just want to review what it is that I said, because I'm not sure if, like, I don't remember I don't even remember what I said. I think
well, I don't really want to do it, so I'm just saying, if you want to bother with this, revisiting it all, I just don't see anything productive in doing that, because you said a lot of crap that just wasn't very nice crap. So you want to turn it into something that's nice, I don't know, go ahead and try. I don't even know. I said, what was the implication of the video? You titled it something, inmendham something or other, and it's a cartoon of a kid shooting a school up. How does that have something to do with me?
No, it doesn't. That was not the intention. I can't remember why I uploaded that. That wasn't.
Well, I'm just saying, it had my name on it. You don't understand why I find that a little disturbing if somebody's going to post a video with my name on it and shooting up a school?
Yeah, I can see why that would look problematic. Maybe I should change that. But I wasn't, implying that was related to.
I know. I'm just saying, do you really want to do this? Because I'm just saying, I don't remember the exact quotes, but like I said, you did say something about me being a control freak, by me being dominating, and me being this, me being that. You did this whole fucking rag about how I'm psychologically controlling people because I'm expressing my fucking opinion, and you're saying, "Oh, hey, why is that bothering you, Gary?" Well, that's what it's bothering me, okay? I don't like people saying shit that isn't true, okay? And it's not fucking true. I don't have any personal relationship with anybody. I try not to online. None. I don't fucking massage anybody's ass. I don't fucking do any of this shit. I don't try to solicit support in any way possible. Oh, Fan can testify to that. I treat her like shit, and she's my best friend.
It was Hythloday who said that you were basically pressuring logic rolls of dice and all this stuff, and I took his word for it at the time.
Well, I'm just saying I heard it out of your mouth, okay? I'm not talking about what Hythloday said. I'm talking about what you, okay? I'm just saying you said it in your video. I'm just telling you why that doesn't work for me.
Yeah, it was Hythloday that influenced me to see what I did.
Well, that's okay. Like I said, you don't have to defend yourself, right? I've told you already. I like you. I think you're smart. It's just that you're a little buggy, okay? And I'm going to wait till the bugs are out. Is that too much? Is that too?
No, that's fine. That's just
highest standard I'm applying to lowest standard. I'm just saying, for my personal self, I'm saying I like you. I think you're smart, but I'm going to be a little careful how I touch this thing because it does some wacky shit.
Well, that's okay. I mean, I just want to accelerate and get the bugs out. But anyway, setting aside the personal psychology stuff, it's okay to not trust me on a individual level. Like maybe I'm unreliable, not so much on subject all the time. It's fine to not trust that, but as far as the arguments go, what is it that you want to know, and what is it that you like? Where would we disagree? Like, for what reason?
Like I said, on that one subject, we did disagree. I mean, you started saying how there is a huge is-ought gap. I'm like, what the fuck? We already went through this argument. There's no is-ought gap. Sentience creates sensation. Sensation has value. Gee, where's the is-ought? Where's the gap?
Sensation has value, yes, it does. And I think that there's an objective morality, and yeah, you shouldn't harm, because harm is bad.
Well, there's an ought. Well, there's an ought, right? So
yeah.
Right,
I know.
Right. No gap. There's no gap problem.
Right. There's no.
Little bunny rabbit in space bubble is feeling. Little bunny in space bubble shouldn't have nail in eye. There, we're done, aren't we?
Yeah. No, I agree with that.
Well, okay, I'm just saying you didn't agree with it a month ago or whatever that was, 2 months ago.
Yeah.
There's a huge problem with this, is art. That's what you said. Anyway, like I said, I really don't. She just keeps saying, let's argue about it some more, Gary. It's just like you're my wife or something. Oh, the argument will never end. So for the next 40 years, we'll have to argue about this.
So, I mean, let's focus on the word ought or should.
1, 2, 3.
Let's analyze and break down ought.
Well, I know, but should is just equals, isn't it? Wouldn't it just be 2 plus 2 equals do?
Well,
right?
That's is.
So that's all we're saying. We're just saying it's an equal sign, and the equal is do. That's what an ought is, right? Ought is do.
A command?
Yeah.
So
the
right.
product of the equation is a requirement. It's just basically saying it's a condition. The condition needs support. The condition creates necessity. There's necessity established by the condition. It's like I could say if I say something weighs 10 pounds, then I know it's a condition of support would require that it's on a table that can support 10 pounds. So the simple statement is that sentience creates this value thing. The value thing creates necessity. Value automatically creates necessity.
So it mandates an
alleviation. It's the very nature of value, right? I mean, as soon as you say there's value, it's automatically put in the precious category or the need support category or the need special treatment category, right? Value means it has to be treated differently because it is different, correct?
Right. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I agree with that.
Acknowledgement that the only thing that means anything about its difference is this component of necessity, correct?
Right. So yes.
If you didn't necessarily treat it differently, there wouldn't be any necessity to distinguish that it had value, right? Value wouldn't mean anything if it didn't impose necessity. Correct?
True. Yeah.
So why would you recognize value if you're not going to recognize the necessity it creates, right? It's a necessary component of the concept itself. The existence of the concept creates the word necessity. Necessity doesn't have a reality without value. Value doesn't have a reality without necessity. You get it? The two concepts can't exist without each other.
Right. So
in a world with no value, there's no necessity. In a world with no necessity, there's no value.
Yeah. No, I agree with that. So there's intrinsic value in sentient states. That I've always agreed with that premise. I don't think that there's anything else that has value other than suffering. And there's the asymmetry, which is
well,
true.
You could say discomfort or uncomfort. So uncomfort has value.
Well,
We
yes.
always have to be a little careful how we qualify this if we're going to be explicit. So if we're going to get really explicit, it's not really the fact that suffering exists, it's the fact that there's deprivation exists, this deprivated state, this less than state.
Yes. For me, there's the -1 going towards the 0, right?
Well, it's all negative is what I'm saying.
Right.
But my point is if you describe it as suffering, it tends to limit understanding of what exactly the problem is. And the problem is discomfort, which includes suffering.
Yes. Yeah.
A lack of comfort, which includes suffering. So I'm just saying the better term is the one that doesn't sound as bad. But I'm just saying it's the better term because it's the truer term.
Deprivation.
Yeah, well, deprivation and more importantly, uncomfort.
Yeah, because it implies some absence of sorts.
Yeah, well, it's not only just an absence, but it's an absence of comfort. You know what I'm saying? It's like absence might not be so bad. Just desire that isn't uncomfortable isn't bad.
Okay.
But uncomfortable desire is bad.
Yeah, that's like a present negative.
So yeah, you're really saying it's discomfort. It's a lack of comfort that is the bad thing, not necessarily what we would qualify as pain and suffering. But those are things that fit in the category of uncomfort.
Yeah. Ultimately, though, it's all built out of, there's just desires or needs or...
Well, those are uncomforts.
Yeah.
It's created to motivate us to become comfortable. We can't need to be comfortable until we're first made uncomfortable. So that's a condition of momentum or movement, is the necessity to move. And the only way you can have necessity to move is you have to create this value, and the value is negative, which is the whip. We're not being really moved by a carrot. The carrot, whenever the carrot exists, the carrot's really just removal of the whip.
Yeah. But how would you prove that, though?
Well, I mean, I can't prove it beyond saying that I'm a psychology and I can sort of see how my psychology functions. So I can say that's my first proof is personal experience. But I guess I'm saying that logically, I just think it's explicit in the language. You know what I'm saying? I'm saying just as the word necessity is made out of the word value, and the word value is made out of the word feeling, and the feeling is made out of this concept of comfort that is the real ambition. The ambition is to achieve comfort.
Yeah, you're always going from one state. You're always going from bad to less bad, right?
Well, you're always going towards comfort.
Yeah. So the natural,
more comfortable, more quiet, more peaceful, more full, more finished, more complete.
Yeah. It's a lack
of comfort is like an emptiness.
yeah,
Isn't
it's
that
like
something we all strive towards anyway? That's something we all experience. I mean, if
I'm not saying whether we all experience it,
we wouldn't have any reason to keep going, right?
we still have to put it into language. So all we're really doing is arguing about the semantics, like what's the proper way to describe the actual mechanism. Yes, we're all desire motivated, but what's the nature of desire? And the nature of desire is essentially this taking away of your comfort. Your comfort is now over there. You now have to go over there to get your comfort.
Right.
so I was going to add to that, but I can't remember what it was.
Great. I'll go back to the marble. But it's all this marble thing, right? See, it's the marble is the comfort, and the green marble. Well, no, maybe that won't work. But yeah, it's just Chinese checkers, really, right? See, right when you start the game, all the marbles are full, all the holes, and then all of a sudden, when you start taking marbles up, then you have this whole jumpy game. You know, and just start jumping marbles, you know. So you're trying to just go from all the holes are filled to all the holes are empty.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, it is. I mean, obviously, it's nothing you can't. It's hard to draw a diagram of it.
No, I remember what I was going to say. It's if you, it's like an asymptote on a graph. You're never going to be fully satisfied, because you'll lose sight of comfort.
Well, you can for a moment or two. So I mean, I think you can be fully satisfied for a brief period of time, you know, before something, you know, before you have to go take a piss or something. I mean, I've certainly had moments in my life, you know, hour or two where I've been able to maintain a sense of complete bliss for, you know, a couple hours at a time.
That would be me right now.
I've done that.
Drinks will help with that.
Yeah, and well, if you count distraction, you know, distraction also works. Like, so you could almost say like a video game or something. There's moments in there where you're totally disconnected from your feeling space. You know what I'm saying? You're kind of in a ethereal.
Right.
You're in a, you know, you're morphed into a fog. You know what I mean? Where you don't really exist anymore, and you're just kind of in an amorphous thing that can live, die. You know what I'm saying? You have no nerve. You know, when you're in that thought space, let's call it, or something. So if you're in deep thought space or fantasy space,
in the zone,
yeah, you can transcend, you know, the bodily function and exist as a you know, as a thought or an idea or a concept or a perception. I mean, it's hard to describe that, but I think you know what I mean. You know, where you're just lost in it. You know, totally zoned out, just zoned out of your physical reality.
I can attest to that.
Yeah. So that's another place that's a pretty good place to be.
Which brings us to VR, obviously.
Yeah, well, you know, that's, you know, I hate to say it, but yeah, it's just pretty much just some concession to the necessity of it. You know what I'm saying? You're not. It makes no sense logically to waste time entertaining this group of idiots. You know what I'm saying? It's just easier just to say unplug them than to plug. You know what I mean? Well, I just mean this generation, whatever generation would make the choice to go into virtual reality.
All
while
right.
you're doing, saying that somehow there's some purpose in entertaining them more than entertaining the next group or the next group or the next. You know, what's the point of it? It's quit. You know, just unplug it.
You know, I wanted to opine on this somewhat. I've read an article about how future marriages in this country. Well, marriages, who cares, right? But it's interesting how the subject was warped around the fact that with all this technology, people are basically staying in touch all the time. So, like, if you don't text somebody back in 30 minutes, you think they're cheating on them, or you always have to keep in touch. You have to post shit online, and it turns into this total human disconnect where people basically either talk through text messages or, you know, you jerk off and watch porn instead of actually having sex and connecting whatever with your other half. So it's interesting how technology is pretty much, I mean, we don't know how it's going to affect this generation or the next generation, but we're heading sort of towards the way of
Japan.
humans doing this other thing.
I don't know if it's all negative, to tell you the truth. Like I said, if they had a little bit better technology,
no, it's great.
I think this would all kick ass in a way, just because I think you could just, you know, frankly, you know, you could create synthetic relationship. You know what I'm saying? If we have some device, let's say they have this tactile thing, you know, where you can, you know, you can create any kind of sensation. You know what I'm saying? You can create a physical device that'll create any sensation. And, you know, we already have it. You know what I'm saying? It's just we haven't got it cheap enough yet. But I'm just saying, so physically, sensually, you could just close your eyes and sort of have, you know what I'm saying? People close their eyes when they're having sex. You know what I mean? So, you know, it's just this. What's the difference? Now
Well, you watched Her, but you didn't like it much. Remember that?
Uh-huh.
You watched Her, but you didn't like it much, even though I think that's like the next step for us. You remember that movie, Her?
Well, I didn't like it much because it was just totally unarousing. I mean, the people in the movie sucked, and the whole thing was pussy and whiny, and it was all the worst parts of a relationship, not the best parts, right? I mean, talking sex? Fuck that. I want the feeling sex movie, not the talking sex movie. You know what I mean?
Well, when the sequel comes out, maybe they'll get to that, hopefully.
Well, I'm just saying, it was pretty lame as movies go to me. It was like little sissy boy man. It was just all very gay. Sorry, gay people. But it was very gay.
Hey, gay's cool, man. You got a problem?
Well, I'm just saying, it was a real quiche kind of movie. It was just too much quiche in that movie.
But I'm all for this technology thing disconnecting me from other people. I really don't, you know, whatever. I like doing the technology thing rather than the personal.
Well, I'm just saying that generically, what I want from another human being really is just like, oh, Gary, you look great today. God, that was a great point you made, Gary. And blah, 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 blah. And so, yeah, so I have something that blows smoke up my ass, makes me feel good, and then also gives me a blowjob. Well, all win, right? So, yeah, what do I need people for? So if I can have a program that'll give me
like that.
I need, you know, why, and I can just unplug it whenever the fuck I want, you know, it's like the perfect roommate, right? Yeah, you could just unplug them whenever you want. You know, plug them in to do the housework and give you a blowjob and then unplug.
They have virtual girlfriends in Japan, I think. You can get a virtual girlfriend.
Yeah, well, I'm just saying, I'm perfectly, I can fall right into that, especially if you give me one of those sensory deprivation chambers and shit. I can take a bath while I'm doing it. Perfect.
So we need an off switch. We need an off switch, basically. We need to invent that.
Yeah, but I don't find much charm in real people, to tell you the truth. I mean, they have abilities, you know, they get sick, they die, they do all kinds of stupid things. It's like having a cat, you know. It's just like, okay, I'm allergic, it leaves fur, it does this, it, you know, coughs up a hairball, blah, blah, blah. I mean, relationships with real people are complicated because you have to care about them, and it's a burden, and it's, you know, then you have to listen to them drone on about bullshit, and so, yeah, fuck it.
Yeah, I agree with that. I don't really socialize that. I used to, but I just, I don't know, I'm just too cynical to fall back into it. I've just
people just don't feed me, you know what I mean?
Too much.
People just do not feed me with anything, you know what I mean? They just don't, nothing comes out of their mouth that ever interests me. So all I can really do is say, well, do they have an ass and some tits or something? What do they got? You know, what they got to offer me? It's, yeah, nothing's going to come out of their mouth that I want to hear.
Yeah.
Well, I gotta be honest, this philosophy, I mean, I've been in doubt with it 7 or 8 years ago. It really made me dislike people in a way of, like, if I talk to somebody, like a friend or half-friend or an acquaintance, I already know they're most probably not a vegetarian, they're not an antinatalist. I immediately have disdain for them by default. I don't know if it's a good thing or nothing, but it's just, I can't help it, and
yeah.
Like I can't, like I don't really want to, you know, give away much of my time to you because we're on a different levels, and right there, that's like prejudicial.
Well, I mean, I'm kind of arrogant. Yeah, I think that I've got it all figured out. So I just feel so beyond so many human beings, like in terms of understanding, and some people can't even get evolution, and I'm already at like.
They can't even get E. Okay, they don't even get the E of evolution. That's the part that really is irritating, right? That even the ones who are atheists don't even acknowledge evolution. You know what I mean? They don't even connect human to evolution, in any real way. They don't even get the context of our actual creation, and that we were salmon swimming up a stream not too long ago.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's more frustrating when atheists don't get it. It's not quite as frustrating when Christians don't get it.
Yeah.
Because Christians at least have that somewhat excuse of being ignorant or deliberately ignorant, but atheists have no excuse.
Oh, no, what's even worse is when the atheists say that, DNA, the purpose of life is to survive and reproduce, as if somehow that were by a mind or something.
Yeah,
that's like even
worse.
It turned fucking evolution into God. I mean, it's just like, what the fuck are you talking about? There's no logic in evolution. It's a fucking gladiator war. It's a dog fight. Why are you glorifying a dog fight?
Yeah. And yet they want to accuse antinatalists of being religious. It's just kind of ironic, isn't it?
Against dog fighting. Isn't that so funny? I'm religious. Why? Because I'm against dog fighting. Oh, yeah. Well, shit. Fuck me. What an asshole I am. Yeah.
That's funny.
Well, a Kaku guy did that, right? He said there, I heard him do it. He did it in 2 different interviews, right? He made this stupid ant analogy, right? Like the UFOs talking to ants. Like that's like us talking to ants would be the UFOs talking to us, and they'd find us totally irrelevant, meaningless. And he was talking about stepping on them, and I was just like, he did it twice. And it's just like, oh yeah, we would just step on them. No, if we're assholes, we would go step on them, right? We wouldn't step on them if we were smart. No, we'd step on them if we were stupid.
But the funny thing is, even the religious use the ant analogy several times when you ask them, well, how come we can't hear or see God or something, and they're gonna say, well, can you explain to an ant what whatever it is? I mean, I heard that analogy before, and you probably did that analogy without even realizing that the religious fucks did that.
That's fucking retarded.
It's just a stupid argument, It's this God who invents us to praise him. I mean, just the whole concept. What I exist to praise this motherfucker.
Yeah, it's so egotistical, isn't it?
Me so I could sit there and say how kick-ass he is, and you're telling me I'm supposed to respect this turd?
Yeah.
This fucktard?
No, if there's a God, he's an egomaniacal, evil fucking dick.
Somebody tell me how cool I am. Yeah, I'm God. I need somebody to tell me how cool I am. And he's not even high jumping, right? He's not even winning the Masters, God. He doesn't even do a motherfucking thing to have any merit whatsoever except totally fuck up and kill everybody, right? And then, oh, my bad. And yeah, I'm supposed to praise him. Oh, thank you for annihilating everybody. Yes, thank you very much for punishing us appropriately by killing everyone. And, of course, yes, giving women pain in childbirth forever. Oh, that was a great idea. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Yeah, it's just a stupid, silly idea.
Well, it's insane. It's not even stupid. It's when you think about it. I mean, religion is insane. I knew that when I was 5 fucking years old. It was insane. They were telling me this story. I'm saying, God's will. What do you mean? What the fuck is this will that guy's only got 1 leg? What, God retarded?
Yeah.
Maybe he is.
Well, that's when it gets even worse, because, yeah, there are the religious who will just say, well, he could be a drunk. So what? Yeah, so what? How does that change anything? Yeah, God's a drunk. Yeah, so what?
Well, a couple of days ago, this chief NASA scientist said that we're going to find ETs within the next 30 years.
Yeah, well, we know NASA doesn't have any credibility at all, so... They're all silly putty scientists there now.
They're probably just looking for money from the government or what, I don't know.
Well, yeah, I mean, whatever. Yeah, they want more whatever, some private, they got a private company they're starting called, ET Forever or whatever, and so they're going to sell, atomic tang or something to the UFOs. Yeah, we should be sending the aliens tang because they probably have a vitamin deficiency. So let's just make a bunch of tang and shoot it into space so the aliens can drink it and feel good.
What is the SETI, Search for Extraterrestrial Intelligence? Carl Sagan made a video on it.
Yeah, well, Carl Sagan was he was, they all have a weakness, don't they? Yeah, he sure had a weakness. They're going to play
kind of a romantic.
The golden record. Let's send the golden record into space so the aliens can play the golden record and know how cool we are.
Well, some scientists are saying it was a bad idea sending it out because we're going to attract the evil aliens to come and invade us. There are actually some people who are saying that.
Well, I know that Mickey, the cuckoo guy, and the fucking Hawkins. Hawkins actually believes that.
He's afraid of aliens.
Go all the way across the universe to what? Eat us like hot dogs. Yeah,
and even
sure they are. They're going to go across the whole galaxy to go make to McDonald's. Yeah, right. That's like you flying to California to go to McDonald's.
I think they're technologically advanced enough to know that if they can get.
I think physics would be enough of a burden where they'd figure out, oh, that's kind of an expensive hot dog. I mean, even for the aliens, it still has to cost some real money to travel all the way across the galaxy, right? I mean, that's still got to cost $10, right?
Now I actually know why nothing can travel faster than the speed of light. Because everything already is, and it's just locked in.
Exactly, yes.
Right.
Yes. Yep, you can only move slower than the speed of light. Yeah, you can't go faster. You can only go slower.
Yep. And even if you could go the speed of light, you wouldn't be able to get anywhere resembling a habitable planet for fucking years.
You wouldn't be, is the point. You wouldn't be you then. You'd be a bunch of light, all going in one direction towards that destination, and therefore you wouldn't be a you anymore because you is only you because a bunch of your fucking goddamn photons are caught in stupid spirals.
Well, I've read a couple more articles. One said that if there are aliens out there traveling at the speed of light, we would have seen flashes of those lights or whatever. And another thing was when you travel at the speed of light, there's still like 400 hydrogen atoms per square inch of space or something, and your spaceship would still be bumping into them at an immense speed, so it would rip your spaceship apart anyway. Shit like that.
Well, I'm just saying the ship can't do it in the first place. You can't do it in the second place. Like I said, there's no atomic structure that could travel the speed of light. Atoms can't move the speed of light because the parts of the atoms are already moving the speed of light, and they can't go faster than the speed of light, so obviously they can't do that. But anyway, besides that point, you can maybe go half the speed of light if by incredible luck. But obviously your metabolism gets so slow that when you're going that fast, your metabolism is so slow that everything will go right past you and you'll have no clue what happened. You'll be like, oh, I went there and came, oh shit, I didn't see it happen.
It's basically aging slows down, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. Your metabolism slows down, your perception slows down, everything slows down. Well, see, the real irony, though, right? Can you imagine like a spaceship's going twice the speed of light? The thing is that all the energy you're encountering, like it's coming at you, like say if regular photons are coming at you, right? Infrared, like just visible light. So say visible light's coming at you, and you're going really fast. What happens is the visible light turns into X-rays. So now you're hitting X-rays instead of visible light, so you'd end up being nuked by your speed. Your speed is going to turn all the radiation ahead of you that's coming towards you. You're going to magnify its intensity, and you're going to convert it into cosmic rays and X-rays.
And you're going to get
you're going to get irradiated by visible light.
It's how the Doppler effect works with sirens.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's See, that's another thing the regular physicists have all wrong. I mean, the Doppler effect is the fact that when something's moving, the frequency is going to change of whatever it's leaving behind it, or whatever it's absorbing as it's heading. So there is absolute speed. It's not relativity. Relativity is bullshit. The speed of light is the speed of light, and the frequency is frequency, and you can't change those. Those are absolute quantities, not relative quantities. I mean, if you're moving the speed of light, you couldn't turn a flashlight on and shine the light ahead of you. Can't happen.
I like the idea of supposed aliens leaving traces of flashes of light, because if you travel at the speed of light, supposedly it's going to get some gigantic flash in space that everybody's going to see.
Yeah, well, that wouldn't happen. The flash is going to be you arriving as photons. You're not going to arrive as a thing. You're just going to arrive as a bunch of photons. But yeah, you won't create energy.
So if you were actually traveling at the speed of light and you did actually turn on flashlight, what would happen?
Well, nothing. I mean, there can't be a you in the first place. There can't even be a flashlight. But the point was that, let's say you could have a flashlight. The light can't perpetuate faster than you're moving. So your movement would just mean that the photon would be gurgitated, let's say, right? But it can't move faster than your own atoms. So I'm just saying right there the whole thing breaks down, right? Because you can't have a material object moving the speed of light. So I'm just saying you can't have anything emit. An atom has to emit photons. Photons are always something trapped, right? To be released. Right. So you can't trap them if they're moving the speed of light. So it's just right there your paradox.
Yeah, contradiction.
The paradox just blows up your thought experiment. You just can't possibly create light from something that's not a material form, and you can't have material form if you're already moving the speed of light.
So the question's already flawed from the outset.
Well, like I say, you can only do it from some sort of perspective, like half the speed of light, and then you can explain that the light would leave, okay, as radio waves. So when you turn the flashlight on, it wouldn't be visible light that came out, it would be like radio waves.
Wouldn't it be the other way? Wouldn't it be compressed?
Yay! Wow, she really looks hot today. Damn, she got the hair and stuff. Damn.
Hair and stuff, yeah.
Damn.
Oh, hey, Mike Bull is in here. Hey, Mike, how you doing?
Yeah, shut up. I'm busy.
Oh, sorry.
Send me a picture. Gotta send me pictures. I want to paint. I want to paint.
Can you send me a picture of you so I can paint it, and then I'll send you a picture of you too?
Okay, that's a good deal.
Yeah.
Okay.
Send it to YouTube or something, or email her.
All right. What should I wear? Yeah, you have to give me instructions.
Nothing.
Yeah, you have to give me instructions.
No, I don't know anything. Just make sure the lighting's good so I can get good details.
He's asking for instructions, you know? I mean,
details? I don't know if I want details.
Gary, just go naked.
You gotta draw a penis extra detailed.
I do have my blue shorts on. I do have my famous blue shorts on.
Yeah, I like blue.
Oh,
yeah.
Cool. Okay, yeah, I'll do a blue short picture then.
Okay.
Well, I'll have to think of something better than that, but anyway.
You've been talking about this all week.
Yes, I've been thinking about it all week. So, yeah. How can I kill Mike? Okay. Yeah, well, let's see. Maybe I'll get some of that. They found methyl cyanide in the universe. So maybe I'll get a bucket of that and water and, and get Mike out of the way. He's just going to get in the way. Mike's just going to get in the way.
Yeah, I understand. I can just, go under a rock somewhere.
Yeah, exactly. You're just becoming totally superfluous.
Yeah.
Yes, yeah. You have a new identity now. Your personality's completely been transformed.
All these people
I'll just
what's going on?
But anyway, okay, I'll calm down. I'll be a responsible adult. I really will.
So wait.
I like your sweater, Gary. I like that.
Yeah,
this is a picture and send it.
Man, I gotta admit the sweater is pretty cool, you know.
I feel like this is one of those things we're just gonna be talking about for 3 weeks and nothing's ever gonna happen.
No, I'm gonna paint it.
No, it's gonna get done. I'm telling you, I was so in the mood this week. I was just like saying, "Damn, I gotta paint that. I gotta paint." So this was good motivation. So I'm saying, yeah.
You look like a
really
Viking wearing that.
I'll
You
stay for
look
like
like
2
a
days.
Viking, crazed Viking.
You're doing it like this. Like, look how fucking beastly he look.
Well, I can't like get a picture of him on the thing. Is like I need like a clear picture, like I could see him. Like.
Yeah. Okay. I can do that. I can do that.
Wait, what are you
Okay.
gonna send it to?
I'll send it to Mike's YouTube channel.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
I'll save it.
Right. We got a deal. We got a deal. Okay.
Yeah.
I just have to find the right, the exact picture, and then we'll have a deal. And then I have to figure out. I was thinking mermaid, but then I'm saying, nah, fuck that. I'm gonna do something more moody.
Yeah. Gary needs a proper picture of himself. He could make it as his like YouTube profile picture or something.
Yeah, well, that's what it's gonna be great.
Yeah.
It's been a while.
I mean, you haven't updated it in a long time, so hey, if you got a new picture, you could have a really neat artsy thing to have as your picture. Exactly. And it would appeal more people, right?
Yeah, it'd make me happy.
Is your email on your website, inmendham?
Yeah, inmendham.com will work. So anything at inmendham.com will also work, or donotgod.com. So you could just send it Mike at inmendham.com, or chickypoo at inmendham.com. Yeah, I like that. Yeah.
I don't know why I feel like this is going to be difficult.
Nothing is ever simple, Mike. Don't you know?
This is cool. This is cool.
So yeah, we got like all these chicks that like want to hang like you're like the new Howard Stern sort of, but like better because like they respect you. So like they want the dick, but like also like they like your brain. So we're thinking like you could do a channel like I know you got like a lot on your plate, but like just like some bitches, some cigarettes, just like just a little side project. I feel like that'd be good. Maybe just like a little relaxing thing before the Nobel Prize and all that other shit.
Yeah, well, it'll make it all good. So yeah, so we'll have to figure like a couple of weeks. You'll have to come visit. We'll exchange paintings. It'll be really cool.
Yeah.
Oh, can we?
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
Oh.
I could, maybe I'd do a little hugging or something. Best part. It's like his best part, right? It's just a friendly hug. Yeah, right.
Yeah, we'll say.
If I come over, I'm bringing like a whole squad, though.
Well, I don't like
squad deep,
but whatever.
I feel like it's
What?
Yeah. It's not gonna be just me and you. I'm bringing Rose. I'm bringing.
Oh yeah, we're gonna bring a bunch of girls.
Yeah, so it's me and a bunch of girls. It's not gonna be no men. It's like
Gary's not gonna object to that. Oh no, he won't object to that at all.
Cool. It could be like a bikini team, right? I can have my own bikini team. Inmendham bikini team. Yeah.
Pretty much.
Like the Inmendham cheerleaders. Oh yeah, it'd be cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, they just like do heroin and stuff. Yeah, no cheers.
Oh man, I gotta go smoke a cigarette, but I'll be back.
I'm gonna smoke a cigarette too, but I won't be right back because I'm gonna do it right now.
Bastards! I need a cigarette, and I have to do this stupid cheap fucking.
Gary, can I send you a pack of like marbles?
Yes, you can. I would really appreciate if somebody would fucking send me a pack of cigarettes, because no one sent me a pack in like fucking 2 months.
All right, I'll tell you what. When I have the money, I'll send you a pack. I will send you a pack.
Listen, we're gonna send you a pack of cigarettes.
So you'll get 2 packs. You will get two you'll get 2 packs.
Mike is already poor enough. He doesn't have to waste his money on me. But I'm just saying.
Wait, what kind of cigarettes do you like?
The ones that burn. The longer, the better.
American spirits.
Oh, yeah,
you want some American spirits? Those will burn long, and they'll last for a long time.
All malls are cheap, and you buy the long ones. You know what I'm saying? Good deal. So.
Okay.
Oh my God.
Never smoked.
Good for you. Don't get lung cancer.
Yeah, well, nicotine is just an evil drug, but once you're addicted, it's your best friend.
Pretty much. Pretty much.
Yeah, it's always there, right? It's the most reliable thing I've had in my life. The most consistent, dependable thing in my existence was my cigarette. Yeah. I could always depend on Mr. Cigarette. Or Mrs. Cigarette, or whatever the hell it was. I could always depend on it. Always there for me. Yep. Yeah, it's a funny drug. Like once you're addicted to it, it's kind of like that heroin thing. Like you do it not to get off, but you can do it just to make yourself normal. But in a way, it is kind of it does help your concentration and shit. It is a kind of a focusing drug in a way. Yeah, I should. No. I don't know. I can't even say, right? Because I've been addicted to nicotine so long that I don't know what life is like without it, really. I mean, it's so long ago when I think about it. It's since I was 40 years of nicotine addiction.
What do you like most about human beings?
The smell of their death. Gee,
Smell of napalm in the morning.
Yeah, exactly. The smell of whatever the bacteria is that eats humans.
It tastes good, probably.
The smell of maggot poo in the morning. Yeah, humans. What's admirable about them? Well, like I said, you can only go with like a couple of humans. You just say there's a couple of standout kind of guys, and you say, okay, that human was worth the trouble, but the rest are just horrible. So yeah, I don't know. But yeah, there's nothing too much to like. I mean, I don't like that physically we're weak, and there's so little about us that's admirable. You know what I mean? I mean, compared to like a tiger, I mean, fuck, we are such a pussy piece of shit.
Tigers have perfectly symmetrical faces, and we don't. So that's pretty cool.
Yeah, and tigers are kick-ass. They're just a physical machine.
You can't really do logic, though. So
magnificent fucking physical machine, and we're just so lame by comparison.
We have reason.
I know, but you could argue that whatever. It's like a tree sloth having reason.
Well,
yeah, it makes me so much better climbing up the tree and then climbing down the tree. It's going to have all these brains to do that with. I mean, we really don't do anything with our reason, right? What do? American Idol.
The biggest thing I like about humanity is that humanity invented video games so that I could escape from humanity.
Yeah, well, that's kind of a lame rationalization, but we'll let you have it. Yeah, I wish video games. I wish I could. I mean, I'd love to have 10 years off so I could just play video games. But I have to do all this thinking shit. I have to do all this fucking work that none of you assholes do because you're wasting all their fucking lives video gaming. But you are young.
I've already finished.
You can afford to waste some time because you're still young. But I'm just saying, the human race is running out of time, and you assholes really have to get off your ass someday and do something constructive instead of just watching video games and smoking reefer.
The sad thing is, right? I've already got it all written down, but I just can't be fucked compiling it.
I know, but you're just going to have to get to that to be fucked part. I'm just saying, eventually you're going to have to figure out that you don't want to waste too much time. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, I know.
You don't want to, you don't want to, you don't want to leave bullets in the holster or however you want to put it. You know what I mean? You don't want to, climb 9 of the 10 stairs. You got one step more to go. And, you don't do it, and you squandered your opportunity, and blah blah blah.
That would be so depressing. I never get to finish. It's like...
Well, I mean, you get hit by a fucking streetcar tomorrow or whatever, taxi cab or something, you know what I'm saying? You can get fucked tomorrow when you're out of the game. And,
that would suck. But in the event that something like that should occur, I wish that I had some sort of backup plan, or maybe, I don't know, I don't know. I mean, I've got so many projects that I haven't finished yet. You know what I mean? Shit that I've written down, books that I've not finished, a whole ton of stuff, and it'd be really shitty if that did happen. Because I don't want to sound egocentric, but I'm like, you know, fucking like, it's not very often that you find someone at my age that knows this much. Well, at least in terms of the fundamentals, like, so I think it's finished, more or less.
Well, I'm just saying you have to, you know, we're all big talkers. You know, you guys still got to show up and hit the shots. You know what I'm saying? So
right. No, I have.
I'm just not the game and doing the game are two different things. So I mean, I'm in the same boat in the sense that I'm still a failure until I prove I'm not.
Well, you've already proven it to me, but it's just a matter of presenting it to everyone else, right?
Well, I'm just saying I got to take the game to the game. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I'm still not on the field playing the game. You know, I'm still talking the game, and I still ain't being able to play the game. It's not all my fault, but I'm just saying it's still a fact of life that you still have to win. And I still haven't won. You know, so I mean, I still have to hit the shot when it counts or where it counts.
Right. So now all that's left for us is just the politics thing and just, you know, I guess communicating. That's our responsibility. We've already opened Pandora's box. It's just a matter of telling everyone else.
Yeah, well, part of the game was to figure out, you know, to actually, you got to practice before you're ready. You know what I'm saying? So this is all practice, is how I look at it. And so, you know, I'm getting to the point where now, yeah, I'm ready to play the game. You know, I'm ready to, you know, it's time to make the documentary or whatever the fuck it's going to be and do it right and do it all the way and just kick its ass.
Gary, did you watch that website I sent you? It simulates all the births and deaths on the planet.
Yeah, I didn't get to it yet. I mean, I thought it would probably be a little hokey for me, but I didn't. I mean, I didn't intend to, but I just didn't. I didn't get to it yet. But I just figured it was some kind of thing that's like you know, a little poo comes out of a hamster's ass, and that's a birth, and then a death is.
No, it's the world's map, and it's whenever there's a birth or death in the world that's recorded, that location on Earth immediately pops up. And if you let it run for like 2 or 3 minutes, you'll eventually see how many people have died and how many people are birthed.
I've heard of that.
So it just makes everything. Yeah, it makes everything so insignificant. You're just like, holy shit! I've been here for 2.5 minutes, and 150 people are born, or what more, and like 100 people have died. It just puts a lot of shit into perspective. I love it.
Yeah, some of that has the opposite effect on me, but yeah. No, I'm not saying it isn't sometimes good to be able to visualize it, but yeah, I don't know what to say on that. It's the where is the thing that bugs you. You know what I'm saying? So I guess if it shows up where people can actually see that most of the people being born are being born in shit, you know, that might mean something to you.
It does show that. It's mostly India, Bangladesh, Indonesia, and a few others.
Yeah, Indonesia. Holy shit. Too sensitive for an insensitive world.
Yeah, China and stuff like that.
Yep.
Yeah, I think the thing that's a little startling is the ratio. You know, people don't really realize that the ratio is still very negative. You know what I'm saying? There's still a lot more births than there are deaths. You know, and that's bad.
Yeah. Yeah, I think we should let that video run on all the billboards and all the TV channels and all the YouTube channels until people get it.
Yeah, I know. Well, they did that with the national debt. They put the national debt everywhere. Nobody paid any attention.
I mean,
12 trillion, 20 trillion, who cares? Whatever.
Not only is it more negative, but also it's always the poorest, most like retarded human beings on the planet that tend to have children. You know?
Yeah, well, I stopped watching one of those haiku videos. You know, I was just a radio program or something. Well, anyway, so there was call-in, right? And where I just stopped listening. I didn't stop for a reason. I had to go out. But anyway, it's just kind of funny because a woman gets on the phone, right? And she says, well, my brother's a physicist, and I do Reiki, and I have a autistic retarded child. And this is how she's prefacing her question. You know, you're just saying, what is setup, right? My brother's a physicist. I do imaginary, whatever, hand therapy. You know, I have a retarded child, and you're saying this is going to be a physics question, right? This is the setup to a physics question, and you're just saying, "Damn, is the world retarded?" You're just saying, "What does this woman have to say?" What what
How the fuck is that even relevant?
Can my drunken ex-husband be considered a black hole? You know, I mean, you're just trying to imagine what the kind of dopey fucking question is this fucking lying retard, right? She's got to be a lying retard. I mean, really. My brother's a physicist, and I do Reiki. Oh, come on.
It is. There was a radio. There was a talk with Benatar on the radio, and one of the callers said that I'm just happy that David Benatar's parents didn't have the same view. You know, because obviously he's born. Now we get to read his book. I don't know if you watched that, the David Benatar interview, some African woman or whatever it was.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, obviously that's like 2 years ago or 3 years ago, so it's a long time. He hasn't done anything recent that I saw, you know, except for stuff he's written. So
he did write about the second sexism, discrimination against men and boys.
Yeah, well, that I'm not worried. You know, I don't pay any attention to that. I didn't mean that. I mean, he's done some writing on his original work. I mean, the fact that he just writes a bunch of shitty books isn't. I don't really give a fuck about that. I mean, the fact that the rest of his brain is apparently retarded isn't none of my concern. I mean, he just likes to write controversial subject books, apparently. Right. I mean, I don't know how. I mean, Benatar is not my hero. I mean, frankly, I don't think he's in it for the principle.
Yeah. So what's your ideal human then?
Huh? Well, obviously me. What's my ideal human? What does that even mean? What is that?
What would you like? What would you want?
Giant vagina. Okay, a giant vagina. There's my ideal human. I can sleep in it. You know, do anything I want. Wear it. So go ahead. What would I want? What? Well, yeah, you're saying ideal human. I just don't know what where you're going with that.
Like, would you you would want your ideal janitor, your I don't know.
Yeah, there's no way to idealize it. It just turns it into a machine. So you're just saying, ideally, I'd like to be Mr. Spock. You know what I mean? I'd like to completely turn off all of my monkey and just be totally, you know, mechanized in my processing of the job I have to do, and not be distracted by, you know, penis games and whatnot.
Yeah.
But, you know, obviously that would be a sucky ideal. You know, it wouldn't be much fun. You know. But it is funny how the whole personal identity thing is such a... I mean, that was one of the things that just illustrated to me how corrupt the game is when I really realized that... you know, so many things I didn't want to exist on Earth unless I was playing. You know what I mean? It's like, I don't care if there's yachts unless I'm on it. You know what I mean? I don't care if there's anything unless I'm doing it. You know what I mean? I don't care if there's a mountain. I don't care if there's a Grand Canyon unless I'm looking at it. You know what I mean? I have no desire to create these things so other people can look at them. You know what I mean? It's like the whole idea of sending somebody into space. It's like, well, how would that have anything? What does that have to do with me? How do I profit from sending humans into space? I mean, that's... It's not my penis going into space, so what's the fucking point? I mean, you know what I mean? I mean, I realized that this thing only has. That's when I really realized the game only has value because I'm thinking of the game with me in it. I'm not thinking of the game me not in it. I mean, a world without me in it. Oh man, does that ever suck?
That was before you understood the full implications of the philosophy.
No, I don't mean that I certainly understood it philosophically. I just meant that on a visceral level, when I was doing the value thing, I realized that the only reason I was valuing things is because I perceived them to be me incarnate. And when I took me out of the equation, then I realized, oh, I don't really care if humans do that. You know what I mean? All the things I thought that had value, I realized they don't really have value unless I'm addicted to them. You know, that kind of thing.
Well, that's where ecocentrism bias comes in, right?
Well, I'm just saying it points out to you just how superficial the value is that you realize that you don't value. It's like the Martian argument, right? That we don't weep for the non-existent Martians, right? There's no Holocaust. We don't see it because we don't have any. We don't really value consciousness. We don't value life. We value our life. You know, life as we're experiencing it. So we want our experiencing to exist. We want somebody else to show up and be. I want somebody else to show up and be me, so I can still be here. You know, that kind of thing. Yeah, and that's just impractical and bullshit. So that's not going to happen.
There's just one. Everything else is, you know, one is the source of value. Sentience is the source of value.
I just mean that all the values were projected.
Oh yeah, of course. No, I understand.
That's what I'm sort of saying is that philosophically I knew that the value was absolute, but I'm just saying viscerally you realize how everything's value is this projection of value.
Well, I didn't mean. I wasn't disagreeing. Yeah, like nationalism and other things. These are all projections.
Yeah, racism. I mean, all that stuff. You're just saying there's absolutely no reason for me to make distinction, and yet somehow my brain still does, right?
Right. Yeah.
You know, I'm still partial to blonde hair. Why? Stupid.
Yep. I mean, it's okay. Like, I mean, people have preferences towards. That's obviously not the same as actual
I just mean that it's all just superficial, right? I mean, you know, just saying it's just this superficial cosmetic, and we're back to this aesthetic argument. It's all just made out of nothing. It's made out of subjective crap, and it all has to do with me personally, and it doesn't really have anything to do with anybody else personally, because I can't personally do other people. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
From a personal level, I don't feel their pain, and I don't feel their desire.
Yeah.
Get it? So that's all I meant, is that, and so once you realize that all there is this philosophical calculation, and so once you've done the calculation, you realize, oh, there really isn't anything of value in what we're doing. It's just a perception, a projection of value. We don't need to exist. We don't accomplish anything. It's a fucking truth. You know, as much as I'd like to support my existence is stupid.
Yep. And you're putting the cart before the horse by saying, I want to support my existence, but the very existence of the want is itself not wanted, right?
Well, I wouldn't defend anybody else's existence, you know what I'm saying? I wouldn't pay 10 cents to finance anybody else's creation, you know what I mean? I just wouldn't. If it came out of real blood out of me, you know what I mean? If you took actual, like, I had to sacrifice something for somebody else to exist. You know what I mean? It'd be like, fuck, why would I do that? You know, I don't mean like exist because they have cancer or something and I pay $10 to help them. I mean, they don't exist and I'm going to create them. You know what I mean? Why would I do that?
Yeah, it's just extraneous.
You know,
well, I'm just saying, I have no personal reason to invest in like somebody else having a baby. You know what I mean? It's just totally irrelevant to me, and if I had any desire to have one, it would be one that would be connected to me.
Yeah.
But I don't have that desire, but I just mean there's certainly no desire for me to finance somebody else's baby.
Yeah, and also when someone becomes a father and everyone's congratulating them and I'm just like, yeah, fuck you. Like, it's sort of, I mean, I don't know. Forgot what I was going to say.
You know, I was making this vegetarian argument, and obviously it always went that. Well, sometimes it goes down the. Well, if we didn't eat them, you know, they would go extinct, shit like that. You know.
Oh, that's so fucking.
Yeah, well, I have two arguments. One is like, obviously, that's not the main reason why you're eating meat, and they know that. And the second one is, you know, when I tell them, well, do you weep for the dodo bird? And the guy said, well, I actually opened the encyclopedia once and saw the photo of the picture of the bird, and I thought it looked pretty cool. So, and I say, well, how often daily do you lament the fact that the dodo bird no longer exists, and he had nothing for that. So it's like you corner them, right? And they're still gonna find something to fight back with, and it's just it's such a, and the guy was smart. He was an atheist and everything, you know, a feminist, and they would still find something to you know, to throw their poo at.
Yep.
Well, I know, but they're just rationalizing. So, you know, it's just like somebody defending sports. You know, there's no defense. It's just an addiction. It's a soap opera they're addicted to, and so they're going to defend it because they're addicted to it. But that's it. There's nothing else to it. And people are addicted to this perception that they're living a meaningful existence. I'm winning. Yeah, I'm winning.
Yeah, well, in a way, you are actually winning.
I got trophies. I got trophies.
Like, I'm winning because I'm beyond the perception of the projection. So, in a sense, I actually am winning by realizing that nobody's winning. So yeah, fuck yous. Yeah.
Well, I mean, but you're still not personally winning.
No, nobody's fucking winning. It's just.
Well, I just mean that you're winning in the sense that you're not losing as bad as the other assholes, but I just mean you're still leaking oil. You know what I mean? You're still,
yeah. Well,
you're winning the not leaking as much, not pissing your pants as badly as they are contest. Don't.
Well, at least I can.
Yes, I poop less in my pants. Yay!
At least I can admit the fact of my existence. So you know, I guess that is a win, right there. Because
well, I'm just
know
saying, you're still winning a negative contest. Well, I know. As asshole as they are, it's still a negative contest.
Yeah.
It's like you win by fucking up least, less than others.
Yes, exactly.
Right. Yes.
I don't stink as much as them. I mean, that's all we're saying, right? I don't stink.
Right, I'm closer to zero than you.
Well, I'm not as much of a fish as you are. You're still more of a fish than I am.
You're at -1. I'm at -0.0001.
Well, whatever.
Yeah. I always love to use that analogy with there's bad and there's less bad. So it's like asymmetrically bending towards a zero, but never quite getting there. I always use analogies with graphs. I like to think in terms of things really mathematically as well, visually and.
Yeah, well, some things you can't really visualize, but I mean, understanding what we are. I mean, bugging us. I've always been a bugger. You know what I mean? I've always sort of realized, even from a young age, that we were just crayfish. You know, except we don't have shells on the outside and we don't have antennas, and you know, I was always, you know, it's kind of funny because as a kid I was just so impressed with, like, ants and other bugs. You look at them and you say, damn, they are so much kick-asser than we are.
I used to kill a lot of them.
You know, they got 6 legs, they got pinchers, they got all this shit going on. I mean, they just look like I'm like, wow. And then you're like, flying bugs, you're like, holy shit, that fucker can fly. It's got a little teeny fucking little brain and it can fly.
I enjoyed, you know, killing a lot of insects. I was
You were evil. Yes, you were evil. Okay.
Yeah. Are they sentient? I don't think that they are.
Well, I don't know. Well, by what logic are they not?
Don't take the risk. That's all.
All right.
Well,
how would you
assume that the consciousness is evolved, right? So what's the constituent of consciousness?
No, I'm asking.
Consciousness requires only. Well, I'm just saying the constituent of consciousness is that you have to be able to react to feelings, right? So you have to have a brain that can react to a feeling, correct?
Right.
That's why we have feelings, is so our brain can figure out a strategy, right? And the only way you need to figure out a strategy is you have to learn, right? So anything that can learn needs to feel to be able to learn.
Right.
Feelings reinforce learning, correct?
Yep.
You get a good feeling when you learn correctly. You get a bad feeling when you learn incorrectly. Positive experience, negative experience, you learn, right?
Yep.
So that's the nature of feeling. So you basically have to say that any organism that can learn probably feels.
Yes,
insects can learn.
Probably feels.
I calm myself down when I think about this. That insects react, which is like reflex, which is a lesser form of feeling. So sometimes I calm myself down by thinking about love.
I know. See, you get fooled by insects because they have a brain that's spread out. So you can't be fooled by that. So you can pull an insect's head off, and its body will still walk around because it's moving in a real fast world, and so reaction time is really important. So like flying, for example, you got to have really quick reflexes. So the flying brain, the brain that helps them fly, is already tied to their wings, and the brain that moves their legs is usually tied right to the leg, right? So it doesn't need to go very far. Right. So you have to recognize that the brain that's actually doing the sensing of the environment isn't doing the controlling. It's just sending the automatic signal. So it's like a gazelle is born, 5 minutes later it can run. Why can it do that? Well, it can do that because it's already programmed to run.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? The brain's already been wired to do it. And so insects are wired at the nodes to do certain behaviors. But the fact that they feel is still a concept they must have because, like I said, they have the ability to learn. And once you can learn, you got to figure the thing has to be feeling.
But then I sometimes think about another portion of the equation, if it is one. Would there be any need for the nature to grant them any sort of feeling? Insofar as their environment goes and
it's the only way nature creates value, though, right? How else does nature create value?
No, I know how it creates. I just don't know if it strictly applies to insects like that. Because why would the nature grant them such a thing?
Well, it's not granting them such a thing. I'm just saying, how can you establish reward and punishment without feeling?
Yeah.
I'm just saying that learning is reward and punishment. Learning is application to individual existence, right? So any organism that doesn't have automatic responses, and only automatic responses, programmed, genetically responses, you'd almost have to concede they have to be feeling because that's the only way the brain could react. It has to react to the feeling.
But do you concede it would be a lesser form of a feeling?
Well, I'm just saying it might be a louder form of a feeling. There's no reason to believe their sensations are duller than ours. Their sensations could be even louder. So all they feel is the extremes, like the orgasm and the intense pain. So their feelings could be incredibly intense. Black and white.
The reason why I bring it up, sorry to interrupt, like sometimes you look at a three-legged dog, and I don't think the dog consciously realizes that it has 3 legs. Like it doesn't think, holy shit, I'm missing a 4th leg. So, and now we're talking about...
I got this cat with a broken leg. It's had a broken leg for years. It knows its leg is broken. Trust me.
Okay.
So, what do you think of the zombie argument?
Huh? What zombie argument?
Philosophical zombies.
I don't know what that means.
You've heard of David Chalmers.
Am I supposed to know what a philosophical zombie is? I don't know what that's like some term everybody knows.
From a third person. Well, I don't want the argument's complicated. I think we'll just leave it.
Okay. I just I'm sorry. I just didn't know it was something I was supposed to know. Like it was common knowledge what the zombie argument is.
Well, you said that reward and punishment requires feeling, right? I think you could still have attraction and repulsion mechanisms that are artificially intelligent but don't have an inner life.
How so?
Because you can separate the third-person behavior of a system from...
How can you have reward and punishment, first of all, without feeling? I think that's just impossible. From a biological sense, I'm just saying there's absolutely no evidence that we have any mechanism like that. So.
Oh no, I don't. I know that there's no evidence of it, but I'm saying that it's conceivable in principle that.
Yeah, it's conceivable, but we're talking about what biology did. We're not talking about how biology could have made us biologically capable of rewriting our software without the necessity to create actual sensation. So it could have created a value mechanism that didn't require the creation of actual sentient value. Right.
Oh, that's okay. That's all I was. That's all I was getting at.
That artificial mechanism could have been created, but that's that's what I'm sort of saying is the joke of this horrible experiment is that in attempting to synthesizing value, in creating the delusion or illusion of value, sentience actually created the real thing. Okay, it just wanted to create the idea of a whip and the idea of a carrot, and it ended up creating the real thing of a real whip and a real carrot.
Yeah, no, that's all I was driving at was, Well,
I'm just saying the history of a neuron is our history. So I'm just saying that bugs are part of our history. Okay, they're part of the evolution of these organisms that had neural networks. And I'm just saying, I think sentience was an early part of brain formation. It was the whole point of having a brain was to create this valuing mechanism.
Yeah.
So I think the theater of a sensation, the first ouch, I think, I think a trilobite was probably ouching.
It recepts information from the environment, processes it.
It reflexively creates a reaction that is an illusion in the brain.
Right.
It synthesizes reality. It creates a model of reality and adds flavor. Right?
That's
so it creates a model, creates the flavor of sensation and adds that flavor to the model.
Right, like there's nothing intrinsically tasty about a strawberry.
The model is just Legos, and it makes the model is Pinocchio, and your brain turns Pinocchio into a boy. You know what I mean?
Right. Yes.
The brain makes it real. The brain makes it real.
But if you taste something like lemonade, the actual taste isn't in the lemonade waiting to be. The taste is actually in your brain, right? But the chemicals just excite or convert or evoke.
I know, but what we're really talking about is the fact that our brain creates a sensation that is pleasurable or unpleasant. It creates the value.
Well, that's what I was going to say next. That it also adds the value onto the taste.
Yeah, well, the taste is irrelevant, though. The taste is wouldn't mean anything if we didn't associate with a value, right?
Exactly.
I'm saying that taste, the real essence of the taste, is just the fact that it does create stimulation of these positive and negative mechanisms.
Yes. Yeah. Well,
so without that positive negative thing, it's like a combination of it, right? It's a little bit of a twang, a little bit of a hostility, and then a release, and so it's almost like it's jerking you off, right? When you're having food that's good, it's because it's kind of jerking your brain off a little bit,
Yeah. I mean, it's all just input, process, output. That's all it is.
Well, it isn't. I mean, you can't say that, right? I mean, don't write that in your book, because obviously it's complicated by this synthesis of this illusion. It's creating this model, and then it's flavoring the model. Flavor is an interesting concept, this idea of creating a sensation, a positive or negative sensation. This is a huge add-on that your brain is creating, is this illusion of sensation. That is a powerful difference between it's just input-output.
Yeah, well, that's part of the that's part of the process. Is that
well, I'm just saying the point is our brain is not reacting to the world. Our brain is reacting to a synthesized version of the world that it has put value in.
Yes, I agree with that. It's funny because when you think about it, right, and the brain's part of the world, but yet at the same time, what we call the world is sort of remodeled by the brain in a way it adds flavor to it, as you say, and it adds value, positive and negative. And psychology gets built on top of it as well.
Well, then it just becomes a scheming game, right? So the psychology is just part of the scheme of fixing the feeling. So the problem gets created inside our brain. The problem doesn't exist in the world. Our brain creates the problem by creating a sensation. Our brain reacts to the problem created in our brain.
Yeah.
There are no problems in the world, essentially. There's only problems our brain recognizes by creating them in our brain.
Yeah.
Yeah, pretty much. So anyway, but the point is I mean, I'd like to think that insects don't feel, but I think they do. And
well,
I think they
I
think they might feel a lot, and that's the even scarier part.
Yeah, and if they do, it means the suffering on this planet is
obscene,
almost incomprehensible. It's obscene.
It's just god awful to think about.
I mean, this whole life game is probably more fucking. It's even more bloody than any of us realize.
No, I agree that
we can't even comprehend the suffering in our own, say, state, right? It's like I can't even comprehend the suffering of human beings in the state of New Jersey. Yeah, and then multiply that times a trillion. A trillion.
Yeah, it gets to a point you can't even comprehend how horrible it is here.
I mean, just doing mammals alone, right? And then now we have to go all the way down to frogs and reptiles and all these other organisms and start giving them, welfare interest. It really does get.
Even if we couldn't prove that insects felt, we still have a moral obligation to at least act as though they do, just in case, right?
Well, I'm just saying, I don't think it's as high a moral obligation when you're sitting the magnitude of all the other mammals you have first to take care of. So I'm just saying we're so far behind in our checklist of things to do. I'm just saying that obviously I would put insects pretty low on the checklist relative to, birds and all the other things we're ignoring.
Yeah, and I think.
Go ahead.
Well, I was just going to say that. Do you think that more? I'd really think intelligence. I mean, intelligence and sentience, they are related, but
not really. I don't think there's any correlation actually.
Receptiveness, sensitivity.
No, I don't think that has anything to do with it. I don't think I mean, if you were to sit there and take a gorilla and you take me, sensually we're the same. You crush its nuts, you crush my nuts. It's really not going to be any different. You don't have to be smart to understand what the feeling to experience the negativity of the feeling. It's going to be just as loud in that gorilla's brain as it's going to be in my brain.
I even wonder if you don't have that intelligence. I wonder if the sensations will be even worse.
I'm just saying, I think their sensations are worse just because I think they're sensually. I think our sensitivity is dulled by our intelligence. I think that's why our sense of smell is so limited, is that our brain has used it to do this logic thing.
Yeah, and I agree. I mean, if you're an organism that's just completely owned by your sensitivities, then the sensations of the suffering are going to be even more substantial.
Well, I don't disagree. What I meant was that the more complex your neurology is, like for example a horse, would that feel more than an ant, right?
Well, I'm just saying there's no point in doing size comparisons because it's not about size, right? There's human beings that are 1.5 feet tall. Okay, so it's really not about size.
Well, that's an idiotic.
About the number of neurons. Now, the number of neurons is important, but again, let's understand that you don't have to have complex strategies to solve the problem of feelings, right? That's not the necessity to feel. Having complex strategies to solve feelings isn't about generating feelings. So the part of your brain that generates feelings doesn't have anything to do with the part of your brain that is solving the problem of your feelings. So I'm saying that the core of our sensations is the really old brain. The thinking part is the new brain. So what I'm saying is that, the old brain is where the real value is.
Right. Yes, and also because it's more visceral, right? It takes precedence.
I'm just saying, I'm just saying that horses look like they're not in the game, but they're in the game. They just have a different way of socially interacting. So they're not They don't do this personality thing, right? Horses don't have blah blah blah. But I'm just saying, horny horse fucking. You know what I'm saying? Go watch some horses fucking, and you'll say, yeah, okay, they're in the game.
Yeah, I mean, sentience definitely comes like that. That's it's I don't want to say primitive, but it's it generates the value for the intelligence to solve the problems.
Even if I don't know. I mean, even if it's more primitive, it might even be more.
The intelligence is the add-on. It's just the add-on. It's
right.
The USB port or something. It just doesn't have that much to do with the basic computer.
No, I agree.
The basic machine's design is to create the problem, right? It's like no more perfect example than the one I use all the time, but the fucking salmon swimming upstream, right? He doesn't know he's going to have sex. He's not even going to have sex, right? He's just going to basically explode on top of some eggs, right? So it's going to be a one-time event, and it's probably going to hurt like hell. So he doesn't even know he's getting a benefit, if there is any benefit, right? Because it's like, I don't think it's even a benefit. I don't think they have fun, right? Fish spawning probably isn't any fun. But anyway, he is compelled to swim up the stream. Why? Because he's hungry, right? Somehow he's been given an appetite. Like, I have to go there. It smells good. I have to get there. And he has no clue what he's doing it for.
Yeah.
Right? So it's the feeling that creates all this motivation to go jumping and flying and swimming and fighting and go. So all of that energy with no knowledge of the product. Just the energy out of pure hunger alone.
Gary, let me give you a nightmare hypothetical scenario. Sometimes I calm myself with the fact that entropy will take care of the problem, thinking that this is a one-way street universe.
Yeah.
Cold heat. But then, like I read the article, like another article recently, where they're saying the fact that they're not sure, but the fact that dark matter exists means that the universe is starting to overstretch itself and it's going to collapse back on itself, and another universe is going to be created.
No point in saying, no point in going any further. We'll resolve this issue. You cannot, there's no such thing as positive gravity. Gravity is just a pushing force. If there was dark matter, it couldn't create more gravity, so it just is irrelevant. You can't ever bring the universe back, because that means you'd have to put gravity outside the universe pushing it in.
See, so I'm hopeful for that.
But it's not possible. I'm just saying there's no pull in the universe. There's no pulling force. So I'm just saying I don't accept the premise. I don't accept the existence of dark matter anyway. But I'm just saying, even if it was possible to have something like that, it can't create gravity. Gravity is an actual force. It is not something you can create by creating matter. Matter does not create gravity. Gravity exists without matter.
Well, what I'm trying to say, let's say there's actually we're in a universe cycle number 79 or whatever.
I understand. You can say it. I'm just saying I used to believe that was possible, but now that I understand what gravity is, I understand you're never bringing the photons back.
Good. Okay.
Once the photon is free. It's entropy all the way. It's going forever in that way, and it ain't coming back. Nothing is pulling it back. Now, it is theoretically possible. There's a giant mirror out there somewhere that's going to reflect all the photons back, but I'd say, what the fuck who put that there?
Right. I'm just hopeful there won't be another Earth in the next cycle, and there won't be another me, and there won't be another sentience in the Earth in the next universe cycle.
I mean, if you just think about it theoretically, right? I mean, just as an idea, as a concept. I mean, we can't understand infinity. We can't do all this stuff. But time is basically created by this whole matter thing and this speed of photons and all this shit. And so once that shit is gone, there is no time anymore. So, yeah, you could spend an eternity doing absolutely nothing, right? You could spend forever with nothing happening. That's a theoretical possibility. So that's a bright side right there.
That's good.
The second argument I would make is it all sounds kind of loopy if it just kept doing the same thing over and over again, right? I mean, that just seems kind of stupid. Like, it's just perpetually redundant. So that doesn't make much sense either.
Right, because I remember your rubber band example, and I was scared because, holy shit, what if, we're going to have
it just keeps recycling. But the other thing is you can still just fall back on the fact that in this fucking universe of zillions of all this shit, galaxies, all this shit, nothing else is ever making any noise. So we kind of know that maybe this life thing really just doesn't happen. This is just so fucking bizarre for gravity to get this complicated, right? For a bunch of marbles, you know, zillions of marbles to get all grouped together into this stupid structure is just really bizarre. And it only happens because of a DNA molecule, and it only happens because the DNA molecule was encapsulated in a membrane, and it only happens because the DNA molecule ate one of its own kind, and so it became a double-membraned DNA molecule, right? I mean, these are all one-time events. We don't even know how preposterously unlikely any one of those one events is. So there's three events right there that could be trillion to one, zillion to one, bazillion to one, gazillion to one. We don't even know how unlikely those events are.
I was just thinking, if there are universe cycles, let's say there's an average 5 to 15 sentiences per universe cycle, and then the universe collapses and it starts again, and in the next cycle there's only 7 sentiences in the universe, and the next cycle there's only like 10 or 8 or 2. But, you know, I'm guessing Ephilism will win in the end by default, so we should be covered, right?
Wait, sorry, say that again?
I'm not saying it's going to win in the end, but I'm just saying you can't presume. I mean, the fact that we exist does not demonstrate or prove probability or likelihood. So that's all I'm saying. So you cannot draw any probability conclusions based on one event. So the fact that we exist does not prove we would exist or we will exist.
Yeah, because the denominator's not exhaustive.
Yeah, we could still be infinitely impossible. Even in an infinite universe, there are still unique events that happen in an infinite universe.
Right.
Infinite doesn't mean redundant. So I'm just saying we could still be a one of a kind.
Right, because you have to account not only for the number of planets, but for the chances of life on any individual planet, and you divide one by the other, and then maybe you get the number.
Well, I'm just saying, but you can't divide anything because you haven't established that you even have a denominator. You still don't have the definition of our likelihood of happening could be 1 times affinity.
Right. It's just annoying when they just base it on the number of stars without allowing.
Yeah, well, I know, but it doesn't matter. They're basically the thing that's irritating is that not that they're basing it based on the number of stars, but that they're basing it based on they think they know how likely life is, and they have no definition of the likelihood of creating a reproducing molecule. Absolutely no way to calculate that number. No way.
Of course. No, there's no way you'd be able to calculate that, but what they can do is look at the environmental factors, the conditions necessary for life. But they can't actually determine...
You can't do that, though. How can you fucking do that? The conditions necessary to life. It means nothing. What are the conditions necessary to life? Again, there's been amino acids covering this planet for fucking 3.5 billion years. How come there's no life?
Well, we do know that abiogenesis happened at least once.
It happened once. It didn't happen at least.
Right. I mean, it happened.
What we know is that in 3.5 billion years, there's no evidence it happened again.
But the reason abiogenesis happened is because this chemistry is obviously suitable for it.
This chemistry, again, you're saying that you understand the circumstances of abiogenesis. Abiogenesis is not saying, okay, there's carbon and there's hydrogen, therefore we have abiogenesis.
No, of course.
It's not taking the minimum requirements, it's taking the entire requirements, right? I could say I have a mixing bowl, I have all the ingredients for a blueberry muffin, I put them in the mixing bowl, and then I just leave it on the shelf. What's the idea? What's the odds of it becoming a blueberry muffin?
Well, that's fucking idiotic.
What's idiotic?
It's idiotic. You know what they're doing is, I mean, you could look at, you know, what is necessary.
What I'm saying is, what's the procedure that creates a fucking living thing? A living thing is not the ingredients. It's not the blueberries. It's not the flour.
Right, and
right.
That's what I'm arguing against. That you can't just determine how probable life is by looking at the ingredients.
Exactly. So I'm just saying
that's what I just said.
So I'm just saying. So there's absolutely no point in saying that these necessary conditions exist in these many planets out in space. That's like me saying there's blueberries in bowls, therefore there's automatically blueberry muffins. We already know that no, you have to do the mixing and the baking. There's no blueberry muffin without the mixing and the baking.
Right, and that's the factor that they've left out their calculations, and that's exactly what I was saying.
That's exactly what I'm saying. Well, that's what I'm saying.
Well, you were basically talking past me because I was arguing the same logic.
Let me say something, please. I just wanted to say that maybe we could start doing the equation thing a little bit. Here's the thing. So far, they've discovered 1,800 planets. Only about 3 or 4 of them they're saying may be kind of Earth-like. Most planets are gaseous, so too big or too far or whatever. So even by that percentages, 3 or something planets out of 1,800, right? And then you need a big moon like our Earth does, and you need bombardment from asteroids. So those are already like 3 or 4 ingredients, not ingredients, 3 or 4 factors right there.
And an asteroid belt plays a big part in it too. So that's another. You need a planet to destroy.
Right. So you need, that's an additional thing to overcome for there to be a life. So I think we can compile some of these things a little bit just to indicate that all of these things need to, not just the Goldilocks zone, not just water.
I know. But to me, the real clincher argument is that for 4 billion years, there's been amino acids covering the surface of Earth, and no the other DNA molecule arose.
Exactly. So
that fact just screams that it doesn't even matter if you have the perfect conditions. The perfect conditions, you need a lot more than just amino acids and the frickin' atmosphere and gravity. You need more than that to make DNA molecules.
That's what I just said. I said it doesn't matter even if you do have all the perfect conditions, because life is still really fucking rare once you even have the chemistry needed. It doesn't matter if the environment.
Right. I know. So we're agreeing. I'm just saying that we don't know in life. Putting a DNA molecule inside of a membrane and having it reproduce with the membrane splitting in half with the DNA molecule. That's the requirement of reproducing life. Having that happen could be as unlikely as 50 lightning strikes in the same square foot in 4 minutes.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Some preposterously, it could be like rolling the 5 Yahtzee dice and having all 5 dice have the number 5 and all be stacked on top of each other. Is there any way to calculate how unlikely that is? I don't think it could ever be accomplished, right? We could have a computer throw those dice forever and never accomplish that task, right?
Yeah. So not only is the chemistry unlikely and getting in the Goldilocks zone, but you've also, once you've passed all those hurdles, you still haven't fucking made it to like
Right, you haven't got reproducing life, and then you don't have, again, only one time did it happen. We're all related to one cell that did that consume itself thing, you know, where it ate the cell and it double membrane, you know, nucleus with a membrane with a membrane.
Even if it did get self...
Neurons only happened once. One thinking device has only been created. We're all neuron-based. We're all related to one organism that had the first neuron. Nothing else ever evolved with any kind of thinking device. So that's it. Neurons are the only thinking device ever created. So these are one-time events in billions of years.
But I mean, even if they did get life, it would take fucking ages to get sentience. Like, even if they did even pass the whole self-replicating thing. And
I'm just saying, we don't even know how long it would. I'm just saying that we are just the byproduct of a bunch of perfect storms. There's just no way to look at it. Yeah. One-time events.
But doesn't that...
Millions of years, and it only happened once. This is obviously not common chemistry.
Yeah,
I've been trying to look for the reason why most people, 95% believe in this shit. I mean, I think psychologically is they're hoping that aliens will come and teach us how to live forever, or how to do all this magical bullshit. Because they know what life is about, I think, and they think that with the aliens it's going to be more interesting.
It's the intuitive thing, you know. People are fundamental. Like I say, it's like what you do to gravity. It feels like you're being pulled down, right? You know what I'm saying? So everything, people just go by their intuition, and so it just seems like, oh yeah, well, there's so many trillions and trillions and trillions and trillions and trillions of things out there that, oh, it has to be doing the same thing we're doing, because it's like somebody winning the lottery, right? Somebody wins the lottery, say, damn, that was easy. I just went to the store, bought a ticket, I won. Yeah, that's fucking goddamn easy as shit, right? They don't realize that they did something preposterously unlikely, right? That they just got struck by lightning, or they just got here, right?
Right.
I mean, winning the lottery is like getting hit by a meteor, isn't it? I mean, like, you know what I'm saying? I mean, people get hit by meteors, and you know, there's like 1 in a 5 million or 6 million to odds of that happening to you, getting hit by a meteor in your lifetime.
I find it very interesting that people of all whatever ethnicities and creeds almost uniformly believe this shit. So it must be something so deeply psychological that they want life to be more.
Well, like I said, I don't think it's anything more deeply psychological, and then the fact that people play the lottery when they know logically, right? You can know this is really stupid.
Right. So they think if there's somebody out there, life isn't as stupid. They don't think it consciously.
Well, I'm just saying, logically, you could understand that. You know, I don't feel like I'm going to get hit by lightning today. Why do I think I'm going to win the lottery? Right? Same odds. Getting hit by lightning, winning the lottery. You're more likely to get hit by lightning, actually. No, but it is some comfort just to realize that, oh, thank goodness the universe isn't as fucktarded. You know, that it isn't fucktarded enough to do this all over the place.
Right, and I think that the reason why they think otherwise is they kind of know the game. Like one molecule in the back of their head knows it, but they won't admit to it.
Yeah, I don't think they're that close, unfortunately. I really don't. They really don't get that they're just robots. You know, people don't want to think that, oh, I'm just robotically expressing a mechanical environment. I'm just editing in the stream. I'm just bouncing off these stupid little rocks of my personal experience and just saying this shit and moving this way and wanking this way and all this stuff. Everything I'm doing is just a fucking mechanical process. They don't want to accept any of this shit.
Well, the reason I'm saying it, even as a fucktard 10 years ago, if one thought passes through your brain on a daily basis, on a weekly basis, that maybe all of this is kind of bullshit, I think that counts for something. Even though you overlay that with other nonsense to not think about that, just the fact that those thoughts pass regular people by on a more or less regular basis kind of shows that something is brewing there. But there's a lot of other shit that overshadows that. But I'm just basing it off myself.
Yeah, well, you know, I don't know how much you're an example of the average person, so I guess I'm giving you a little more credit. But who knows? Maybe you were just as fucktarded as they are. You know. But I'm just saying, well, the only way, in my opinion, you know, that people just make this argument that's going to be some sort of positive reinforcement or some sort of positive philosophy, and you have to make people feel good and all that. No, I think you gotta tie them down and hit them with a rubber hose and shit and beat this shit into their brains.
Well, you did that to me, so fuck you.
Yeah.
Only took you 2 months.
Yeah, but I think that's the game. So, Mike, where's Chicky Poo? He's got a lot of lag. Well, now he's back on. He's in a big plastic bag. Oh, she's way over there. Way back there somewhere.
I'm laying down over here.
No, there she is. Yay! Okay, this is a tiny part of her head.
Oh, where is it?
Yeah. There she is. Yay! Yeah.
I understand here.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
Little brief intermission there.
Well, it's energy, you know. You need a little energy pill. This
Is that the morbid atheist you're talking to?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's me.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I'm Optimus Prime tonight.
Yeah. Yeah.
Is my microphone working, or is it like giving a lot of feedback?
No, it's really good.
Okay, that's good. The one conversation, like the last one we had when we were making fun of Piro, like the feedback sounded really bad. So I don't.
Yeah, I wasn't paying any attention to that. So yeah. It is funny though. You said, yeah, I just watch myself and say, wow, this is the part where I turn into a monkey. Watch. Yeah, I'm a monkey. Funny.
Yeah, so he was saying, like, he was like fucktarded or whatever. Like, I was like, when I discovered your videos, like prior to that, I was already like making anti-natalist comment or like content on YouTube, but I didn't know like what the fuck I was doing. And then I went to school and like all my professors were like completely against, like, because I had read Schopenhauer, and then they were all like, no, this is wrong. Like, it was all this like optimism shit and like phantasmagorical shit. So then I was just like, all right, well, like they're in the majority and everyone seems to be doing this, so I must be the one who's wrong. So I was just like, all right, well, I'm gonna have to start reading some bullshit. And I was like reading all this like Jean-Paul Sartre and all this garbage, and I was like just filled up with it. But then like I'm glad I discovered, like, I would have been completely fucked because I would have constantly had this dissonance, because prior to your videos I had all this dissonance, but I had like these nagging thoughts like, okay, this is fucking pointless, like everyone seems like they're stupid, like we're all fucking doomed, it's all shit, you know. And then I had, even before I heard like Benatar, I had like an understanding in my head, even from like an early age, that like you load the spring back and then spring forward, and it's just a constant game like that. Like you have to be hungry and spring forward. So yeah, but I didn't have like the right vocabulary or whatever to explain it, and then, you know, then I discovered your shit and I was just like, all right, this is it.
Yeah, well, I went through my whole life, you know, struggling with that very problem. You know, I'm just the fact that, you know, I had to keep doubting my credibility, because obviously I just seemed like I'm just being, you know, like somehow I'm the asshole, you know, because I ain't getting, you know, how it's really good birthday cake or something. You know, so I always kind of felt insecure in being negative, and it just pisses me off that I didn't, you know, I guess it would have been better if I had maybe read Schopenhauer or had some clue that, oh, wait a minute, I'm not as crazy as I think I am. So I would have probably liked that. But yeah, I did, you know, I mean, I'm sort of pissed off for the time I wasted trying to contrive meaning. And I did try, you know, I mean, I tried to make sense out of it. Like, okay, I'm just an asshole, and so I'll try not to be an asshole. But, you know, you know, it would have been nice to know from the beginning that, oh wait, you had it right when you were 5 years old. Your first impression was correct. It is a fucking shithole run by loonies.
I gotta thank Inmendham for all the C's I got in philosophy, because I couldn't take any of that seriously. But I'll be eternally grateful for being exposed to this philosophy when I was 20, because it really helped me adjust to, I hope, for the rest of my life. So in non-adverse ways so far, in non-negative ways so far.
Yeah, well, that's the trick of it, right? I mean, I got too fucked up by the fact that, you know, I was too alien, you know, to the world. So I wasn't able to mature into the world I existed in and still have a negative philosophy. So it just sort of ended up corroding me psychologically, I guess. So
you seem to be taking it well enough, I think.
Huh?
You seem to be taking it well enough, I think.
Well, I know, but it's only because I was very lucky to fall into the life I fell into. You know what I mean? I mean, I should be, frankly, a homeless guy living in a cardboard box. I mean, I'm just very lucky to have found a way to survive my neuroses.
Yeah, one of my professors gave me like a range of topics to write on, and there were all these like bullshit philosophical questions. And it was like the final paper for one of my philosophy classes, and I ended up just like spewing a bunch of shit about antinatalism. It was like completely, it wasn't one of the questions at all. So I just like rambled on about how every question they asked was like pointless and fucking retarded.
Yeah,
I ended up doing
similar
pretty good on it actually. But I had a good professor who was like really sympathetic towards antinatalism. He wasn't, I don't think he described himself as an antinatalist, but he was definitely like my one professor in college. Like my advisor was totally understanding and listened to it, but he sort of, I don't know, he had like Asperger's or something, so like he couldn't understand like the feelings part. Like he got into it about like the same thing you and Logic Rolls the Dice got into it with me, like on like the feeling thing. Like, well, you know.
Well, I think you can look at it like the Nietzsche thing, right? I mean, Nietzsche kind of got that everything is ludicrous, right? But he obviously his reaction to the ludicrous was become super ludicrous. You know what I'm saying? Just, you know, you live on a bug planet, become a bug, and it was just such a stupid conclusion. You know, instead of rejecting it by just saying this is stupid, he basically said be stupid. You know, it's like they're all drunk on lead paint. We'll get drunker. You know, that was his solution, and it's not obviously not a solution.
I had a professor English chick, who actually knew Benatar personally, so she actually emailed him on my behalf a couple of times, but the fucker never responded. That was about back in 2010, I think.
Yeah, well, like I said, I don't, you know, Benatar, I'm glad he wrote the book. You know, the whole asymmetry argument's nice to have somebody spell that out, because I would have said it differently than he did. You know, I kept saying zero-sum game, you know, so I kept making a zero-sum argument. You know, that's basically the asymmetry argument, but, you know, his argument's a little more concise, and so I like him for that. But like I said, I just don't know if Benatar has any. I think he's a nihilist. You know, I don't know if he has any real balls for any of these subjects. You know, he did seem like in the preface to his book, he did talk a little bit about animals and blah 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 and the supplies and blah blah, but he just didn't seem like, you know what I mean? He didn't seem panicked by this realization, you know, that we're fundamentally leaking oil, you know, that we're leaking value, that harm is being done. And it's just like he just didn't seem to have, he just didn't seem panicked by the fact that this Holocaust could be of a magnitude that is just incomprehensible.
He's probably just in a comfortable position in his life, like as a professor, he's, you know, published author, you know, that probably has...
academic, right? So by the very word academic, you could just say he's taking it as an academic argument rather than a human
ethical,
reaction kind of thing. He's not reacting to the to his own conclusion. You know, his reaction is insufficient to the nature of the conclusion he is drawing. But I could almost argue that all the people who have accepted evolution aren't taking that to its logical conclusion. Consumption, reproduction, cannibalism, addiction, right? Yeah, those aren't good words.
Well, you gotta wonder why fundamentalists or most religious nuts don't like the idea of evolution, because they know what that is gonna lead to. They know that they kind of know it, but that's why they don't want to take that step, because if they admit to that, it opens up the floodgates, so to speak. So they realize that shit.
And obviously, it puts all the responsibility on us. So when we can no longer justify, like, God will clean it up. Well, God's not going to clean it up. I mean, we clean it up or nothing. They don't want to hear that either.
I had a conversation with this guy, Thomas Pogge, It's like a published author, philosopher, and does all this work in the third world trying to create more equality. And so he came to our school to have like a philosophy dinner or whatever. And I remember I was like the only person at the table. Like we were eating dinner, and I was like, well, you know, you're doing all this stuff, but, and this was before I encountered inmendham's videos, but I remember asking him, like, you're doing all this stuff, but we are completely doomed, and it's going to be pretty fast, and it's all pretty pointless. So, like, he'd never said anything about antinatalism. I think he was, anyway, but he's not important. But anyway, his response was that you can just counteract the harm that you do in the first world by trying to prevent more negative than you create by living here. But philosophically, I think he was still a little bit off because he hadn't come to the conclusion that, no, you just stop making new ones and then eventually wind the population down. So that was a pretty big jump.
Yeah, and frankly, I mean, the biggest favor you can do the world is, you know, to prevent a poor kid from being born. You know what I mean? I mean, you know, as a disaster waiting to happen. I mean, we're bad as consumers, but at least we're not bad at creating negative value. You know what I'm saying? I mean, we're not as big a train wreck. From a personal point of view, you know what I'm saying? Like, you know, we don't have to endure parasitic infections and, you know, in lack of education and all the other deprivations of poverty.
Right, like that's probably such a traumatic experience. Like you come from a third world country, you know, and even if you get some kind of skill, you know, if you're born in a place that's so crime ridden or something, like I went to Honduras, and like these people, like even if they get out of their situation somehow and get something, you know, there's always going to be just they're so far behind.
Right, there's always going to be that burning garbage dump, you know. Yeah, let's watch the sunset into the burning garbage. You know, I mean, it's just, you know, hideous.
Like it's hard enough in the first world, you know, with all kinds of technology and education and shit, and then imagine like, oh man, it's bad.
Well, the interesting part is I've read some statistics, and top 10 happiest countries are actually GBUS countries in South America, particularly the smaller ones, like Panama, Costa Rica, I think. So, yeah, but I think it's a little skewed because they only have like what 5-10 million population, and it's always sunny there or something like that. So I think there are some exceptions.
But I mean, how would they determine that?
Oh, they were doing some kind of questions of how would you rate happiness if you were to do this, or if this were to happen to you.
I know,
but they're all delusional fucknuts. I mean,
yeah, absolutely.
There's no point in arguing it. Yeah, I mean, I just totally discount any of these, you know, these personal surveys of happiness. It's just such a crock of shit.
Especially when you're a religious, you know, your bias is going to inform. Benatar already predicted this, that people will misjudge the quality of their lives.
Well, and people are compulsive liars. It's not even that they misjudge it. It's just, you know, frankly, I don't want to say, oh, yes, my life sucks, right? I want to say, no, my life kicks ass. So if somebody's going to ask me, you know, I'm certainly, I'd rather be me than you. So I'd rather be me miserable than you happy, you know. So what's the point of asking me whether I'm happy? Okay, maybe I'm not happy, but I'm damn glad I'm not you. You know, fuck you.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. I mean, that's just built into all of us.
Well, I'm just saying, if I'm going to be honest, then I'm going to sound like I'm depressed or unhappy. You know what I mean? Because I'm not going to lie. But I'm just saying, they're going to lie, so the survey sucks because, yeah, the liars win. got it right for a change.
There was a good video with I think the guy's name was Terrence McKenna, the Doom episode. It was just like a long interview or conversation with him.
No, that's not Terrence McKenna. The guy was Guy McPherson.
Oh, yeah, Guy McPherson, sorry. Yeah. I didn't know what his... I remember watching some of his videos like a while ago, but I think he wants to like save nature or something, so he has this like nature thing built into it. I don't know, you didn't really get into
that. You know, right at the end he brought that up, like saving the seeds, and I was like, well, no, give me the seeds. Okay, yeah, I'll take care of the seeds for you. Yeah, I'll save them for 1,000,000 years, sure. Yeah, bronze them. But yeah, I didn't get to that part, because we were kind of agreeing all the way, and and then I said right at the end, oh fuck, I got something to argue here, but I wasn't gonna, I didn't want to start a fight at the end, so it was just kind of funny that but I did want to kind of seize on. I was just sitting there saying, well, should I say something or should I not say something? So I said, I'll just let it go.
Fuck it, Bill.
Well, he's a good ally to have, so,
Well, I'm just saying, we agreed on so much that it's almost like, well, who cares if we don't agree on that whole preserving the, whatever, the spotted leech. Yeah, I really don't want to preserve the spotted leech.
I got a mail recently from Pierce Brosnan Foundation, whatever. Whales do not deserve to die because of sonar techniques by the military. And I'm thinking, well, Pierce Brosnan is probably not even a vegetarian, so what would he say about a pig in a cage? Shit like that.
Yeah. Well, the whole whale thing is just so pitiful because, yeah, let's save them so we can farm them. I mean, it's just so stupid.
Yeah, we're doing the whales a favor.
Yeah, let's keep the population high enough so we have plenty to harpoon. Yeah, geez, great.
Wasn't it not like, I don't know if it was, sorry, I don't know if it was morbid atheist that brought this up, but the worst argument against vegetarianism was that animals exist for us to eat them or something, some fucking dumb argument.
Yeah, well, what would the cows do if we didn't milk them?
Yeah,
they're saying that
that's like a religious argument, isn't it?
They're saying that they would go extinct if we didn't eat them, which means that all the endangered species we should put in slaughterhouses, and then we're gonna make sure that they don't go extinct. So it's
that's the worst.
Especially when we engineered these animals in the first place. I mean, these aren't goddamn. There's no fucking cow in nature. There's no animal that creates 50 gallons of milk a day.
So how do we get so much milk out? Do we feed them shit? Do we engineer them genetically, or what?
Yeah, we genetically have engineered them in the sense just like we engineered broccoli. Cows are about as far from their original thing as, a tomato or an apple. You go find a natural apple and take a bite out of that. They
got to keep the cow pregnant and then take its calf.
Well, I know, but that's just part of the insidiousness of it. The fact that we've genetically obliged them to be burdened with this, incredibly excessive milk production is just,
and it's okay if they're animals, but if you turn those animals into like human beings, suddenly you would have all this protestation from like human rights groups and stuff.
You know what would really suck?
They're not even able to make the distinction.
If like aliens came and completely fucked us, and then we had to serve as the cows for aliens, that would just suck.
Yeah, well, I'm just saying, if we were genetically bred over a period of time to be gigantically fat, and we oozed like some sort of stink that they ate or something, that would just be wonderful. We were just like pus, and they ate the pus or something.
It'd be funny if Inmendham was working at SETI, whatever, and then he picked up an alien signal and he decoded it, and it looks like they were looking for something to feast on. He would actually send out Earth's coordinate to invite them over. That would be a cool movie.
Yeah, I'll give them a recipe, right? I'll send them the cookbook. You know, yeah.
That would be quite funny. I would watch that movie.
Yes, there's probably lots of ways we can turn inmendham into Darth Vader. Darth Vader, yeah.
Oh, the funniest scenario I think was when I put you as Bruce Willis in the Armageddon, and the last second when you're supposed to blow up the asteroid, you're saying nah, I'm an tornado, and you don't blow up the asteroid.
Got you fuckers just where I want you. You know, yeah, I got you just where I wanted you.
You'd win in the end.
Front row seat.
Yeah, once you become an ephilis, watching movies becomes like movies where there's a supervillain trying to destroy the world or something becomes a whole different experience. Cause also,
yeah, it's like a happy ending, right? Like Melancholia was like, man, that felt so good. Yes. Giant. Yeah, we crashed into a planet bigger than the Earth.
I advise watching another movie and knowing, even though it's totally fucking retarded, but the last 10 minutes are worth it because there's a super flare from the sun that completely obliterates Earth. Sorry for the spoilers. Knowing.
Well, I mean, like, even in video games, like, Logic Rolls the Dice might be able to relate to this, but there's quite a few villains in, like, Final Fantasy games where their end goal is to destroy the entire universe. And you're like, yeah, why not? That seems like a good idea.
Yeah.
Well, I have to admit, one of my favorite little games to play as a war game was a game where you're basically a Nazi and you're shooting the Allied troops on D-Day. You know, it was just, I love this. Ooh, yeah.
people are definitely going to steal that clip and then use it against you.
Yeah, I know, but you're just like, you just think of all the American cliches, and you're just saying, there, I just killed Coca-Cola, I just killed Pepsi, I just killed General Motors, you know, you just think of America, and you just say, oh yeah, they are just crass barbarians. Shoot the fuck out, you know.
Yeah, and then just polish your boots and helmet after it, and just walk out in style.
You never see your Nazi uniform, so you feel okay.
Yeah.
But you just see the little USA stuff, and you just okay. Yeah, I'm blowing up USA shit. So
mowing them down.
Yeah, I had to admit, I was just enjoying just saying, you know, yeah. Yeah, well, whatever. It just happened to be a well done game. You know what I'm saying? Just for a game, it was just well done. Like you could, you know, first you had like guns, and then you had a cannon, and then helicopters would land, and it was just kind of, you know. It was just progressively interesting, and you know, it was just the idea of those landing things. You know what I mean? You just lob a shell in there, and just you know, the little bodies would fly out. You're just like, yeah, I got like 40 guys with one shot. That was a good one. Then you try to hit one before it landed, and it would crash into the other one, and they both sink. That was always so fun. You know, if you could make two of them sink, that was all.
What's the name of the game?
I don't know. It's like Battle something or other. So yeah, sorry, I don't remember. It's like Battle something. Battle. Yeah.
Probably thinking of Call of Duty, the second one.
No, I think it's a second Allied Assault, second Medal one, or first one.
Yeah, all I know is you're just in a bunker and you're just shooting the shit out of shit. So it was just, you know, like, you know, and you only had so much time. You know what I mean? Because they're flooding in. You have to get them all. You know, so you have to kill like 5,000 of them.
I mean, that's how
Americans.
That's how natural selection works. That's my favourite metaphor. You know, it's just running across the beach. Whoever makes it, you know, does it again.
Yeah, we like that one. So let's make more of those. You know, just you know.
But you know, Gary, I do like the fact that you replaced in one of your videos natural selection with natural attrition. Because if we replace that one word in books and shit, in lingo, I think that's going to say a lot about how it is. Because selection is like, sounds benign, right? But attrition doesn't.
Yeah.
So that's manipulation of language right there, what they're doing.
You know, the language does lie, you know, all over the whole idea of Mother Nature, you know, all these little lies that we tell.
Yeah. Like she, when
Oh yeah, like she just loves and she just produces and she just so charming.
Yeah.
Kills 10,000 babies. Yeah, kills 10,000 babies to have sex once.
I was reading the another Scientific American where they talk about other Earths and shit like that, and they had the sentence where it said, "So on those planets, whatever, life may flourish and evolve." So they put the words "flourish" and "evolve" into one sentence without even realizing that flourishing is not evolving.
Yeah, and I hate that word, flourish. I just hate that fucking word, because what the fuck does that mean? I mean, Sam Harris used that word, and I was like, what do you mean by flourish? Yeah, you just mean like sea turtles flourish? Yeah, 10,000 babies killed. 10,000 little 5-year-olds and 6-year-olds, little kids just killed, have their eggs pecked out. Yeah, right. So one turtle can go. The one turtle can go. Yeah, wow, yeah, that was worth it.
But it just shows how easy it is to manipulate any language, any argument, any sentence. Just misplace, change a couple of words, do a different synonym where it's like a different meaning in a different context, and you've got it, and you can brainwash people with that.
Yeah, no, that's language is. I mean, I talk about it in a lot of videos lately that's really the game here, is playing with these psychological words, these trigger words. And
that's why I'm always trying to find ways to work around and get to know the individual psychology, and then hook, line, and sinker when they're not expecting it, pull them into the philosophy.
Yeah, I'm thinking more in terms of I'm really thinking about changing the way I talk, like really trying to train myself to say my brain instead of I, that kind of stuff. Like really start to think about saying, okay, I got to change the way I talk.
I know.
I gotta quit using these bullshit words.
But see, the only I don't want to. The only reason I disagree with that is that I am my brain, right? So that is me. It's not so much.
I know. When you say my brain, that sort of just says it.
Right.
I mean, my brain says, or my brain, thought, or my brain felt. I mean, that's sort of a lot different than saying I.
Well, yeah, and yes, but it shouldn't be.
Well, I'm just saying it is, though. It's more explicit, and it's basically pointing out that my brain is just running programs. My brain just farts crap out, and there is no me controlling any of this. It's just fucking programs.
Yeah, and the I is just another program.
The I isn't even a program. It's just an asshole tied up in a chair sitting there having to watch it.
Oh, yeah, well, yeah, that's true.
I mean, I am just a victim of me, right? I have to watch me. I have to watch me be an asshole and watch me,
You're the audience.
Embarrassed. Yeah, I'm just stuck here saying, what the fuck is this asshole going to do next?
Yeah.
So my girlfriend asked if it should be this brain instead of my brain, because this brain doesn't even have the my within it.
That's exactly.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. Exactly. That's very good, because yes, it should just be brain.
Yeah.
Me. Yeah, I used to say me brain, right? Me brain, but that sounds a little gay. So I said, I don't know. Me brain sounds gay. But yeah, it's just this brain I identify as me. It's like a Prince or something. Me brain, formerly known as I. Formerly known as the brain I. Me brain, formerly known as the brain I.
Brain
starts getting kind of convoluted, like then you just get into like these words that are coming out as
are contrived by years of personal experience, completely subjective to my interaction with the material universe. But I'm just saying some of that would be right? This is proper technical clinical description. Sometimes you have to be proper, right? If we're going to be doctors of philosophy, so to speak, then maybe we should talk like doctors of philosophy.
Right. Yeah, there's no room for error. And then
you've got to be.
The lingo enters meme space, and it's just infectious.
Exactly. So I think there is a requirement. I mean, Anticonovat actually made fun of this idea of clinical philosophy. Like philosophy can be too clinical. He said that.
I know why.
It's like my instantaneous reaction was, how can you be too clinical?
Yeah, exactly.
Show me a too clinical. Show me how explicit language breaks truth.
What Anakinavad's rebelling against is the analytic sort of technical terms that they use in philosophical.
No, he's rebelling against the fucking truth because he wants to shove a unicorn up everybody's ass. Tantra, my pink unicorn Tantra, wants to fondle your butticus.
He doesn't want to be honest with the truth, so he's basically doing whatever he can to avoid us.
He wants to justify his psychology as a philosophy. Let's just call it what it is. He's an egomaniacal, selfish cunt who is controlled by his desires and wants to fucking, he's saying basically, I don't want to let them go for the sake of reason. I like eating cheese. Therefore, I'm going to rationalize an excuse to eat cheese. That's all he's saying. He's just saying, I like being a wanter. I'm going to rationalize wanting.
Yeah, and we can just call him out for being illogical, and then he'll say, so what, and then that's it.
Well, I just don't care what he's going to say. I'm just saying I'm going to do my job and point out he's talking psychology, not philosophy. He's just saying this is how I masturbate. It really is that simple. He's just saying this is how I jerk my brain off. Okay, this is how I make my brain happy. Well, fuck you. I'm not looking for advice on how to be happy, you fucking cunt. I'm looking for advice on how to play life correctly. And correctly doesn't seem to be in my interest. I'm smart enough to know that the best way for me to play my life probably isn't going to be in my interest, because if it's just about my fucking interest, then all the girls are raped.
Yeah.
Do you really think like none of this philosophy is clicking with him at all, or do you think it is in maybe like a more?
Oh no, I think he's just a belligerent, just like every religious cunt. I don't think they believe in God, but they're, like I said, they believe in themselves, and that's all that, they're just still so myopic. They still don't get it that life isn't about your happiness, you dumb fuck. It's about your efficiency, how functional you are in the goddamn world. You're playing a bigger game than you. This is chess. You're one fucking pawn, retard.
You know what I also find?
You are not a fucking game. You cannot play chess. I made this analogy, but you can't play chess well, right? If you just took one pawn on your side and said, this pawn can't die, you've automatically pretty much lost.
Yeah.
Right? As soon as you make one piece indisposable, you've lost your chess match because you've so now limited your moves.
I always find perplexing how males, in particular, you grow older, you grow balder, wrinkles, whatever, the dick doesn't stand too well, and they still find ways. But I guess by then most guys either have a kid and they have something to live for, so to speak, and they still find way. Their ego still finds way to believe in this self thing and the life thing. Even despite the fact that life is slowly kicking them in the nuts and putting their balls in the vice.
Little ego games, I guess they play, in the sense that they just rerun their life as a fantasy or something. And, I don't know. My father was like this. He's one of these really controlled kind of guys, but he's lived his whole life kind of, blah. And, did a lot of fishing, which is very introspective, so I give him credit for that in a way, because he had to really learn how to live with himself to be able to do that. But yeah, I almost think, it's like he's just not, I'm very not like my father. He isn't very passionate, and I've just never been anything else but.
Yeah, me too. Do you get on with your parents?
Oh, I get on with everybody. I'm a really nice guy. You know what I'm saying? I'm really not. How can I not get along with somebody unless they say something really obnoxious to me? I'm pretty easy.
Yeah, well.
So I get along with them in the sense that, I don't know. I'm just not how, I don't impose on anybody, so,
Yeah, keep yourself.
I'm pretty hard to dislike, I think, on a personal level.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I still think it's interesting how certain people, I don't want to be a broken record, they find little things somehow, and they like it. Life forces them to adjust. Like people find ways to adjust to this thing, no matter what. Most people, those who don't, go out.
Well, I think it probably is doing some damage to them psychologically. You know what I'm saying? It's eating at them.
I was about to say that.
You can see it in a counterpart. You can kind of see it, but he won't admit to it. I know he fucking knows it. He just doesn't want to admit to it.
Slowly
he does admit to it, though. I mean, his last video, he admitted it again. Did you see his last video? I mean, his last video, he basically said, well, look, this is all logical until you become one of these morbid antinatalists, he called them.
Yeah.
If you're logical. Yeah, if you're clinical and you're honest, you become an antinatalist, a morbid antinatalist.
He said that?
Yes, he said that.
What a fucking retard.
Well, I was shocked when I found out he was having a kid. I mean, that was like, holy shit.
Yeah, me too. I was like, what?
Well, yeah, like, and I just said in my last video to him, I'm saying, I can teach you how to masturbate where you don't have a kid. You can jerk yourself off, and you don't have to have a kid, you stupid fuck. You can have sex and you can have fun in life, and you don't have to fucking have a kid. So don't pretend to me there was something obligating you besides the fact that she's 16 years old and she begged you to have a baby, right? So let's not pretend it's anything else that's going on here. You didn't have a kid because you wanted a kid. You had a kid because the young pussy you bargained for insisted that was part of the bargain.
I mean, it's okay, you should have.
I mean, this guy is so fucking owned. I'm so pissed off at this whole thing. He's a cliche midlife crisis douchebag, and he's talking like he's a philosopher. He's so fucking owned.
And he doesn't even get half the concepts that we talk to him about.
Well, I think he gets them, but he just ignores them because. Yeah, that wasn't any fun. You pointed out how I'm a hypocrite and an asshole. Gee, fuck you. Yeah, so what? I lost that argument. Big deal.
See, this kind of brings me to my original question. Well, if you were to categorize all these assholes, one is just impossible to talk to, Hythloday, right? And then you talk to Professor
they're all in the same category. They're all fucking nihilists, right? I mean, Hythloday isn't even that bad, except Hythloday is just doing this. Well, animals are just beasties, right? So I mean. You know what I mean? So he'd get the argument. He would be all the way. He would have to accept the logic all the way if he could just accept that animals aren't what Kant says they are. Right. You know what I'm saying? That animals aren't just beasties.
So Hythloday says that what matters to morality is not sentience but rationality, which is fucking idiotic.
Agency, which is just so stupid.
Same fucking thing.
So somehow, if the retard can't say stop fucking me in the ass, somehow you don't have any obligation to stop because he's retarded.
That is a really bad argument. Yeah, that's.
I mean, it's just you're just saying, what the hell? How can he not get this? I mean, it's just such a stupidly human-centric. I mean, it's just so cliche. Like he's just tripping over his human ego. I mean, it's just. I mean, I overtly called him a bigot. 17,000. I'm just saying, you're a fucking bigot, asshole. You know what a bigot is? You're a bigot. And he still didn't get it.
There's got to be one YouTuber you just can't have any discussion with whatsoever. Like one that just impossible to stay on the same field. I watched a lot of them. I still can't determine which one, but whatever.
Well, I know you're trying to do this thing. I don't really just trying to tell me which shark has the most teeth, or what blowfish has the biggest butt. I don't know. I mean, it's impossible questions. So I mean, I don't. Trying to sit there and say which one is worse because they're all bad in a different way. I mean, Piro's bad in a different way than Anacondavod's bad, and Anacondavod's bad in a different way than Hythloday. And I can just go down the list, but they're all bad in the sense that they're all nihilist motherfuckers who aren't accounting for the fact that they're basically imposing leprosy to what? To pretend they're doing something really cool. I'm doing something really cool. Trust me, I'm really vital and stuff. Trust me, it's worth the leprosy.
I don't know. I think Anacondavod's probably the most evil.
I think.
If evil is going to be like I said. Again, we're stuck with this language thing. I mean, it's I agree that he's the most
insidious.
Well, I don't even say.
Well, he's pretentious.
But I'm still going to go back to douchebags like the Amazing Atheist. I mean, you know, he's smart enough to know this shit. So I just can't buy that he doesn't know it. And he's just so much of a nihilist motherfucking Jabba the Hutt whore pig that, you know, he just refuses to accept that I have to accommodate the truth that, you know, these other ants on this planet matter. So I mean, they're all nihilists. It's just a different version of nihilism, right? They're all fucking nihilists.
And I can't stand the Amazing Atheist's like loud, obnoxious, whiny voice when he comes on. Is it really necessary to, you know, fucking make videos in that tone all the time? It's just, you know, I don't know.
Yeah, I don't dislike his personal manner. I just hate the waste of his fucking glib shit.
Yeah.
You know, I'm above it all. Yeah, fuck you. You're the cause of it all. You know. Ugh. But that's the thing, right? I mean, all these people are just spectators on this fucking bus, you know, and it's just they're all making excuses for, I don't want to steer. You know, I'm not taking any responsibility.
TJ's brilliant, though.
I don't know what that means, but whatever.
Well, he's smarter than anybody my age. I don't know anybody as smart as TJ.
Me?
Yeah, well, frankly, yeah, I just don't know by what standard you're saying he's smart. He's literate. He knows how to use language. But you really think it's this a smart guy says something like, well, rape ain't so bad. What are you bitching about?
Buy a hamburger and throw it away.
Yeah, the suffering makes it taste better.
What he said? Fuck.
Yeah, I mean, obviously he's being an asshole. He's just joking. I mean, he knows the suffering doesn't make it taste better, but he's just saying it to be a fucking asshole. I mean, I'm just saying, if that's brilliance, I don't know. It's not my definition of brilliant to say something obnoxiously stupid.
Okay, wait till he's 50. I mean, you know, he's still a kid.
How old is
this? He's not a kid. He's not a kid in the first place, but you know, let's take your argument. He's already, you know, blighted, let's call it. I mean, he's a big, fat monster, okay, who's not even going to live to be 50 if you don't control that. And look how indifferent he is to any realistic perspective, right? I mean, he thinks he's Arnold Schwarzenegger. I mean, he thinks he's beautiful.
Yeah. How old is he?
He's got to be, what, 28?
28.
Yeah, well, he's got 9 years on me. He doesn't strike me as very intelligent.
Well, I'm just saying he is intelligent, so I'm just saying let's not overdo it here. He's witty, he's clever, and he is somewhat informed. I mean he's not, for his depth of his knowledge of evolution is shit. I don't think he has any knowledge of any other sciences. But I mean, there's no denying he has an IQ. I'm just saying, it's just no denying it. But it's all malicious. I mean, none of it has any good function. He doesn't have any positive. No positive neural energy is spent on understanding the game of chess. The only thing he understands is his piece.
Well, he understands money, and he's much on the American standpoint.
Well, I don't think he understands money. To tell you the truth, he's just been damn lucky. So you can say he understands money. I'm saying that, from what I've heard, he gets into these stupid, idiotic projects that don't make any money. He pisses money away.
I meant it in the sense that he's a capitalist. He's sold out. That's his game now, is to increase his.
Well, I didn't say he didn't sell out. He was never in. So he obviously couldn't sell out. He always thought of the human race as a bunch of bugs, and he just figured, how can I exploit these people? So that was always his perspective. So saying to call it a sellout would be stupid.
He didn't buy in.
He's never bought into being a human being. He's only bought into being TJ and loving TJ. There's nothing else he thinks about. It's TJ and ants. TJ and the planet of the ants. That's how TJ sees the world.
He was also probably one of the first people on YouTube making atheist content, so he just kind of got into the medium when it was ripe for the picking, and then gained all.
I'm just saying, he obviously had the right shtick. There's some reason that people, a bunch of little dickless boys, like people. It's like Howard Stern, right? Howard Stern just kept lying about how small his penis was, right? So he just constantly kept telling people, I have a small penis. I have a penis smaller than you. I'm a bigger loser than you, right? And that makes people feel good about themselves. So the thing they want somebody fat, hideous, and disgusting to talk about how much of a loser they are, right? That is what people love about somebody. They want to love somebody who is a bigger loser than them. It's like, they want, Mike, you probably run into this some, right? Because you're kind of pretty, right? and you probably get, a lot of guys probably resent the fuck out of you, right? Because you're pretty, and they're not. But yeah, that's been my life experience anyway, is that people resent you if you have any skill or talent. They will try to destroy you, okay, because you're making them look bad.
Right, that's absolutely correct. But I mean, it's and you're right that like people like people who. Yeah,
I'm just saying that's how TJ gravitated. That's his audience is. Look, come on, admit it. They're imbeciles, right?
Yeah, they are. They're all like
there's such like an obvious dishonesty.
The cream of YouTube is not watching TJ's videos. Okay, I'm just saying that he is attracting the worst kind of ignorant thug.
Yeah, even like a lot of the atheists that comment on his fucking videos don't have a clue what they're talking about. They've just recently gotten into science, maybe heard one word or two about evolution, and now they think DNA is God. And they're going to go and watch Friends or something at the weekend. I don't know. It's that.
I'm just saying, you're not going to find, if you read the comments section of, say, Professor Anton's videos versus DJ's, it's a completely different character of human beings. I mean, it's just no depth at all to TJ's audience. It's a bunch of, 15-year-old losers.
Oh, no, definitely.
Who want to feel vindicated. I'm really smart, even though I'm fat, stupid, and eat donuts all day. You know what I'm saying?
More intelligent on Professor Ant. Even thou art that. He does strike me as intelligent and obviously well read, but
I don't even know how to describe that failure, though. I mean, that's he's way too smart for the fucking crack shit, loony crap he's speaking. I mean, there's something about him just really pissing me off now, because it's like, all right, so you didn't want to waste your time doing hard science because that's work, but I mean, this lazy, girly philosophy is just so fucking bullshit.
Yeah, no, I agree.
Well, he was supposed to be your prodigy, right?
Huh?
Time ago, he was supposed to be.
No, I wouldn't call it. It wasn't my prodigy, but I'm just saying we actually had conversations about the brain and stuff, and I'm just saying he demonstrated the depth of his. He's well read. He was a smart kid for coming out of high school. You know what I mean? He was worth me and the Mystic spending some time talking to him.
Well, what did you?
Kind of disappointing that he just turned into a fucking. I mean, he's just doing that psychological wanking thing. I mean, he's just jerking off on us.
Well, what did
it's just fucking disgusting.
We're all gonna end up disappointing you.
What did you talk about?
Don't do that. Don't do that, you fucker. Yeah, don't you disappoint me.
Was he talking about like brain structures with you, or?
Well, yeah, we were having a conversation about the nature of consciousness, and so we were doing this whole thing about the will and trying to describe how the brain worked. And it was all kind of poorly done, but it was a really good exploration of.
Anything empirical?
Good conversation about brains to start us off, because you never had this conversation. You know what I mean? It was the first time I had a conversation about brains. You know what I mean? So I said he just turned.
So like I haven't really studied a lot of the empirical research into consciousness. I know here and there, but I know I could go on for days.
Hard problem, right? So he brought up the hard problem, things like that.
I could talk about that for days.
Right, and so I'm just saying that, yeah, it's kind of rich for conversation, and I didn't really have my greatest arguments back then, but I was making this argument that this is a biological function and blah, 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 and it's not really a hard problem because it's how the biology figured out how to do it. But I didn't do that very well, to tell you the truth. Like I said, if I watched those old videos, I probably wouldn't be too pleased with how I explained it.
The essence of the hard problem is basically how can first-person subjective experience fit into a third-person description of brain processes?
I don't think that's the hard problem. I don't think the hard problem is why consciousness. Why not just a direct relationship between input and output? Why consciousness gets in the way?
Well, how?
Why isn't it just a computer? Why isn't it just a computer? No feeling, no bullshit. Just input in, output out. That's the hard problem, as I understand it.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's the hard problem. It's all centered on this one problem. They all sort of reduce to why should any of these brain processes give rise to subjective experience? Like, I can understand, like, you know, I can understand.
Subjective experience is the wrong way to say it, I think. I'm just saying you're talking about feelings.
Which are subjective experiences?
Well, I'm just saying that you're talking about feelings, right? So why call it subjective experience? Why don't you just call them what they are, feelings?
Because
consciousness is
not. It could be a subjective experience. It doesn't mean anything. I'm just saying that there's no point in saying it's subjective. The point is it's a feeling.
I'm just using the terms that they use in the books. The way that it's been read is that sensations, feelings, perceptions all fall under this class of subjective experience, and they're conscious.
Don't we already have a conversation about the fact that there's a lot of ways people say things that are deceptive and wrong. So I'm just saying, let's use the correct language. If we're going to talk about it now, let's try to correct the language. Let's not use the broken language.
Well, I'm just using the academic way that.
I know. I'm saying why it's not good. All right. You want to tell me I have to use it? I'm going to say no. I'm not going to use it. It's the wrong way to say it. It's a feeling we're talking about. We're talking about fucking feelings. We're not talking about thoughts. We're talking about feelings. Thoughts can be subjective perceptions. That doesn't mean anything. Feelings are what means something. Feelings are why consciousness is consciousness. Without fucking feelings, consciousness isn't consciousness.
Yeah, but the thoughts. I mean, thoughts are conscious, right?
I'm just saying, without feelings, what are they?
Thoughts.
I would liken it to an operating system on a computer like Windows 8. You know, something like that.
A thought might just be a mechanical stepping through something. You could almost argue that a thought could be subjective and something experienced, but it wouldn't have any meaning if it didn't have feelings tied to it, right? So I'm just saying that I think the feeling thing is what consciousness really is. Without the feelings, consciousness isn't consciousness anymore.
Yeah, feelings and sensations go hand in hand. I mean, they are the. I would say that from what I've read, they are the same, feelings and sensations. And yes, I understand that if there is a sensation of thinking, if that's like
the point is, look, this is let me explain it this way, and let's just confine the argument to this point. Logically, we can understand that we're just doing input and output. Now we have this synthetic thing in our brain that creates this feeling thing, and then our brain reacts to the feeling in a second process, right? So in a sense, we have two brains, right? One that creates the reality, the synthetic reality in our brain, adds the feelings to it, and then our brain reacts to the value-enhanced mental picture of reality, right?
Yeah.
The argument is that why would it be that way when it's really just all mechanical anyway? It's a mechanical process that creates the feeling, and then it's a mechanical process that reacts to the feeling. So if both those processes are predetermined, deterministic processes, why bother with this intermediary space of consciousness? Why not jump right through the consciousness and get to the fucking action, which is the end anyway? It's still the same calculation. Why bother with the sensation? And my argument to that is Because nature isn't smart. So nature did it wrong. Duh. That's the answer to the hard problem. Nature isn't a fucking computer scientist. Nature is a stupid fucktarded Frankenstein.
Well, nobody disagrees that nature made it this way, but the argument is that it didn't have to, and the fact that it didn't have to.
Again, it doesn't matter whether it didn't have to. The point is that it doesn't know the difference between the right way and the wrong way. It found a way.
Right.
Period. It didn't care whether it came out to be Frankenstein. It didn't care whether it came out to be fucking, Prince Charming. The point was it had no way of distinguishing between Prince Charming and Frankenstein, and so it did it the Frankenstein way.
Look, Gary is right. Gary is right. I'm on
and how did it do that?
Okay, I'm on pain management taking opiates. I have severe low back pain. You pop an opiate, voila, pain's gone away. It's all a mechanic. The problem is still there. The bad joint is still there, but the opiate mechanically blocks the pain. It's gone.
Right, so it creates the value that your brain was creating on the brokenness. So the brokenness existed, your brain was creating a value associated with it. The value was very negative to your function. Now you're just disabling that silly value equation that said you have a broken back. And so it's much better for your brain not to know you have a broken back because, hell, it's not going to do you any good to know it because you can't do anything about it.
Papa oxycodone, and pain's gone.
But the question, the question. I mean, you reject the why. I think the why is fine for the hard problem. But the question of the hard problem is how would not just an evolutionary reason, right? Nature's dumb. It made the conscious. It didn't select either way.
Find some other way to establish value. The point is,
it could
have found another way to create a synthetic value that wasn't a sensation of value. So it could have created a mechanism that forces us to be obedient, but doesn't create this intense motivational mechanism. But that's when it gets a little dicey, because you're almost arguing, well, how would I possibly synthesize that in a computer where the computer couldn't override the imperative then? You know what I mean? Or ignore the imperative. How do I motivate a computer, that can rewrite the software? And that's the danger, right? Because the mechanism could rewrite the software.
Well, that's for the zombie argument. The zombie argument is related to that, but the problem is how would you distinguish? Like, what is it about the way that nature made this brain from some other way it could have been? What is it that what is the magic sauce, as it were, that does this?
Well, it's a learning thing, right? Isn't that the trick? I mean, how do you create a learning device?
Well, that's just more functional.
Without creating. So if I did it with software, the only way I could create a learning device is that I would have to program it to know the difference between right and wrong, right? It would be a separate program. If I don't have a separate program, if I can't create a separate program that controls that, how would you do it? And the only way to do it is to create this mechanism of positive and negative reinforcement. There's no other way to create learning, correct? You have to reward the positive act, you have to punish the negative act.
You could still, like, I know where you're going with this, but you could still
I'm just saying that you're going to have to get into a lot of computer science to explain how you could synthesize that where the brain wouldn't have the capacity to override it. Okay? So I'm just saying that how could it possibly mean something? How could the value be real to the learning device unless you make it real? It has to think it's real.
Well, artificial intelligence, I mean, you could still have learning and you could still have a void.
Prove it.
Well, it's easy. I mean, all you need to do
is... how you can have learning without an engineered program to create learning. That synthesizes the values for you, that already creates an algorithm that will decide plus and minus. You have to inject the pre-logic. You already have to put the formulas in, or it can't do the math. How does it learn formulas? That's the trick.
You need to have a you would need a template for what it.
Exactly.
But
so how is nature going to make that template ahead of time? How does it do the template incrementally? How does it create the template incrementally?
Well, it does it with feelings.
I know. Well, that's my whole point. Is that it can do it with a first ouch, but it can't do it without a first ouch, right? Because an ouch you can build on. You can't build without the first ouch. So all you need is a tiny one bit of negative energy, and now you have a learning device where it needs a whip. Like I said, see, it's such a simple mechanism, this ouch thing, right? Because once you synthesize this ouch thing, then you can use the negative to reinforce the positive by just adding more negative, right? You just make something positive by adding negative to the other side. So I'm just saying that's why nature fell on this, is that because this is the simplest way to do it.
Oh, it's the simplest way to do it.
It has to build it incrementally is all I'm arguing. I'm saying if I was to make an artificial intelligence that learned from scratch, I'm just saying it'd be very hard to create a scratch value mechanism.
Yeah.
Right? So that's my argument here, is that without synthesizing some ouch mechanism, how do I ouch a computer program?
Yeah, well...
Without creating a real ouch. I'm just saying, how do you do it without it be? How do I make it real to the software?
Well, that would explain why nature selected this consciousness. But
I'm just saying that I don't think there's any way to make it through any evolutionary process, right? We're talking about something made through evolution.
Agreed, but
so we're talking about something built that has to be built on its own design. So I'm just saying that there's no way you can. I don't think there's a way to do it any other way if you're going to make it from scratch. If you're going to make one after you already have knowledge of good and evil, then it's easier.
Agreed. I absolutely.
But if you can't do it from scratch, you're not going to be able to use a set of pre-established values, because then it's just going to be a program. It's not going to be a learning device.
Right, I agree with that. But essentially, when we study consciousness in the brain, we'll try and correlate some neurological structure or sequence of neuron firings to a particular mental event. So we try and map brain events to mental events.
Well, I don't see any point in doing that, because that has always been folly, right? That's like when they said 7/10 of our brain wasn't being used because when they electrocuted it, we didn't say butterfly or frog, and then so they say we're not using 7/10 of our brain because we don't say something when you electrocute that part of the brain. I mean, that was just idiotic science, right? I'm just saying this whole idea of trying to locate our consciousness, I think, is folly.
Yeah, well.
And I just think that this simpler model of just recognizing that we are basically of two minds, right? Our first mind creates the sensation, the second mind reacts to the sensation. Isn't that diagram good enough for you? I mean, that one to me says, yeah, that's it. It doesn't matter exactly how it does that, but that's what it's doing.
No, I agree. That's what it's doing. But one of the, I mean, I'm not denying that it's a product of evolution, it's all physical and stuff like that, but the question that interests philosophers, and it's not so much really all that, it's interesting.
No, the context of this hard problem is they're basically making a religious argument. They're saying, why would consciousness exist if it wasn't, made by God or something? Because why would nature do it? That's how they're using the argument. So I'm just saying my counter-argument is merely to justify why biology chose this method, and that's understandable. So that's as far as I think the hard problem has any value.
Well, I don't know who's doing that, but originally that wasn't the hard problem. But if people are doing that, then that's dumb, right? Because the essence of the hard problem is, what is it about neurons that relates to feelings?
Well, I don't think there's any way to relate it because I don't think our feelings are real. Our feelings are an illusion.
I agree, but what is it?
The whole of consciousness is just a fucking illusion. It's not a real thing. It's not a real substance. It's not real at all. It's just a fucking illusion created in our brain.
But yeah, I agree. But how does it do that?
Look, here's a vitamin pill. Okay, I don't absorb this. This doesn't go inside my brain and sit around in there like a little vitamin pill.
Yeah.
It's just a representation in my brain. My brain creates the illusion of an understanding of this thing. Its essence is understood by my brain by a bunch of neural connections, but they have nothing. There's nothing in common with this actual thing. Absolutely no physical connection between this thing's reality and my perception of its reality. It's entirely a synthetic creation in my brain that says I understand that.
Yeah, I
So understand, trying to connect the neurology to the physical perception is, I think, just a waste of time. It's all an illusion in our brain.
Again, we're talking, but I'm not disagreeing that it's an illusion. I believe it's an illusion. The question is, how does it do that?
Well, I'm just saying, I don't think you can possibly answer that question.
Well, that's a hard problem.
I don't think it is the hard problem. I just told you what the hard problem was. The hard problem was saying, why is it conscious, not how is it conscious.
Yeah, why in terms of, well, you can give a why in terms of the evolution, the Darwinian...
No, you can give a why in the sense that it's creating this sensation problem. That it would be much better if you didn't have these suffering problems. So if you got rid of this hard problem notion of having suffering, then this could function so much better because you wouldn't have the liability of suffering. That's why it's a hard problem. Why is nature doing it this negative way?
And I think you're right in saying that it's easier to build it through learning rather than having a predefined set of...
Right, and it's also stuck with the problem that it's easy to create the broken. It's easy to create the ouch. Yeah. It's easy to create the negative, so it created the fucking negative. The first sensation was a negative sensation.
Okay, your brain is full of neurons, packed full of neurons, but if I open up your skull and start cutting, slicing, dissecting out parts of your brain, you won't even feel it. You know,
your brain doesn't need a sense organ because your skull has senses. So your skull is quite sensitive. So the flesh on your skin. So I mean, again, that's just irrelevant. The fact that there's organs inside my body, you could also cut up, and I wouldn't feel it. I mean, if you could get through my tissue without me feeling it, I'm just saying you're not. I mean, technically they can do surgery where they just give you a local to cut you open, and they could start fucking pulling all kinds of crap out of you, and you won't feel a damn thing.
But I mean, do you think we will ever get an answer to that question of how does the brain do the illusion?
Well, how the brain does the illusion would be like, okay, we're going to describe the projector. We're going to describe the screen. I'm just saying that's going to be really hard to do in some sort of, like I said, it's an illusion. How the fuck can you possibly describe an illusion, right? How can you describe the mechanism that's creating something that doesn't have any real space? It's a relationship between, it's entirely synthesized. It's entirely synthetic. It has no reality.
Yeah, it has... it's just hard because we're talking about it, right? Because I agree that it's an illusion, and that obviously somehow the brain does it somehow, and well, I think we're just disagreeing over.
Right? It's just a theater of consciousness. That's how I've described it, right? But it's all fake. But it's as real. I mean, as Einstein said about time, right? It's one hell of an illusion. Well, yeah, consciousness is one hell of an illusion, but it's an illusion nonetheless.
Illusions still exist, though.
Well, I don't agree with that. That's Pirro's crap. I'm saying to say it exists is to deny it's an illusion.
Well, it's unreal.
Okay, it's an illusion that a magician pulls a pigeon out of his sleeve, right? We know the pigeon was in his sleeve, okay? It's not, he didn't create a pigeon, okay? It's an illusion that the rabbit was made in the hat. The rabbit was put in the hat, okay? It's an illusion that we're having a real conscious experience. We're just running a program. It's an idea against another idea. It's a set of neurology. There isn't some place where you go and you say, there's the screen, there's the Uchi pillow, you know, and the projector shines on the Uchi pillow, and the Uchi pillow goes, ouch, 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 ouch. You're not going to find the ouch neuron. You know what I mean? You're not going to find the mechanical atoms that create ouch. It's all synthetic.
So we're not going to deny. I mean, obviously consciousness exists, but it's not.
I understand, but we also know that software exists, right? We know that this computer runs and all this electricity passes through it. Okay, it's not doing something conscious, but we can see that it's doing process. So the difference is our process, instead of creating pixels on a screen, is creating an illusion, okay, of consciousness.
Right, I agree.
So software. That's all it is. It's just an illusion, though. It's just mechanical process, and we are fooled, okay, by the process. The process creates an artificial reality inside of our brain. There's an actual thing in here that's saying I'm having a reality when I'm not really having a reality. I'm just processing the environment.
Yeah, and so essentially, that would, if we found a way to, if we understood how.
I'm just saying, I don't think you're going to find the parts, right? You're not going to be able to say, well, it's in memory location 56, and when a spark flies into that location, it creates sensation. You're just not going to find that. It's a collective of the whole thing. You have to have the screen, you have to have the projector, you have to have the theater chairs, and if you don't have all those pieces, you have no illusion.
I agree with that.
So it's going to all the pieces. You can't identify like one piece and say that's consciousness. Consciousness is the entire theater.
Didn't I already tell this to you? Like I said, that it is distributed across the whole system. There's no one part. It's a circuitry.
I know, but distributed is, again, that's implying something, right? No, I'm saying it's not distributed. It's a manifestation of existence. The existence of the theater. It's now a theater. You build the whole thing. It's not. You don't call a theater a distributed experience.
You know, this reminds me of one of the psychology classes in college years ago when the professor told us that one of the theories is when you imagine a pink elephant, there's an actual black hole projection in your brain where there's an actual inverted pink elephant or something like that. I'm like, well, how the fuck do you counter-argue that? And I was thinking, well, how do they prove that, and how do I counter-argue that? You know?
Yeah, well, there's certainly going to be spaces that are like that. I mean, obviously, our visual cortex is doing some of that. You know what I mean? There's probably a neural pixel, you know, almost like a what do you call those little chips that see light? You know, the cameras, CTRs, or whatever you call them. What do you call those? Photosensitive chips. But anyway, yeah, it's like that. You know, the photosensitive chip. But still, obviously, that's not seeing. You know, seeing is still a conscious experience. So seeing isn't just putting pixels on a little piece of silicone.
Right, because, and by the way, the analogy with pixels is kind of shitty because you would need to have a visual experience of those pixels. But the problem is the visual experience, so there's no point in having
obviously, our brain is not doing the visual experience, it's doing the reaction to all the things we associate with the visual, right? So it's like when I see anything, I see this is flat, it's blue, it's, you know what I mean? I have 1,000 physical connections to this. You know what I'm saying? Like in 1,000 plastic, it's, you know what I mean? Like all the things about it are what I see it as. You know, I instantaneously create that representation. So it's timeless in a way, right? I mean, 20-year-old memories, all kinds of stuff is collected and associated with that thing. So I'm not even seeing, it's not about the pixels at all. It's about what the brain recognizes and then what the brain triggers.
And projects as well.
It's the algorithm. You know what I mean? It sees the 4 letters or the pattern, and it recognizes the pattern. So it's all just pattern recognition.
But I mean, I wasn't disagreeing when you said that consciousness is an illusion. I do in fact think that it's an illusion, and I don't think that you're going to find a place in the brain where consciousness happens. But the question is, and maybe this is a stupid question. Maybe we won't get an answer to it. But like, how could you recreate that illusion? What is it that, what is it about the neurons, their structure anyway, their circuitry, that could recreate the synthesized illusion?
I understand the question you're asking, but I'm just saying, I guess I could argue that I suppose you probably could synthesize it in other materials, that you don't need neurons.
I agree with that. Absolutely agree with that.
So, but I'm just saying it's still an illusion. So it's not. It's an event of. How to put this? I mean, I'm still trying to get to the fact that we have to always keep in mind that it's an artificial event, that it's a synthesized event, that it's what's the right word for it? Virtual.
Manufactured.
It's virtual. Yeah, it's not even manufactured. It's byproduct.
Epiphenomenal.
Well, I hate that word. That's just that's a fucking religious word almost.
Side effect?
Yeah, well, I mean, that's a simple. It's almost too. It doesn't say enough, right? It doesn't describe it well enough. It's obviously a side effect, but it's a side effect directly caused. You know what I'm saying? It's fundamental to the function. The function is that I will have input and output, and it has to go through this process that creates this perception of reality. But the perception of reality isn't necessary to the function in a sense. You know what I'm saying? I mean, as a practical matter, it happens, and somehow those connections have to be the way they are, but having the connections that way creates the illusion. You know what I mean? You can't escape the illusion being part of the connections being that way. So you can't have the input and the output without this weird thing happening where somewhere in this process my brain thinks it's conscious.
And that's why it's such a, that you just completely, my brain thinks it's conscious. So it's almost like what would that even mean, right? To the brain thinks it's conscious.
I guess it's just this idea of creating the synthetic me that's sitting in the theater, right? I mean, the theater you can understand. That's
the question.
It's the synthetic me that's hard to understand. Where did he come from, and why is he chained to the seat, and why doesn't he do anything? You know what I mean?
Well, that's just.
He's like if I'm right about our consciousness just sitting here watching us perform, right? I just watch my body do things. I watch me say things. I don't construct any of this stuff consciously,
that's
right?
My
it's
view.
just fucking happens to me, right? This stuff just happens, and I sit here consciously watching it happen.
That's my view.
So that's the question: is how did it create that me thing? That's the real illusion, right? Is the me.
Well, let's just call that the art or whatever the.
Well, I know, but see, what I'm saying is that that's the easiest problem in the sense that he's just a spectator anyway. So that's easy to make an illusion because it's completely unnecessary to the process, right? The projector plays, the screen is lit, the me is just totally superfluous. So obviously he's an illusion. Obviously he's fake. He's nothing. Because he's totally unnecessary.
See, the thing is, to me, the audience and the stage and the theater are all one. right? I don't cause anything. I just see me acting.
Well, I know, but what I'm trying to get to is the only part of this equation that is nonsensical is the me.
I agree with that.
I get it now.
The projector, the theater, that all makes sense, right? This reactive system, the system of first reaction, put it on the screen, second reaction, do the program based on what's on the screen, right? Scary picture, run away, pussy, run towards, okay, yeah, we get that. And I'm sitting here watching that happen.
Well, I don't know why. I don't know why it's.
I'm saying that I'm the superfluous thing. I'm the thing not necessary to the theater's function.
You know what? I
don't know why it sounds like we're disagreeing, because we're really fundamentally not disagreeing in any real way. I think it's just words, because.
Well, it is a difficult thing. I think we're disagreeing subtly, but maybe we're not disagreeing. But I'm just saying it is an incomplete answer. I'm just saying I guess I'll agree with you to that point that it's really hard. This is like describing infinity or something. It's really hard to say how you can generate an illusion that isn't something real. Like a hologram, we could say is an illusion, but it's real.
Right, exactly.
Right?
Dreams are.
This isn't a hologram, right? There's no hologram in my head. There is no projector. There is no screen.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I'm thinking it's conceptual reasoning plus the ability to anticipate the future that maybe sort of helps create this end product of me thing. Because why would we?
See, to me, it's all a feeling thing. It's all that feeling thing. That's what the consciousness is, just adding feelings.
Yeah.
So whatever part of our brain is doing that value adding, that is the fucker that makes us conscious.
Okay, well, Helen Keller wasn't conscious until she learned some words and concepts, right?
Fuck you! That's insane.
No.
She was conscious. She was as conscious as a fucking dog, for fuck's sake. She was better, more conscious.
No, I mean this self-aware. The thing that people trip up on most.
I'm just saying, when you say consciousness to me has nothing to do with intelligence. It has to do with your ability to feel. So again, I don't know how to use the word conscious any other way. Consciousness means sentient. It means you feel.
If you want me to be like extremely anal about this, the way that it's correctly used, and I know that I'm just going to be a Nazi about the terms because I'm using them the way that they're supposed to be used. Sentience is the ability to feel, perceive, or experience being a subject. That's sentience. Consciousness includes sentience.
Well, I'm just saying that there's no way you can have consciousness without feeling. If you don't feel, you're not conscious, right. And if you feel, you are conscious. So to me, there's no way to separate the two. There's just intelligence is superfluous.
Agreed. I agree with that. Intelligence
is not experientially significant.
Feelings are the only source of value, I think. I think feelings, to me, feelings is at the very heart of consciousness, the hard problem, the mind-body problem. It's feelings that are at the center of it.
I'm just saying that experience is feelings. Without feeling, there's no experience.
Gary keeps on experience.
No experience.
40, 30, 40, 50 years of experience of built-up memories. That's what creates you. The illusion of you is the 30, 20 years, 30 years, 40 years builds up this persona that you feel is you.
Well, I'm just saying, okay. Experience is feelings.
I agree. It's the experience. The 30, 40, 50 years says, this is me.
This is my see how your consciousness arises inside of you, right? As a kid, I remember it. It came in pieces. You know what I mean? Bits. Like I'd have a glimmer of consciousness, and then I'd fade out of it, and then I'd glimmer again, and then I'd fade out of it, and I arose into it. You know what I'm saying? But it was this awareness thing, and then the more you collected coherent data, the more conscious you got. So it's this coherency issue. So you first have to know gravity, and you have to know some basic facts before you can coherently feel. You get me?
But
that's it. That's right there.
You have to ground it. But once it's grounded, then it's there. It doesn't need to have a high IQ. It just needs to have that grounding.
But you were always feeling, though, even though you
like
weren't...
the movie doesn't have to be good. You know what I mean? The theater still exists, whether the movie's good or not.
But even though you said that you had glimmers of consciousness and so on, would you say that you were actually experiencing pain or pleasure at some moments, but you just...
Sure. That's what I'm talking. That's why I'm calling it conscious. I'm saying
That's
that my
confusing.
consciousness arose in me as moments of sensate, fullness, where I had a feeling of being alive.
Well, that's sort of confusing because do you mean that you became aware of the fact that you had feelings, or that feelings?
Both. Yeah, I was like I said, the most clear one is I remember having a wet diaper, and I remember standing up and looking out the window, and I had an erection, and I just remember I felt really sensual, and I was looking out this window at this world I never saw before, and I remember the perplexing feeling about what the hell's this? What is that out there? Because all I knew was the world I had lived in here. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's like I had no sense of this idea that I'm sitting in a place and then there's this place out there. I always lived life as if it was within 10 feet.
Yeah.
And I had this first perception of, wait a minute, the world's big, and I'm in a room. It's that kind of sense. But I just remember the feeling of it. I felt it. You know what I mean? I felt a lot. You know what I mean? I felt the. You know what I mean? I felt like I feel. You know what I mean? I felt like I feel.
Yeah.
Look. Another way to look at it is that you're a different person. I'm 59. Well, I'm a different person than when I was 5 or 15. It's like different people.
But you're not less conscious. Is my only
I mean, I'm more conscious.
Exactly.
So
exactly.
The experience over 59 years has built up and built this persona.
You're missing the point. You're missing the point.
Yeah, no, but you're more elaborate and more complex. But I'm just saying you're not more conscious.
Yes. You don't feel more. Like you don't. It's not like the intensity of your orgasms. It's not like the intensity of your feelings change.
More coherently, okay? You're more coherent to your reality.
Do you think there's a way to speed up the consciousness process over an infant? Let's say an infant is born, right? And you start slightly tapping on his shoulder or his back or something. You introduce some kind of a stimuli to make the brain aware that there is an external world outside of you, instead of having to wait for the infant to turn 6 months or a year or whatever.
I think you see that already. You see kids that are almost prodigies at a young age, and I think it's because they were stimulated in a more productive way.
But see these when a baby.
I think the opposite argument is slowing down maturation. I think that's the key to this whole thing too. Is I think many kids turn out very very bright because they were very dull to start off, and I would still make the argument that I think if you took a chimpanzee or a gorilla and you could slow down its maturation, force it not to grow quickly, to shut off its pituitary gland for the first 3 years, let's say, that you might be able to get it to learn language.
But we seem to be confusing self-awareness with consciousness with sentience. I mean, if we just.
Well, frankly, I see them all as the same thing. So I just cannot. This whole self-awareness thing, I think, is a bogus argument. Because something recognizes itself in the mirror doesn't mean that it knows it's alive in the sense that it feels its aliveness.
Right.
Yeah, that's
why
I confuse the whole color thing.
In the mirror meaning anything at all. I don't think you can be conscious and not self-aware, quote unquote.
Oh yeah, consciousness definitely includes self-awareness and sentience, but babies have always felt, but they've never always been self-aware.
Well, you're saying they felt. I don't think they've always felt, so I don't think that's true. I don't think babies feel shit.
They don't.
I don't think it's any value. I don't think it's any value. Until they're coherent to the world, there's no point in them feeling because they can't make any decisions. They can't learn anything constructive. They're in a confused world where up is down and left is crooked, and they have no clue what kind of mess they're in. So they have no way to coherently. They have no coherent foundation. They have no way to walk consciously through the world.
But wouldn't you say babies feel pain?
No.
You wouldn't say that?
No, I don't think they're conscious. I frankly don't think you're conscious until you're 2 or 3 years old.
Oh, wow. Very interesting.
Well, I'm just saying it doesn't have any value. Again, I'm going back to consciousness really being a learning tool, and really your first, that's why I'm talking about this slow maturation of humans. It's really when the operating system is being installed. So you can sort of think of the first 3 years of your life as being when you learn what gravity is, what you're learning just basic orientation skills, and so there's no value in punishment and reward. You get
right,
it?
so it's just redundant.
You're not ready. You're not ready to learn yet. You have to learn you have to have the operating system before you can have the programs.
I'm quite surprised that you would, I don't have any definitive opinion on it, but I didn't realize that you thought that babies couldn't feel pain.
Well,
I'm just going back. Look, I'm just validating what science knows. Well, we already know that the brain is a piece of mush when a kid is born. I mean, it's luckily, it's not even tied together yet. The two halves of your brain aren't even communicating. So, and then I also just go by my personal experience. Like I said, consciousness arose in me. It wasn't just a switch to turn on and turn off. It was a thing that
I agree with that because.
You had to get to it. You couldn't. You just didn't have it. You had to get to it.
It's the same with dreams. They don't. There's no like. I know what you're saying. Like you can fade in and out of consciousness. It's not this binary thing. It's No, I think I. Yeah,
I mean, you have to. There's. It's like when the theater's being built. There's no movie to watch. The consciousness just isn't playing. The input and output isn't functioning.
I've read somewhere. I don't know if it's true. It said that the brain doesn't completely form until the year 21 or 22. Something.
Yeah,
like
25. I think.
Yeah, well, that's is again this one of these. I'm not going to call it pseudoscience, but it's a dangerous way to look at it. It's not that your brain is. This is you don't stop growing until you're 22. It's that kind of rule.
It's just a rule of thumb type thing.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a mechanical fact that your body is still maturating until that age, and then you start declining. You know what I'm saying? It's like at your peak, and then you start dying.
Yeah, it's interesting because you start aging. We technically start aging towards late 20s, I think, right? So that's a very small biological window, so to speak. We've learned to stretch it out now, but biologically, that's.
Yeah, no, I mean, we're designed. Yeah, I mean, you can tell the basic design is 30-some years, and I mean, just simple things will wear out. Your teeth will wear out in less than 40 years.
And the hair starts falling out, yeah.
So, I mean, we're designed not to, and we're not designed to be, Oh. Yeah, I can't hear you. Your mic is gone for some reason. Lag or something.
Built to last.
Yeah, I mean, it's built to perform a task, It's just that simple, You can kind of see it in women's eggs, right? I mean, the eggs run out at 40.
Oh, yeah. That's nature's
the only
way
ones left are the little shitty ones.
Nature's way of telling you to get the fuck out. You've had your turn.
Yeah, it's game over. You're done. Your usefulness is now complete.
Yeah.
Can men use up all the good sperm?
Well, it's a different mechanism, So that's the men have the advantage that it's like it's a Xerox machine, and as long as the template is still good, it can just keep making the little fuckers, because it just Xerox. Where women have the same eggs, they have the same eggs their whole life. They're sitting in there getting irradiated and getting poisoned, and they get rotten and spoiled. Where a man's sperm, it's just a Xerox, baby. We can run these Xeroxes forever.
So he's got a little template. Is that what you're saying? That just
Yeah, there's a template. You know what I'm saying? It's just a DNA molecule that's just taken off a cell that's regenerated every 6 months or whatever, right? So it's a pretty reliable template that your sperm are made off of, and so it just keeps regenerating It just says make another DNA molecule, make another DNA molecule, make another DNA. Guys, keep copying these molecules and then shove it inside one of them sperms. It's just funny. See, sperm don't have any DNA of their own. You know
I mean,
what I mean? Technically, a sperm isn't a living thing in a sense because it doesn't have a DNA molecule.
It's got RNA.
It's only carrying half of our genetic code, right? So it doesn't have real human DNA. It's not a functional cell in the sense it has no nucleus with its own DNA. So it's not even a living organism, and that's why they've never evolved. It's just, you know, like if a sperm was really successful, it can't evolve like better sperm. You know what I'm saying? It's like it doesn't have DNA to pass on. It's passing on something else's DNA. You know, my DNA. So the sperm itself has no DNA, so sperm never evolved. So that's why we're using the same kind of sperm that a fucking sponge is using.
But I mean, it makes evolutionary sense for females to have a finite supply of gametes because that means that you don't want a 90-year-old woman.
I know, but the bad side is, like I said, it makes sense that their reproductivity would be cut off, but it's kind of stupid to have eggs that are the same eggs they had when they were born. I'm just saying their eggs deteriorate. So that's kind of a loser. But I guess evolution likes that, though, right? Because evolution likes the errors. Evolution likes the Frankenstein.
Exactly. Yeah, and that's why it encourages you to, mate when,
They should really teach this shit in school. 12, 13-year-old kids, they should tell them, yeah, you're going to start getting old pretty soon, and you won't live forever, and life is evolution and carnage, but nobody teaches that shit. Nobody.
Yeah, well, it tells you the truth, right? If they just told you the truth, you're just going to be an insatiable wanker. You're just going to spend your life saying, well, I need a vagina to stick my willy in, blah, 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 and I'll pay, whatever it costs, and I'll do a silly dance, and I'll say silly things, and I'll buy flowers, and I'll do whatever you say I have to do, blah, 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 blah. I mean, that's what your life is going to be. You're just going to be owned by a desire. I mean, I wish somebody would have just said that that's the price you're going to pay for this thing. I mean, I would have almost liked if I could have kept my sexuality I had as a kid, just because it was totally unhuman related.
What do you mean?
I didn't get off thinking about having sex with somebody. I just had sex. You know what I mean? I just rubbed up against shit. I just humped my bed. You know what I mean? I had a wonderful ritual every night when I go to sleep. And I can't sleep on my stomach anymore, just because I ruined my back probably humping my bed, because I just spent every night, like I go to sleep, I would just hump the bed, and it was just like, oh, this is really great. And it was just so simple. I mean, no bitch, no arguments, no nonsense. I just had a wonderful sensual experience every night, and I'd drift off into dreamland. So I loved going to bed. It was just my favorite.
Yeah, and the sexual fantasies were just so vivid and so great, but after you lose your virginity and you're kind of in your 20s, you kind of lost that a long time ago. But back in the day, it was like, holy shit, you really could imagine a lot of shit as a teenager.
Yeah, I'm just saying. And then, when I hit 11, that's when all of a sudden I realized, oh, you have sex with girls. Now I get it. But that was another whole nightmare. But like I said, I liked when my sexuality was just mine. I didn't have to worry about somebody else participating.
Yeah, you didn't have the burden of,
Yeah, I just didn't need somebody to have sex with. I just needed, my own little comforting fantasies and shit. I just didn't need any reality.
That was the funniest thing I heard all damn night.
Well, the time I had the dream where I had sex with a train is probably a little funnier, but
How is that?
No, I actually had a dream where I fucked a train. A flat train. The flat car on the train. Yeah, I had sex with a flat car on a train.
That's a bit bizarre.
Yeah, I'm saying it even struck me. Even me found that one a little bizarre. But of course, the time when I had the 9-foot penis. 9-foot penis. That was also a good dream. I cuddled my penis. Yeah, it was kind of funny. I basically humped my penis, which is, doesn't make much sense, but I actually did.
My friend, he humped my mother's mink skull. It was embarrassing.
Well, we won't go
there.
Yeah, I never found anything about my mother sexual, so I was always glad about that. That my mother was always a huge turnoff.
I think there should be like an evolutionary, insurance for that.
Yeah, the worst compliment I could pay a woman is you remind me of my mother.
But I mean, are there like evolutionary preventions against that sort of thing, like incest? Like we should be programmed to find that disgusting so that we'll not produce.
No, see, but that's the catch though, is because nature does like us to do the mutant thing, so it wants you to inbreed now and then. So that's the catch of that one. I don't know. It's really hard for me to say, just because I never had any hard fantasies about sex with my sisters, but I'm just saying it wasn't immediately a repulsive idea. You know what I'm saying? I didn't have some innate sense that, oh no, this is taboo. You would never have sex with your sister.
So is that socially or what? Is that biological repulsion or what? Is that just?
Yeah, look at the royal.
Well, I think what drives families apart is the more integral part, right? The competition and the stuff. Because it's a little complicated. But we could say, well, are human beings bonobos? Or are human beings chimpanzees? Because the weird thing is, chimpanzees, the males leave, right? They go off to another tribe, and in bonobos, the females leave. Now that's a really radical difference, right? When you think about it, I mean that's a pretty dramatic difference. Males versus females for a species that are so related, so similar. But it has a huge impact in the sense that the alpha females control the bonobo tribe, whereas the alpha males that control chimpanzees. So it's kind of a weird dichotomy. But I mean, that's really what it's more about, is what drives people away, right? What drives kids away from their family. But we've been screwed up by the last 20,000 years of evolution, right? In the last 20,000 years, it's been happening in tribal civilizations, and that creates a whole different kind of dynamic. We don't live in family groups. We live in extended family groups. Big groups.
Yeah. See what DNA gets you Prince Charles.
Well, blue bloods are a good example of why you don't want to go there. But you also look at Hawaii. The princesses or queens of Hawaii were pretty genetically fucked up. They did a lot of inbreeding there. It was all, brother and sister all the time over there, in Hawaii.
How did the Easter Islanders last that long? I wonder.
So why is
Yeah, they certainly. I mean, you can just see that success killed them, right? I mean, you can just sort of. They're like a good example of the unsustainable thing, and so how we're just doing the same thing. We're basically on an island planet, and we're not realizing it's an island and you can't cut all the trees down, that kind of thing.
They cut the last tree down and that was it.
Yeah, I guess you just don't realize how dependent you are on once you have a desert, you have a desert. You're all going to die.
California.
Yeah, really. But we're all part of that, right? I mean, we're all feeding, that doom.
But what's always interesting, the California scenario. People generally won't do shit until last minute. So unless it's absolutely necessary, they really won't do anything.
Yeah, and then they'll acclimate. I mean, they'll be able to get by, I think, but it's going to be rough. I mean, it's that South American place, right? Whatever country it is, that they got that city with 20 million people in it, or 40 million, whatever the fuck it is, and they got no water left. They're pretty fucked. So I guess that'll be the real show. Yeah, we'll see what happens to them. See how bad things get there.
How bad does it have to get?
It's getting there, buddy.
Yeah, well, I mean, zombie wars is, can get pretty bad. Trust me. I mean, imagine if electricity goes out in New York City or something, or
Fuck that.
You're talking pretty bad, right? You're talking things get pretty bad pretty quick, and everybody's all of a sudden, hoarding. And once the hoarding starts, that's when the game's really over. Then people start starving.
I brought this up last time when I asked how bad does it need to get. I didn't mean it in a lack of water or electricity. I was meaning in a capitalistic sense. When the wages continue to dwindle and people can't afford to buy milk or fucking vegetables.
Well, I know, but you can't fix those problems. So I'm just saying those are the kind of problems. It's like, yeah, well, we increased the population by 40 million people in the last 5 years. Yeah, that was really dumb. But I'm just saying, how are you going to fix it? You know what I mean? What, you're going to kick 40 million people out? You're kind of fucked.
The government's ready to depopulate. I'm not trying to sound like one of these conspirators, but it's.
Well, I'm just saying it is kind of a conspiratard thing to say, right? Because what's the government? The government can't do shit. The only thing it has is the military. The military is a bunch of 17-year-old kids. Just tell me a bunch of 17-year-old kids are going to start arresting their own grandmother and throwing her in, FEMA camps? I don't think so.
It's corporations that rule the world, man. It's not government.
Well, governments are part of corporations now. I mean, they're just they're just a corporate whore.
I'm just kidding. See, when it comes to this whole economics, politics shit, I know nothing, at all. So, just keep my nose out of this one.
Well, I know. That's
good idea.
A silly rich kid. Yeah. So what do you know about it? You're just living off all the fucking those regular slob humans that have to work every day.
Yeah, work sucks.
How much?
I don't work 40 hours a week though, do ya?
Well, I'm just saying whatever your perspective is, I'm just saying that we all learned. I lived, a middle-class life, so I had it easy too. But I had a job when I was 11 years old, so I learned what a dollar was worth and all that kind of shit. So I kind of had an idea of what it was to get fucked. Because, I spent my life delivering newspapers and doing real shit work, and for shit money. So I knew kind of how bad the game is. That people are just using up other people's lives and.
It's quite sad.
The game is we're all slaves. If you're not the 1%, you're a slave.
Yeah, well, we're slave to this whatever you want to call it, this preposterous waste, and at both ends, the waste of the poor and then the waste of the millionairist, Those two extremes are sucking the value out of the middle life.
There was a picture on the internet of a boat parking inside another boat. A smaller boat parking inside another mega boat.
Yeah. Well, I mean, if I was, if you're James Bond, you can afford shit like that. But yeah, it's just the amount of, like I said, people just don't realize that the rich are building pyramids, and we're just wasting so much value on their pyramids. Their fancy cars and their silly yachts and their silly ports and dredging their silly canals and all of that shit. Huge amount of money wasted on that nonsense.
Yeah, the rich get richer, the poor get poorer, man.
Well, it is working that way. Like I said, when I was a kid, it was actually going the other way, which was kind of nice. The rich were getting poorer, and the poor were getting richer. It really was funny that we really had to. I really lived through the best of times. I mean, we really have dropped the ball, so to speak. Ronald the fuck Reagan. I like to think a big steaming shit on his grave. Yeah, that would be something like when I'm an old man in a wheelchair. Take me to Ronald Reagan's grave so I can take a shit on it before I die. Yeah, that would be so cool. It'd be like going to the ocean. Let me go to Reagan's grave so I can take a shit on him.
It's not actually illegal to do that, is it?
I would imagine, but it doesn't. It's my last.
I'm just asking.
This is my dying wish. Maybe somebody will give me a variance or something, and allow me to take a shit on his grave.
I was just curious. I'm just wondering, maybe
especially if I win the Nobel Prize, right? I'll be a Nobel laureate. Oh, it's the last wish of Gary Einstein. They'll have to rename me, of course. So I'll be Gary Einstein. And I just want to take a shit on Reagan's grave, please. And they'll say, okay, we'll let you do it. I mean, you've been knighted and lorded and everything, so yeah, sure. Yeah, it's a lord's right to take a shit on a grave.
That's a Republican god you're shitting on.
Yeah. Well, whatever. I'm just shitting on the fucking poster child for failure.
The dreams of earning a public defecation.
Well, it would complete me, as the movie says. It would complete me.
Sometimes just glad that certain people are dead. It just feels good sometimes.
Yeah, you really can't, I mean, I'd like to feel sorry, but I really can't. Motherfucking cunt. You deserve to be shitting his pants.
Hey, they just replaced him with another asshole like Ted Cruz and all the other Republican assholes.
Or Obama. Put Obama in the category. He's nothing but a Republican asshole.
Him too. He's sold out.
Yeah, well, he never sold in, but he just lied waiting for a job. That's exactly right. He's a lying pimp. He's another guy I'd like to shit on. So yeah. Oh shit. Once we start this shitting thing, I'm just going to be shitted out because there is a list of people who need a good shitting on.
Well, imagine after the takeover, people bring you these high-class politician people to you one by one, and you basically have to decide.
Yeah, that would be so cool if I can finally get that much power, where they actually bring me people to shit on.
They'll just bring you the coffins of these people and say, fill up.
Yeah, it's so cool. Yeah.
That day's coming.
Yes. It's been wonderful. Well, we can dream.
There's a lot of pissed off people in this country. I'm one of them, but I'm not as pissed off as most.
Yeah, well, there's a lot of retards in this country too. There's a lot of people that need shitting on.
True that, Gary. That's true.
I know.
Deny that.
It's awful sad, but it's really a pitiful planet we live on. Pitiful, pitiful.
We deserve this shit, man. We absolutely
do. Apparently, we're all humans and humans suck, so yeah, we're sort of,
Okay, so we voted these assholes in, we made the system, and now we're getting what we deserve.
Yeah, well, I don't like being blamed, but, obviously I am human.
I like these articles about super Earths that have, 2 or 3 times the mass of Earth and geology, and they think that they're going to somehow make it better over there if they ever get there.
Oh, yeah.
I just can't believe it.
They're double planets, and you're just saying, oh, yeah, right, I'm sure the double planet thing works so much better. Yeah, it isn't fucked up enough here with one planet.
Twin Earth.
Yeah, what's the twin Earths? I'm sure that's no problem at all. Probably have 900-foot tidal changes, right? Like the tide goes out and it's 900 feet. Yeah.
That's not going to happen. But Elon Musk, he is definitely trying to go to Mars. It's not going to happen. He's going to fail. In fact, the NASA mission that was supposedly a precursor to Mars was almost a hoax, from what I understood. But basically, Elon Musk is attempting to make a colony on Mars.
He's just trying to make money is what he's trying to do, right? He's probably just trying to sell share, timeshare on a timeshare satellite project, I mean, obviously you can't. I mean, going to Mars is it's a preposterously low probability of success.
I totally agree. The only reason why he's doing it is because he knows that we're doomed on this planet. So he's trying to
also. If you send 5 idiots to Mars, how the fuck does it fix our doom? Oh, thank goodness those 5 idiots got off the planet.
And I think he realized.
We'd be so fucked if it wasn't for those 5 idiots that are now on Mars. I mean, I feel so much better now knowing that there's 5 idiots.
Or for us.
I mean, it's just such a ludicrous proposition as well. Oh, let's go to Mars. Why? What the fuck? What good is it going to do us?
I kind of want it to happen only so I could laugh my ass off when the entire crew dies. Even though it's going to cost money and shit, you know.
I'm not agreeing with Elon Musk, but I'm saying that is his intention, is to go to Mars to.
Well, you're saying it's his intention. What I'm saying is he's probably been well informed of the physical, practical limitations, and that all he's doing is playing a stupid PR game to generate some sort of interest in some sort of fucking toilet paper he's selling with pictures of Mars on it.
I mean, I don't know why you would want to go to Mars. What would we gather that would be that scientifically?
Well, I mean, there's no practical, like, again, you're going to live in a trailer on Mars and then die. I mean, there's no fucking. You're not going to do anything on Mars. You're just going to sit in your trailer and then die. I mean, you're not going to do anything. You watch some videotapes and you'll die. I mean, you'll do nothing. You're never going to leave Mars. There's no way to get there in the first place, but there's certainly no way to get off of Mars, right? That's impossible.
Oh, I agree totally. I'm just saying that is their goal because they believe this planet is going to go extinct.
I know, well, whatever. This planet is going to go extinct. The whole solar system is going to go extinct. The whole fucking galaxy is going to go extinct. So the whole thing is going to go extinct. The David will fall. The whole Earth will burn to a cinder, and it's all over. It's done. It's finished. And it's going to be long before that 5 billion years that stupid Akaku says. It's 5 billion years, he says. He's such an idiot.
Okaku.
Yeah, the fucking oceans are going to evaporate in less than 1 million years.
Well, I think Elon Musk needs to talk to David Benatar, and set him straight, personally.
What was it? You said that you commented on one of the inmendham. You said something about one of the videos that that was replying to. And then you were saying, what the fuck is this Albert White Northhead shit? The guy's name's Alfred North Whitehead. You said, what the fuck is this Albert?
I was doing my playing games with it. You know, I like fucking with it.
It was funny. It was fucking funny as shit. Like Albert White Northhead. What the fuck?
Yeah, it was. I like doing that shit. I mean, some of it I do on purpose. I mean, some of it I do it by accident, just because I hate remembering names anyway. But sometimes that one I did on purpose, just because I was being funny.
Yeah. I mean, a lot of this metaphysics is overrated.
A lot of it. The word metaphysics needs to be. Somebody needs to take a shit on that word. It needs to be needs to be buried under a pile of shit. I hate that fucking concept, metaphysics. It's just like, what the fuck? There's physics. It's either physics or it's not physics, but it's not a meta. There's no metaphysics.
Yeah.
Here's my suggestion. My suggestion is that we build a memorial to humans on the moon, so that when we go extinct between 2024 and 2030. That if aliens come or anybody else, they'll see how we fucked up. And the reason to do it on the moon is because there's no atmosphere. So, in fact, I think we ought to leave some astronauts there. They'll just die. They'll never decay. And if there is any aliens, they can dissect the astronauts that we leave on the moon with some of the records. Because I believe our planet is going to go to Venus 800 degrees and burn up everything on the Earth.
Yeah, well, when that happens, the moon ain't going to be too great a place either. It's not all that far away. People have this idea that the moon's a zillion miles away. It's really not that far.
Well, the
It's
flags.
much closer than
I mean,
The flags on the moon.
230,000 miles or something. It's not, it's not that far.
Well, I have to admit, I stole the idea from Stanley Kubrick in the Obelisk on 2001.
Yeah, well,
yeah,
a douchebag movie, frankly.
yeah.
I don't get people's fascination with that movie. I just don't get it. It was the most boring piece of crap. The first 5 minutes were gold, and the rest of it was just like, what the fuck?
Well, then he deserved it for the first 5 minutes. That was awesome.
Yeah, well, I know, but that's it. 5 minutes, come on. I mean, I guess, Clint Eastwood does that too. The Unforgiven was a load of shit until the last 5 minutes too.
Clint Eastwood.
I would just do that. I guess I wish the movies were just copyright free, so we could just put all the best 5 minutes from every movie into a movie and just watch that movie, because it's like every movie has a good 5 minutes and the rest of it sucks.
That's what I did with Gran Torino. I don't know if you've seen that, but
yeah, that one didn't have any. That didn't have a good 5 minutes. That movie was shit all the way through. I mean, the Korean chick was kind of hot and shit, but the rest of it was just horrible.
Everybody should be forced to watch Melancholia.
Yeah, well, that was a load of shit too. I mean, just wait for the last.
First and last 5 minutes.
The last 5 minutes was the only part of that movie worth watching too. It was, and the way they died was so silly though. It was almost disappointing. But you're almost saying, well, yeah, why didn't they just do it that cliche way? I would just put some good music on, get myself a glass of wine,
and laugh at the world.
Sit on the deck and just watch it happen, man. Just watch it happen.
I would vote for a statue on the moon as long as it's a life-size statue of inmendham giving the finger to Earth. I would vote for that statue.
Yeah, or, jizzing on it. But either way, whatever. Yeah. Yeah. It is funny to think of how to monument, the human race. What would be the appropriate monument to our waste,
Well, the last thing that's going to survive after everything is consumed by nature is those Native American drawings of animals on that rock somewhere. I forget. Everything else is going to be swept away,
yeah,
but that
shit is already indecipherable crud anyway. You can't even see it without a freaking flashlight anyway, right? So who cares?
I think they ought to put Schopenhauer on the moon. Or Gary.
I think Schopenhauer's a bit of a douchebag. So yeah, I'm not putting Schopenhauer anyway, because I think he's an elitist pricktard that didn't have clue one.
We should just get one bag of freeze-dried human and animal shit. We'll just leave that one bag behind, and we'll prove that, okay, these things made a lot of this horrible stuff, and nobody will ever mess with it ever again, because they'll know the truth, and the truth is that, yeah, we made stinky waste.
Or no, or we could just put like the Russians and those stackable dolls. We could just make garbage cans with garbage cans, and then one garbage can in that, and there's a garbage can in that, and there's a garbage can in that, and the garbage. You go all the way down. The little tiny garbage can has a little human in it.
Yeah. I say we put the Kim Kardashian on the moon. So
that's a good idea for a toy. Holy shit.
Yeah. Well, I have lots of good ideas.
Garbage Pail Kids, the rebirth.
Yeah, that'd be cool.
Right, well, let's copy Republicans on the moon, especially Ted Cruz.
Yeah, I don't even know who Ted Cruz is, but yeah.
How about Brian Fisher? You want to put him on the moon too?
Who?
I want to put all the assholes on the moon.
Brian Fisher is the.
Maybe we just cut everybody's asshole off. Yeah, put a bunch of assholes in the garbage can.
All the assholes.
Yeah, a bunch of little assholes.
Necklaces made out of anuses for everyone.
Just a bunch of little assholes.
We'll do like that movie Ultimate Soldier, but instead of necklaces made out of ears, it'll all be anuses.
7 billion little assholes.
If I wear that would be a great necklace to have. A necklace of assholes.
If I had one wish, it would be to boot every conservative off this planet. That would be my one wish. If I could have it granted.
Yeah, well, that wouldn't solve the problem because you still have all those welfare whores.
They don't bother me as much as conservatives.
Well, I'm just saying, I think they will once the conservatives are out of the way. You're going to be saying, Jesus Christ, these other leeches are leechy too. I just mean that there's always something going to be broken. So life is just by its nature broken. So
I've noticed a lot on YouTube comments that people say that they wish that Putin was president of the U.S. That especially even conservatives on certain channels that people say, you know, I wish Putin was our president.
Yeah, well, I don't know what people's motives are for saying stupid things, but obviously, you know, having an asshole for president is probably better than having a lunatic for president. So yeah, I guess I wouldn't vote for the lunatic, you know. So let's stick with the asshole.
They like his anti-gay stance, probably.
Well, yeah, well, whatever. I mean, they're just like I guess he's.
I think they made that up.
Well, I think they're obviously trying to imply that somehow Obama is a socialist when Obama is a fucking Nazi fucking Republican. So
he's a center-right fascist.
Yeah, he's not even center-right, to tell you the truth. He's right of Reagan. He really is.
Well, he is.
Reagan, I mean, rich people got richer on Obama than they got on Reagan.
Way richer. He's actually Obama's really mostly a puppet. He mostly takes orders. In fact, I had heard something that what was it? He was informed. Shit, I forgot what it was. But there was things that were happening that it was the latest airplane crash, the Germanwings crash, and they informed him, told him it was an accident. They were doing military maneuvers, and that's what brought down the plane, and he was absolutely furious. And most people think it's this insane pilot, and I'm sure everybody here does, and they're going to get on me for conspiratorial stuff. But there's
whatever. Yeah, enough of that already. Yeah, I think that's just absolute bullshit. But fine, whatever. Have your theory. Just play with it in a closet somewhere. It's not the kind of thing you do in public.
What?
Play with conspiracy theories. It's the kind of thing you do in a closet or in the bathroom.
Well,
I'm saying it's just wankery, okay? You want to play with wankery, go ahead and play with wankery. I'm just saying I have no interest in conspiracy theories. I have no interest in conspiracy theories. Till I sing you the whole fucking operetta. I don't want to hear this raggy, stupid, unsubstantiated nonsense. Thank you very much. I'd rather hear about some Israelis chewing off foreskin or something than be a far more interesting subject than fucking conspiracy theories.
Well, there must be a giant jar somewhere out there containing all of the foreskins in the world, and people must find it. That's a conspiracy theory.
Yeah, well, I'm just saying, I'd much rather hear silly stories about that shit than I would want to hear these silly stories about this shit. So I'd rather hear that shit than this shit.
Okay, well, how about Ukraine then, and Victoria Nuland?
No, I don't really want to waste my time on the Ukraine, okay? It's there's no win proposition. Ukraine's a little slutty whore. It's just trying to find somebody to pay its bills, and so it's basically just bribing, That's all. It's just extorting money. It's just saying, look, Russia, if you don't give us what we want, we're going to go be friends with the United States, and they're going to put their anti-ballistic missile crap on your soil, and then you'll have to fucking spend more money on nukes.
Yeah, I'm from there. People don't want to fucking work. That's what it comes down to. They won't work construction.
Yeah, I have to say, exactly. I mean, it's sadly, but sad, but true. I mean, it's just a shit economy, and they're trying to be an independent nation, but they don't want to do anything like build a nation. They don't want to. We have to do all that work and shit. No, we don't want that problem.
They want to be entrepreneurs and web designers and drive cars.
Yeah, exactly. They just want all like Rolls Royce-y kind of life, and so they're just trying to do it the cheap way. And frankly, if I was Russia, I would just kick their fucking ass. I would just say, you're owned now. Fuck you. All deals are off. You're now our property. You're our bitch. I mean, it's just so, I mean, I was glad that Poland finally wised up. It was Poland was going to let us put our nonsense in their country, and they finally figured out that, oh, yeah, we'll just be the U.S.'s whore then. But whatever. I mean, it is a weird. The whole Russia failure thing is just so bizarre. The whole evolution of the whatever it was, the capitalist experiment. Yeah. Oh yeah, let's do this capitalism. Yeah, it's worked so well. Oh, what idiots to fall for that.
Okay, Gary. Well, how about zeitgeist? The resource-based economy.
Yeah, it's just stupid. Another stupid. I mean, the guy is good in the sense that, yeah, he's trying to do the right thing. He's trying to say, look, human beings don't have to be assholes. But this resource economy shit is bullshit. This whole idea of communes are always fail. And why do they fail? Because, yeah, if you give me the right to sit on my ass, I'm going to sit on my ass. And you have to have an incentive economy. You have to reward people who work. You have to reward work, and you have to punish laziness. If you don't do that, you're not going to have a fucking world you want to live in. So it's just totally impractical to think you just give people whatever they want. Everybody will contribute voluntarily. No, I'm going to voluntarily have a lot of headaches, and my big toe is going to, my big toe is a little too crooked today, so I can't go to work. I mean, if you give me the right to fuck up, I'll fuck up. I mean, I have character. I mean, that's the irony of it, right? I have real character. I mean, I really do want to be productive. But, like I said, you have to. You have to incentivize. You have to incentivize work. Work isn't fun. It's not fun having a shitty job. You know what I mean? If you've got a shitty job, it's not fun, and you're going to have to get paid to do it.
Well, I think you're a little too productive, dude. You got too much energy.
Well, I could use a lot more, frankly. I have a million projects to do and such and whatnot. So I wish I had more energy.
You make all these videos and then you host this Saturday night gig. When do you get time for your women, man? I don't see how you have the time.
Yeah, well, the virtual ones are pretty compliant. So, I have plenty of time for myself. Yeah, I make time for me. Ow. So, no problem there.
If you had real women, you wouldn't have time.
Yeah, no, that's, got to do all that candy boxing and stuff and all that work, flower making and whatnot. You have to figure out all the things not to say. Oh, I can't say that. Or don't bring up that subject. Don't ever mention that. Don't ever do that. Don't ever. Who's got time for all these rules? No, not me. So, old fan, I do want to do some critiquing on your video thing. I just haven't put it together yet. But I was thinking that the crap thing might work better. Like CRAP, do the addiction and parasitism instead. But that's kind of a radical change, so I don't want you to have to refilm anything. But I like the idea of that. What I'm saying? It'd be so if I guess eventually you want to do consumption, reproduction, cannibalism, and addiction, like do examples of each one of those.
Yeah, exactly. And I thought a lot about it, making it into crap and turning it into parasitism. I don't know. I'm just kind of attached to the whole cannibalism word being used, and it kind of matches the rest of the movie because the nihilist character has the word cannibalism all over it. It just sort of works nicely. But I should try it that way, at least, and shoot some extra, because it's in my living room, those scenes, so I literally can just shoot sort of backups anytime. But yeah, so that's reproduction, and then the next, I might be able to actually get all or most of cannibalism done in time for the festival, since I'll have another week. So maybe it'll be 2 segments as opposed to 1, because because that includes a lot of the animal stuff that I've already shot, and then yeah, I mean, consumption. I really want it to be one of these community conversations, but a little bit more directed. And I'll kind of get into what I had in mind for that another time. And then addiction is mainly about the nihilist character, as well as a bunch of other stuff. It kind of brings the whole movie together.
What festival are you referring to?
What?
What? Yeah, I couldn't understand. I'm sorry.
What festival are you referring to? You said festival. What festival?
Oh well, I'm in graduate school, so I'm graduating in a month, and so it's kind of the end of the year festival thing. But well, I mean, but when this is done, I do plan on putting it in other festivals too.
Okay, so this is a standard film festival. It's not like a anti-natalist film festival or something.
No, I'd love to do that at some point.
Yeah, yeah.
No, I mean, that's something I've talked about in videos a lot. I'd love to be able eventually to have, I think anti-natalism needs that eventually, some sort of convention-y kind of screening kind of event type of thing at some point.
Yeah, it's better if it just migrates itself into the existing system and just takes it over.
Oh yeah, obviously that would be better, but I mean, as maybe a step towards that.
Well, I'm just saying, it's not, it's not that big a dream to say that, somewhere this energy will create, a finished product. You know what I'm saying? Even where you're heading is, like I said, it's not insubstantial. Like, that there's parts of that are permanent. You know what I mean? I mean, they're really, really valuable pieces of psychological impact. And so I'm just saying, if you maximize that kind of performance, like the best of it, you know what I'm saying? I mean, so I was thinking about it the other day. I'm just saying, I've made this argument before, but if I did just 15 seconds a day, right, in 1 year, I got a movie.
Yeah, it's true. I mean, for me, it was, it just took me a long time to get from philosophy to narrative, like to make that kind of transition. But once it all kind of gelled, I mean, not that I haven't got behind at different times or whatnot, but yeah, I mean, just the way of spacing it out over short periods of time to make the whole thing.
Yeah, well, you're good at the character development and creation, so that's part of the charm of it. Is the one woman show kind of thing is really quite interesting. I think. I mean, it's a fascinating part of it. So I was thinking I was thinking of the physics thing. I'm going to do some animations for the physics argument. I was just thinking that's probably something I really should try harder to do more of, just because it would be a very good complement to my narratives, would just be animations that I talk over, and that might be a very good method for me to maximize whatever my performance value is.
Well, it's all about, like, the way I originally started thinking about it is taking, things that you've said, taking things that Derived Energy have said, and creating them into, like, tableau. That's kind of the word I always think of, or set pieces. It's like in a play, like creating these, like, these and so, yeah, I think that would be a really helpful way, certainly for everybody else. If you did it, I mean, even really crude animations would be, it'd be a fantastic.
Yeah, well, some of the more technical arguments, I think you have to make them in a more clinical way. But then some of the arguments are just these visceral ones, like the Frankenstein one and the animals. So I'm thinking that there's a certain part of me that wants to do some performance art like you're doing. I'm not too bad at doing characters, you know what I mean? So I want to kind of.
But you are really great at it.
So some part of that I would like to get myself more into doing some of that. But I realize too that also some of the arguments I want to make are probably better made in some more mechanical way. That you really can't humanize them too much without, you know what I mean? It turns into too much of a joke. You know what I mean? You want enough joke, but not too much of a
exactly.
joke. So it's a delicate kind of balance, between.
Yeah, and I don't. Yeah. I mean, obviously, I don't pretend to have, found a way to appropriately toss that salad evenly yet. I
think in the Frankenstein thing, you really did. The humor's just the right amount, and the message is still solid. So I think it was really well done.
Thanks, Gary. Yeah, and I mean, I do think that there was too much because I don't know how I feel, quite frankly, about the janitor character. I mean, I like him, and I like that it lends itself to a character that does have this, a place within the narrative.
I like the as much as I hate mimes, I like the mime kind of look to it. So I mean, the only thing I would change maybe is have a prop like a broom, and and the thing I was thinking too is you're talking. You know what I'm saying? It's like mime shouldn't talk. You know what I'm saying? You shouldn't be talking. So I mean, that would be another part of it. Would make it a little more sterile. A little more cold and mechanical.
Yeah, I kind of got myself into trouble with The Mask, because it's like, on one hand I chose it because, I'm playing every fucking role and I need some difference. I mean, I just need. I mean, even just psychologically for me, I kind of need to create some sort of space between these characters. And I also kind of like the idea of I don't know if this is a perfect translation of this, but just the idea that somebody who does take on a janitorial role is kind of whited out, essentially. It's not about your personality anymore, it's about your responsibility. So that's kind of, but I didn't really necessarily mean for it to come off mime-like, but it does look like that, don't get me wrong, I know. But then, yeah, I mean, I realized that doing the dialogue with that thing, I can't hear it.
It is kind of a puppet character, you know what I mean? It's this exaggerated character, the non-tactile hands, you know what I mean? It's all, you know what I'm saying? It's all non. There's that has that lack of, so I think that's good. Like I said, it's not. I don't mean to make it sound like I thought of mimes when I saw it, because that's.
No.
But I just mean mime in the pure pantomime kind of sense. You're just performing the speech.
Yeah.
And so it's that performance of the speech is the part that I like about it. I mean, it's just that, you know what I'm saying? Because the gestures are different than when you're actually saying something and making gestures. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? So when you're gesturing and then you talk, you can talk a better gesture than you could actually speak if you were speaking it live. You know what I mean? So it's almost like it has a better quality to it. So I like the fact that it's a little exaggerated, but not too exaggerated.
Okay.
So anyway, I liked it as an idea. I thought it was very good as an idea, but it just needs more. I was almost thinking that some of it, because you have room with the curtain, that you could actually put an inlet, an inset. So when some of the things you're talking, you could just have an image that represented what you were talking about.
Oh, that would be. I have thought about doing projections, like using a projector.
Yeah, but you have the curtain there anyway, so you could just like you did with the unveiling of the, you know what I mean, the letter, you lift it up and you could do the same thing when he's talking, just have the image, in the curtain.
Oh, that's a great idea. Well, listen.
And just give it a little more impact, just to have an image to go with the you know what I mean, what you're saying.
God, I wish I had more time. And I feel terrible saying that because I've already spent 2 years trying to make this fucking thing. But I will say, I don't know if it's ever going to happen because I have no clout in these areas to pull it together. But I know it's going to weird some people out. But my vision for this thing is that I really would like to do a stage version. I mean, I think it just lends it to it really, really well, and just the idea that it would have more people in it, and it could have those kinds of, because those are very theatrical effects, like inlets and projections inside of projections, or and I think those kind of examples would work so well on a.
Yeah, I'm just not much of a theatrical kind of person.
I know you're not.
That's not a to me. I'd much rather have a good movie than a play.
Oh yeah, well.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm trying, but yeah.
I mean, live performance art just doesn't have much value to me. I'm not a.
No, I know you're not into it. I fucking love it.
It just seems like a lot of extra work, to me. I just say film it and I'll watch it, but I don't see any point in me showing up at a theater to watch people perform it live over and over again. It just seems like time. But it's just like I said. It's just I don't place any value on the.
Well, the thing about a play though too is that it's a way of keeping a ball running for a long time. If you can make that ball run. I mean, if it's at all successful in the sense that people want to keep putting it on. I mean, a movie tends to, it can.
Well, I'm just saying, when you get something right, you get something right. I'm just saying, if it's like, it's like if there's a favorite piece of music, like classical music, right? They film like the greatest orchestra performing it perfectly. You know what I'm saying? Once I have a video of that, I can watch a 10 or 15-year-old video of it done right.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And it's forever. And what do I need to be there for? I don't need to be there.
Yeah. I know.
And it's almost better not being there because, like I said, you're seeing everything. You know what I'm saying? A camera can get up close. It can see the shit I can't even see anyway. So to me, it's if I was going to bother making a theater production, what I would do is make the movie of the production. You know what I'm saying? And then I could have all the camera angles. I could get the close-ups. I could have all the stuff you can't do in a theater. You know what I mean? I wouldn't bother with an audience. I would just film it for the sake of making a movie out of it.
Yeah, well, I want to do whatever's best for making it, silly putty enough for other people too to add what.
Well, I just think that's I think that's just you're too much of a performer maybe, and so you're just contriving an excuse to do it over and over again.
Well,
or
that
something,
might be part of it. I mean, if I did a play, I wouldn't be in it. I mean,
well, I'm just saying the number of people that actually see Broadway plays is still a very, you know what I mean. Even though Cats has been running forever, the number of people that actually see it in the theater is not. It's not a huge number. You know what I mean? It's the same people going back over and over again.
Yeah, I did see Phantom 7 times, so I can attest to that.
Yeah, well, I'm just saying, exactly. So, there's lots of fanatics who, are into all that shit, but I'm just saying it's not a huge audience, and, the reach of a film is gigantic, potentially. So
potentially. But, I don't know. I'll think about it. I like the idea of trying to put it in different forms. I mean, I even kind of been considering, since Hazy mentioned it last time, of maybe doing like a radio version of it or something. I mean, even just as exercises for myself, I really like that idea. But I don't know. But did you feel like there was? I mean, it was too rhetoric-y just the narrator. I mean, the janitor part went on for too long in the beginning.
Well, of course it did, but I mean, breaking that up was just a matter of you having more material. You know what I'm saying? It's like you just have to change the order of it. So because you don't have the whole thing, you can't afford to split it up. But obviously you should get to the consumption, reproduction, cannibalism thing sooner. Or else, like I said, you could keep the narrative and just have these little screen inlets just to give a little more, visual interest. It's just a little, it's just a little too preachy,
Yeah, exactly.
I think you could fix that by taking a couple of segments and just playing them in between the crap part. You know what I mean? In between the consumption, reproduction, cannibalism, addiction, you put some of those other pieces in between that, then you could fix that. I'm saying since you couldn't do that, because you don't have all the pieces, I thought it was okay. It was permittable. I mean, but somebody has to be, you know what I'm saying? Once you're in 5 minutes, you're saying, well, this guy's just talking.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? You needed something. You don't realize that, oh, wait a minute, the Frankenstein thing's coming. You know what I mean? You needed a taste of it sooner. So maybe you could just throw in some little bit in the middle of that. Just to give you, just to be a teaser.
Basically just cut it up and stick parts of it other places. I mean, because there was actually quite a bit more to that whole,
guys,
that I didn't even film yet. So,
Guys,
hey,
my mom just asked what 1 p.m. meant.
1 p.m. meant.
So it's a kind of menstruation. 1 p.m. as opposed to PMS.
Oh, well, it went right over my fucking head. So yeah.
What? 1 o'clock in the afternoon. 1 p.m. She didn't know what 1 p.m. meant. She's a fucking idiot.
I don't even know what that means. So your mother doesn't know that PM is what you put after the 1 when it's afternoon?
No, she asks me shit like this all the time. She asks me how to spell really fucking easy shit, and she doesn't know what PM means.
Yeah, well, that one surprises me. Yeah, that one's, your mother's a dumb fucker if she don't know what PM means.
She is.
Okay, well, just
I don't know how my parents. I honestly have no idea how the fuck I got here.
Yeah, well, that often happens that way. I mean, I'm obviously more brilliant than everybody in my family. Yeah, obviously. But I don't know what to say. Yeah, it's kind of how it works out. Because theoretically, I mean, my father did it the honest way. He was an actual engineer. And it's just kind of funny that. He was a chemical engineer, and I'm going to own the subject. And I didn't even go to college.
Yeah, I found some physics forums. I don't know what I'm looking at, but I'll send you links to them because I was thinking about making a post on there, just seeing if I could get anybody interested in having a conversation for next episode. Because I don't know where to look. I mean, it's a total stab in the dark for me. But I looked up that guy, Lesage, right? Am I pronouncing his name right? And then I kind of led me to these different forums, and I haven't found the individual posts yet, and I have no idea whether they're going to be in any kind of agreement with you. But I just tried to find places that like were already thinking about him a little bit.
I did some research, and I didn't get too far. I just found a couple of debunkers, and they weren't even very good debunkers, which was kind of funny. They were just going with a stat. Well, Feynman says, and I was like, well, yeah, because Feynman says doesn't mean Feynman was right. You have to actually make the argument. You can't rely on name dropping.
I've noticed that in physics of all subjects, there's so much like authoritarianism.
Yeah, it really is like Hawking's, especially, because they just use him because no one can. No one can attack Hawking's because he's a cripple.
But
right?
I'm not just saying that. It's in specifically in physics in particular. It's more so. There's so fucking much authoritarianism in physics.
Well, it is a rotten. Yeah, it is all this personality thing. You're just saying, well, we're all the. Dawkins is, I guess, the biology guy, but
I had some. I had some. You can't really fault biology, right? Because we know the basics of it. But physics.
Well, and Dawkins doesn't do anything stupid, right? You know what I mean? Yeah, like Dawkins, he'll say stupid things on other subjects. You know what I mean? Like he'll be ignorant on some other subject, but he's not ignorant on biology.
Right.
At least he gets that one right.
We've got the fundamentals of biology, pretty much. But I mean, physics. It's a cult of personality thing with a lot of these.
Yeah, well, and they have an agenda. They keep pooping on like, oh yeah, classical physics and Newton was a retard, and you know what I mean? It's the whole like I have to. They're all out to like make it seem like physics didn't start until wave theory. There's no physics before quantum theory. It's the most proven theory in the history of mankind, and you're just like, what the fuck are you even talking about?
Newton could have kicked like everyone's asses if he really, went a step further. I think he almost got it.
Yeah, well, he was close. Yeah, but the point is, when you think of it, what Newton did with the hardware Newton had, it's just kind of amazing to all the subjects that he had some knowledge of. It's really pretty amazing. Yeah, I'm stunned by all the glass experiments and shit. I mean, that had to be so damn tedious. You know what I'm saying? Just because they had no light sources. Shit, he was working in shit. And he did all this crap with sunlight and candlelight. And you're just like, whoa, fuck.
Yeah. I had some guy, we were talking about the hidden variable theory, David Bohm, in quantum mechanics, some interpretation or other. And then this guy said, well, you're wrong if you believe that because of Bell's inequality, blah, blah, blah. But he didn't even let me explain myself. He just said, well, then, yeah, you're wrong because Bell's inequality and blah, blah, blah. They actually take it, a lot of it, they just take it on faith.
Yeah, well,
they don't even question.
The Heisenberg thing, too, they just keep throwing that in your face like it's,
right.
Like God wrote that on a rock somewhere. You're just like, well, this still isn't proven, so what does this mean to me? It's just, I really
too many
hate this. I really, when they get into this whole entanglement thing, it really does, it's all so fucking unsubstantiated conclusion drawing.
And what's even worse is when people take it to the extreme and then apply it to things like quantum computing and all this bullshit about, then Brian Cox.
Yeah, and you're not even honest about it, right? Because that Kaku guy, I saw him do this stupid thing. He was talking about quantum computing, like as if quantum computing just meant that you stored information on atoms or something. And that's not what quantum computing speculates. What quantum computing speculates is that they can do this entanglement thing and then get to the answer without having to solve the problem. You know what I mean? Like they could jump to the answer to the. It's like you could ask a question and the computer wouldn't have to think; it would just jump to the answer, by quantum magic. I mean, that's what a qubit is, right? I mean, it's this idiotic notion of the undecided bit, and it only resolves itself at the answer, so you just wait for it to fucking whatever terminate, and then you just read it at the answer, and then you didn't have to bother doing the computation. I mean, it really is wormhole nonsense. We'll just wormhole ourselves to the answer. It's like the ultimate cheat on a test, right? We'll just wait till we'll get in the time machine, jump to the, test results, and get the answer to the test, and then go back to the past and fill in the answers. I mean, it's just fucking nonsense.
How could they have possibly got away with? Like, are you saying that space-time was all bullshit?
Of course, I'm saying it's all bullshit. Yes,
no, I'm just
exactly.
asking. I'm not.
Space doesn't do it. Yeah, I'm just saying space doesn't do anything, right? The very idea that space does something, doesn't that sound a little stupid?
Yeah, it does.
The empty space tells the matter what to do. Oh, the empty space tells the matter what to do. Oh, how exactly does it do that? How exactly does it do this telling?
Let me just say, I always thought that space-time, even when I was told, like, this is what physicists say, and I was like, it sounds dumb, but okay. I've always felt that way. I was just asking you a question. Do you think...
No, I'm sorry. I just reacted to the way you said it, so I'm just saying that, I understand, fine. But yeah, I mean, the Einstein thing always sort of bothered me just because this simple space thing was sort of ironic, right? This is explaining gravity, and you need gravity for it to make any sense. You know what I'm saying? The model needs gravity. So if it wasn't for gravity, the dimple wouldn't mean anything, right? It wouldn't go down the hole if there wasn't gravity pushing it down the hole. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Not only is it not a three-dimensional model, which makes it kind of useless, but it's also not a very good model of gravity when it relies on gravity to work. It's kind of funny. The model needs gravity to work.
It begs the question. It sneaks in the very thing it's trying to explain.
It's just kind of funny that when you really think about the model, it doesn't do a very good job of modeling something when it needs the something to model it. It's like if I have to make the model out of the real thing, then I guess the model kind of is a piece of shit.
Are you talking about when you talk? Do you mean like the model of curvature or the planet?
I'm talking about the idea of the bent fabric. You know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah.
Mass,
I got to admit though, that was a pretty...
fabric. I'm just saying the whole idea of the thing going down wouldn't happen unless gravity was pushing it down the slope. You know what I mean? The slope wouldn't mean anything without gravity.
I'll have to think about that for a bit. Well, I guess you could say it occupies space. I mean, I don't believe it, but it's... it was still a very clever way to rethink gravity instead of viewing it as an actual...
Well, I know, but I'm just saying if you were to build it on your own bed, you put a weight on the sheets on your bed, have your sheets tight, and you put a weight, and you throw it...
Oh, right. I get what you're saying.
The model wouldn't work if there wasn't gravity. The model would fail.
Yeah, it's ironic. It's ironic. Like, you put a bowling ball on a trampoline, yeah, but it's fucking gravity that's doing that, so it's a dumb analogy, right?
I'm just saying, as a metaphor, it's relying on gravity too much to be a good metaphor.
Right. But the idea of consuming space is still pretty clever, even though, even if you think it's bullshit, it was still a clever idea to invert your...
Well, I know, but it still is so two-dimensional that it kind of fails to get at the real nature of it, which it isn't a toilet bowl. You know what I'm saying? The convergence isn't a tornado. The convergence is something that converges into a center. So that's another failure of it as a diagram, is that it's two-dimensional and gravity's three-dimensional.
Yeah. Did they not have like they had a 3D equivalent of space-time curvature, and it was basically like
it ends up just being a negative light bulb. You know what I mean? Instead of light going out, it ends up being light going. You know what I'm saying? Everything just converges on the center point.
It's like
but then it doesn't explain where it goes, right? So it's just a drain with no drain, right? You know what I'm saying? To do a 3D model, it ends up being a convergence where it just keeps sucking from all directions all the time. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
a 3D model is basically an opposite of a light bulb. Like I said, like the light just comes in and it just somehow stays in there. You know what I mean? Like it doesn't go anywhere. And that's not what does, right? Gravity doesn't stay there. Gravity
So
leaves.
are you saying that the gravity is basically gravitons from the cosmic microwave background radiation that push?
Well, I don't care whether it's cosmic microwave background radiation. What I'm saying is the gravity is an invisible gravitons. They have no frequency, so we can't detect them. And they are a pressure that is moving in all directions in this pressure gradient. So they're just colliding in all directions, a huge density of them in straight lines.
Right. They're traveling at the speed of light? Is that?
Yeah, well, we went through all this, but yes, they're traveling at the speed of light.
I just need to.
Quanta moving the speed of light, and they're either polarized up or polarized horizontal, vertical or horizontal. So they're only, this is all they are. So they're little things that can't be made bigger or smaller. They move the speed of light, and they can only get caught in relationship to each other in the sense they will spin around each other if they're forced to, but they do not stick to each other. They do not attract each other. They have to be pushed into each other.
Mm.
Get off my couch. Fucking beggar. Ugh. Come on. That's my couch. You stay on your chair. I need to go train the cat again. Anyway. It's been like 2 weeks. You think you'd get the message by now, right? I mean, come on.
I haven't been keeping up with your physics videos.
Well, I know, but we went through this for an hour earlier tonight, so I thought you had it all already.
Kind of.
Yeah, well, whatever. We went through the part where you're kind of unreliable. Like, I don't know how you could say kind of when you said, oh, yeah, I get it entirely. That's what he said earlier, right? Everybody was here.
I just don't understand where the gravitons coming from.
Did we lose him?
Hello?
I can hear you, Logic. I think we lost Gary.
Yep, he's frozen.
He's frozen. Oh well.
Ah, he's back.
Yeah, my browser fucking crashed. Piece of shit. Hopefully it saved the video this time. You better have. Fucking bastard. Anyway. Yeah, it'll give it some time. It should have saved this one. Should have, anyway. Well, I don't know. See, this one might still be the same. Yeah, this might still be okay.
You were out of
you know, I'm scared. I'm scared to actually try and understand it because I might end up stealing the idea. So you probably better not telling me.
Well, I don't think you can steal it, actually. But I've been talking about it for 2 years, so it'd be a little bit hard for you to steal it.
I would never do that. I'm not an asshole. I wouldn't steal your idea.
Well, sometimes you got to wonder about you. You are a little bit weird in the things you say sometimes. I just say, well, what the hell do you say that for? That was a weird thing to say. But anyway, it's okay. I'm just...
But I'm not malicious.
Well, I'm just saying, I didn't say you were malicious. I'm just saying that, these are the kind of things why I say, true. I mean, we went through the whole thing. You said, okay, I got it all. And then you say you don't understand anymore. And I'm just like, what the fuck? How could I understand it 5 hours ago and you don't understand?
Partially.
Well, I'm just saying that's not what you said earlier. Earlier you were like, okay, I get it. Now you're like, I have to explain it again, which is okay. I don't mind explaining it again, but the other video didn't get saved, but I just thought we did a very good job of going through it all. Anyway, I'm going to save this room just in case something goes fucky. So I'm going to end this broadcast as the live part anyway, and so now we are just going to talk